The school beauty has secretly loved me for 3 years since my rebirth. Chapter 1, Rebirth 20 years ago. Shen Chen was groggily sleeping when a sudden loud and crude shout pierced his ears. "Dammit! Orange, are you asleep again?" It was the voice of his childhood friend, Fang Zhilong, nicknamed Big Dragon. Without even opening his eyes, Shen Chen instinctively replied, "Big Dragon, who the hell do you think you're talking to?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, something felt off. Wait a second. A few years ago, Big Dragon had passed away from lung cancer. Then who had just spoken? Shen Chen struggled to open his eyes. In an instant, the surroundings came into focus. The room was smoky, and the air was thick with the haze of old CRT monitors. Many people sat at their desks, completely engrossed in their screens. Some were playing Counter-Strike, others were engaged in StarCraft, and some were mindlessly typing on the ancient QQ chat interface, asking, "Are you GG or millimeter?" Shen Chen's pupils dilated in surprise. This place, it felt so much like the Qianqing internet cafe he frequented more than 10 years ago. Moreover, these CRT monitors should have been long outdated by now, right? In disbelief, Shen Chen rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard. "What the hell are you pinching me for?" A young man with dyed yellow hair sitting next to him, holding a cigarette, glared at him and said, "You fell asleep playing CS, and now you're pinching my leg when you wake up. Got a death wish? Big Dragon. Are you crazy or something? You don't recognize me anymore." Shen Chen froze for a few seconds, and then it hit him. His heart began to race. "Big Dragon, what's today's date?" "I don't remember, why don't you check it on the computer?" the other person replied impatiently. Shen Chen's throat tightened, and he quickly clicked on the bottom right corner of the screen. May 13, 2001, Sunday. 1915. At the same time, the long-forgotten memories deep in his mind slowly began to resurface. It was real. This wasn't a dream. He had actually gone back to 20 years ago. At this moment, all the regrets hadn't happened yet. Everything could start over. Suddenly remembering something, Shen Chen jumped up and hurriedly ran to the front desk, leaving Big Dragon, who was busy in a firefight in Counter-Strike, behind. He paid for his time, then rushed out of the internet cafe. It was evening. The streets of Chu City in the early 2000s still appeared narrow and chaotic. The urban planning and green spaces were nothing like the future decades. The atmosphere was rough, filled with the unrefined hustle and bustle, yet there was an inexplicable sense of nostalgia and warmth. But Shen Chen had no time to appreciate the scene. He hopped on his bike and furiously pedaled toward home. Soon, he arrived at an old residential area. Shen Chen's parents had worked at a large steel factory in the area, and this neighborhood was the workers' housing district. A few years ago, the factory underwent a restructuring, and many workers were laid off. Shen Chen's parents used their connections to retire early and opened a noodle shop nearby. Shen Chen's father was skilled, had good connections, and was hardworking, so the noodle shop business was decent. Starting from 1999, the stock market in China experienced a small bull market, rising from just over 600 points to more than 2,000 points. Shen Chen's uncle, Shen Huasheng, made a lot of money in the stock market and convinced Shen Chen's parents to lend him their savings to invest in stocks. Shen Chen's parents had always been honest and didn't understand the stock market. They trusted their relative's assurances that it would be a profitable investment. They borrowed a substantial sum, over 100,000 yuan, about the equivalent of over $1 million in today's money. However, just a month later, the stock market crashed. Shen Huasheng had invested heavily in stocks at the peak and ended up getting stuck in deep losses. At the end of the year, Shen Chen's father suddenly had an accident. The gas canister at the noodle shop exploded, injuring him severely and requiring a large amount of money for medical treatment. Shen Chen's mother asked Shen Huasheng to return the money, at least part of it, to help pay for the medical bills. "Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. But the stock market has fallen so much, I've lost everything. I really can't return any money now. Investment comes with risks, you can't just expect profits without bearing the risks, right?" Shen Huasheng said with an expression of, "There's nothing I can do." Shen Chen's mother was so furious that she nearly passed out, and she spent half the night crying at home. Later, she went back several times to ask for the money, but every time she returned empty-handed. Whenever Shen Chen thought back on this, his anger would flare up. And today, it was the day Shen Huasheng would come asking for money again. This time, Shen Chen was determined not to let that bastard cheat his parents out of another cent. The newly built Xinjiayuan community was poorly planned, with narrow alleyways separating the concrete buildings. Shen Chen weaved through the alley, making his way to an old building. He parked his bike beside it, then hurried up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. When he reached the 3rd floor and saw the familiar old iron security door, his eyes suddenly felt a bit warm. From the moment he could remember, he had grown up here. A small apartment of just over 40 square meters held all his childhood memories and his entire youth. It was the most peaceful and warm part of his memories, a place he could never forget. However, after his father's accident, in order to raise money for medical expenses, the house had been sold at a very low price. Even though many years had passed, late at night, he still dreamt of this place, but he could never return. Not dwelling on the past too long, he took out his keys from his bag and unlocked the door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Shen Huoxing's voice coming from inside. The stock market has risen to 2,000 points this month. I made over 2,000 yuan, more than my 3-month salary. I have a friend working at a securities company, and he gave me insider info. By the end of the year, the stock market will hit 3,000 points, and next year, it will reach 5,000 points. Don't worry, buying stocks now is a guaranteed profit. Shen Chen pushed the door open and entered. At the sound of the door opening, the 2 middle-aged men sitting on the couch in the living room looked up. The man on the right, slightly overweight with a simple, good-natured expression, was Shen Chen's father, Shen Yaoshen. When their eyes met, Shen Chen suddenly felt a lump in his throat. 20 years. He never imagined he'd get to see his father again. But being an adult, he quickly suppressed his tears. So, it's you, Shen Chen. Shen Huoxing greeted with a wide smile. Time flies. I still remember when you were born. Now, you've grown tall and handsome. By the way, I heard from your dad that you're attending experimental high school. Good, that's a great school. Their college admission rate has been pretty high these past few years. Studying is useless if you don't put in the effort. No matter how good the school, it won't make a difference. Shen Yaoxing shook his head, then looked at his son and asked, "Where did you run off to again?" As usual, Shen Chen replied with a smile, "I was at the internet cafe playing games." Always playing games. Shen Yaoxing shook his head in resignation. His son was smart but always too playful, never focused. He didn't know when he would finally grow up. Kids are like that, they'll understand when they grow older, Shen Huoxing said with a smile. Chen, why don't you go to your room for now? Your dad and I need to discuss. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Chen suddenly shouted, "Dad, I'm hungry." Chapter 2, Do you think I'm an idiot or a scammer? Your mom is in the kitchen making dinner, said Shen Yaoxing. I'll chat with your uncle for a bit. Shen Chen walked over and sat down beside him, putting his hand on his shoulder with an expectant tone. Dad, I want to eat something you made yourself. Can I? Shen Yaoxing sensed that something was a little off with his son's attitude today, but the affection Shen Chen showed made him feel a warm surge of emotion. How long had it been since his son had been this close to him? Okay, I'll cook myself. Huoxing, you sit down for now. We'll talk more after dinner, he said to Shen Huoxing before getting up and heading for the kitchen. Soon, the dining table was filled with dishes, each one fragrant and appetizing. All right, here's the last dish, Shen's mother, Shu Hongxia, said as she brought out a bowl of pork bone soup with lotus root. Shen Chen hurriedly went over to take the soup bowl from her hands. Mom, be careful, it's hot. Let me take it. Shu Hongxia was both surprised and happy. Oh, what's going on today? The sun must have risen in the west. Shen Chen smiled. I'll help you more from now on. Shen Huoxing immediately praised him. Look at Xiao Chen, really grown up, he's starting to care for his mom. Shu Hongxia's face beamed with joy, but she still said, this child usually just eats and waits for food to be served, not sure what happened today. Shen Yaoxing came out at that moment, calling to his brother, Huoxing, come on, it's time to eat. Everyone sat down at the table. Shen Chen immediately grabbed a large piece of steamed pork from the platter. His father's steamed pork was a signature dish. The pork, with just the right balance of fat and lean, was wrapped in homemade steamed meat flour and steamed in a bamboo basket for an hour. After being steamed, the lean pork was tender and fragrant, the fatty pieces translucent and melting in the mouth. The steamed meat flour soaked up the savory oil, and the dish was paired with taro, which was sweet, fragrant, and helped cut the grease simply delicious beyond description. Shen Chen devoured 2 pieces of the steamed pork and reached for the soup. In his rush, he forgot to let the soup cool, and when he took a sip, it burned his mouth, causing him to gasp. His eyes suddenly filled with moisture. It was all so familiar, the taste, the feeling. How long has it been since you ate like this? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you wait for the soup to cool down? What if you burn your throat? Xu Hongxia started to scold him, but when she saw the redness around his eyes, she assumed it was from the heat and immediately softened her tone. Drink slowly, no one's going to fight you for it. Eat some dishes first. She then picked up some food to serve him. Shen Chen listened to her and felt a sense of warmth, like hearing the sweetest melody. While they ate, Shen Huosheng continued to chat with Shen Yaosheng. After a while, he couldn't resist steering the conversation back to the topic of stocks. By the way, bro, about the stocks I mentioned earlier, what do you think? Shen Yaosheng was momentarily stunned. Sounds pretty good, but I don't really know anything about stocks. Shen Huosheng put down his chopsticks, his face full of sincerity. Don't worry about it. You just need to lend me the money, and I'll handle it. By the end of the year, I'll guarantee at least a 30% return. You'll just sit back and count the money. Seeing that Shen Yaosheng hesitated, Shen Huosheng continued with smooth words, look, Xiao Chen is getting older. He'll be in college soon, and eventually, he'll graduate, get married, and buy a house. All those things need money. Your noodle shop business is doing well, but more money never hurts. Now there's such a great opportunity right in front of you. Why hesitate? Shen Yaosheng seemed a little moved. You make a good point. Uncle Hua, what opportunity? Shen Chen asked, pretending to be curious. Shen Huosheng thought for a moment and figured there was no harm in telling Shen Chen. Young people were often swayed by the promise of making money, and it might help him persuade Shen Yaosheng. Stocks, you know, he said, smiling. I've made some money in the stock market, and I want to bring your dad in to make some too. Stocks? I know about them, Shen Chen replied with a smile. I've watched the great era. Shen Huosheng didn't pick up on his hidden meaning and nodded. Yeah, that TV show was good, Jing Shaoqiu was great in it. By the way, bro, what do you think? The last part was directed at Shen Yaosheng. Shen Chen jumped in. Uncle Hua, the stock market is risky. In the TV show, Ding Xie lost everything and jumped off a building. When Shen Yaosheng heard this, he fell into deeper hesitation. He was an honest man who preferred to earn money through steady work, so the stock market didn't appeal to him much. Shen Huosheng was momentarily stunned but quickly laughed. Xiao Chen has a good sense of risk. Don't worry, Uncle has connections in the securities company. He told me this bull market will last until next year. There's no risk now. If you miss this opportunity, it would be a huge waste. Shen Chen feigned surprise. Really? That sounds great, but my dad doesn't understand stocks. He doesn't even know how to buy and sell them. It's simple. You just lend me the money, and I'll handle it for you. By the end of the year, I guarantee a 30% return. 30%. Do you know how much that is? Invest 10,000 yuan, and by the end of the year, it'll easily turn into 13,000. Then your dad can buy you the latest MP3 player. Shen Chen took a sip of soup and smiled. You mean an MP3 player, right? Yeah, that's it. It's great for learning English, very trendy. Shen Huosheng said, his saliva flying. I bought one for our Xiao Chao, and his English score improved by several points. Shen Chen feigned disbelief. Wow, is it really that good? Shen Huosheng smiled broadly. It's all family, that's why I'm telling you this. When your dad makes money, just give me a little bonus. Shen Yaosheng was a bit tempted. Well, that's not impossible. Shen Huosheng was about to press his advantage when Shen Chen took another bite of food and casually said, but what if it ends up losing money? Uncle, do you also share in the loss? Shen Yaosheng froze. What if they lost money? Shen Huosheng was taken aback. How could it lose money in a sure thing? Shen Chen casually replied, I've heard that if anyone tells you there's a surefire way to make money, they are either an idiot or a scammer. Shen Huosheng. His face turned red. Do you think I'm an idiot or a scammer? Shen Chen sneered but didn't answer. Shen Yaoxing shot Shen Chen a glare. How can you talk to your uncle like that? But the temptation he had felt earlier had already faded. Xu Hongxue stepped in to diffuse the tension. The food's getting cold. Let us eat first. During the meal, Shen Huoxing tried again to steer the conversation toward borrowing money, but Shen Chen switched the TV to the evening news. My teacher says watching the news is good for political studies and understanding the world. Shen Huoxing tried several more times to bring the conversation back to money, but Shen Chen kept interrupting with, "Don't talk, I'm watching the news." After the meal, Shen Huoxing didn't stay for long and said he was leaving. Shen Yaoxing, understanding that he wouldn't be getting the money, politely sent him off without any attempt to stop him. After Shen Huoxing left, Xu Hongxue turned to Shen Yaoxing. I think our son makes a good point. I'm not talking behind people's backs, but your brother is really sharp. He's always calculating things down to the smallest detail, and if there's a loss, he'll keep quiet and let us take all the risk. I don't think the stock market is risk-free, it's just that he benefits no matter what. Shen Yaoxing. Shen Chen, who had been watching TV, spoke calmly. Dad, I've been watching the news, and they keep talking about financial bubbles. The government might step in to regulate the stock market, and it feels like there's a lot of risk. Our noodle shop business is doing great. There's no need to dive into that mess. Shen Yaoxing thought for a moment. That's true, maybe we should forget about it. Shen Chen knew that his words had gotten through, so he stretched lazily. I'm going back to my room. In the kitchen, Xu Hongxue couldn't help but whisper to Shen Yaoxing, Honey, don't you think our son is a little different today? Shen Yaoxing picked up a bowl and casually asked, Different how? Xu Hongxue chattered on, He's talking and acting like an adult. Normally, he'd just watch cartoons or TV dramas when he came back. He never watched the news. And today, everything he said made sense. Your sharp brother couldn't even argue with him. Shen Yaoxing chuckled. Our child is growing up. It's a good thing. We'll have less to worry about. Less to worry about. You should be the one worrying. Xu Hongxue teasingly tossed her apron at him. If it weren't for our son today, you might have fallen into your brother's trap. You're not even half as smart as him. You're washing the dishes today. Shen Yaoxing wasn't upset at all. Sure. He's just like you, all right. Fine, I'll wash them. Shen Chen's room was small, only about 7 or 8 square meters. It had a single bed, 2 small bookshelves, a desk and chair, a set of Dragon Ball comics from Hainan, a few old cassettes, and a wooden guitar beside the bed. He sat at the desk, pulled out a notebook and pen, and began to organize his thoughts. Chapter 3, What's your zodiac sign? Shen Chen lightly pursed his lips and carefully wrote in his notebook. Step 1, Stop my father from getting hurt. This is the root of all the tragedies. Step 2, Get into a satisfactory university. In my past life, one of my biggest regrets was being too playful and not studying seriously. It was only after my parents' accident that I woke up to the importance of education, but because of life's pressures, no matter how hard I tried, I could only get into a third-tier university. This time, I can't let my parents' expectations down. Step 3, Help everyone I cherish find happiness. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Shen Chen murmured softly. The next morning, when Shen Chen woke up, his parents had already gone to the store as usual, and breakfast was left for him on the table. Shen Chen ate quickly and then rode his bicycle to school. Last night, he had made an incredibly detailed plan for his future and stayed up until the early hours to finish it. Along the way, he was full of ambition, his mind constantly picturing a bright future. However, once he arrived at school, his fantasy was abruptly shattered. At the experimental high school, Class 1-3, during English class, the class monitor, Song Siyu, a delicate-looking girl with a few small moles on her pale face, was collecting homework. When she got to Shen Chen, she whispered to him. Shen Chen, your English homework. Shen Chen froze. Huh. Wait, there's homework. How did he forget about that? Shen Chen immediately felt exhausted and frustrated. But homework had to be done. Studying hard was also an important part of his plan. Chen Ji, I've done it, you can copy mine, his deskmate, Cai Bao, eagerly offered with a flattering smile. Get lost, Shen Chen replied curtly. Cai Bao was the lowest ranked student in the entire grade. What was he thinking trying to copy his homework? Shen Chen glanced around and reached out to grab the bespectacled boy sitting diagonally in front of him. His tone was gentle. Top student, can I borrow your homework to reference? The bespectacled boy, too nervous to refuse, obediently handed over his notebook. There was a rumor going around at the experimental high school that Shen Chen, despite being a student in class 1-3, was on close terms with several local troublemakers and gangsters. Although he was somewhat obedient in school, outside of it, he was involved in all sorts of vices: gambling, drinking, fighting, smoking, everything. He had quite a notorious reputation. But Shen Chen had no idea about these rumors. Seeing how the top student complied so easily, he patted his shoulder with a smile. You're a good guy, thanks. The top student thought to himself, did the school bully just thank me? Should I be flattered? Cai Bao leaned over again. Chen Ji, want me to help you copy a little? Shen Chen was too lazy to respond, quickly scribbling down his homework while wondering to himself when Xiaoran would arrive. Meanwhile, in class 1-4. Amid the sound of students reading aloud, their homeroom teacher, Cao Ying, opened the door and entered the classroom. She was around 40 years old, with deep laugh lines and a serious expression. Cao Ying cleared her throat, and the class instantly quieted down. Class, today we have a new student joining us, she said. And Xiaoran, please come up and introduce yourself. A figure stepped out from behind her, and all the students' eyes turned toward her. It was a girl, around 15 or 16, with dark, shiny hair tied up behind her. Her small face was as smooth as fine porcelain, her lips slightly curled into a gentle smile. Even her oversized school uniform couldn't hide her graceful figure. She looked like a delicate gardenia just about to bloom. Especially those eyes of hers, slightly lowered, with large pupils of amber color, and a tiny, perfect teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of her eye. So beautiful. All the students couldn't help but gasp in unison. The girl walked to the front of the classroom, nervously tugging at the edge of her school uniform, and gave a shy smile. Her soft voice echoed, "Hello, everyone. My name is Xiaoran. I'm very happy to be part of class 1-4, and I hope we can all become friends." The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Cao Ying pointed to an empty seat next to a petite girl with twin pigtails. "And Xiaoran, you can sit there." And Xiaoran walked over and sat down, and Cao Ying left the classroom, telling everyone to continue studying. As soon as the bell for morning self-study ended, the girl with twin pigtails immediately reached out her hand to Xiaoran, smiling warmly. "Welcome. I'm Luo Li." And Xiaoran seemed a little unprepared for her enthusiasm. She froze for a second before shaking Luo Li's hand. Then she shyly smiled, her voice soft and sweet. "Hi, I'm also happy to meet you." Her smile was gentle, her little deer eyes curving slightly. The new studentess smile is so sweet, so cute. Her voice is also so nice. It's like strawberry milk flavored ice cream. Luo Li's heart melted. At that moment, the other students gathered around Xiaoran, curious and bombarding her with questions. "And Xiaoran, what school did you come from? Are you from Chusha? Where do you live? What do you like to do in your free time?" One of the boys asked, "What is your zodiac sign?" Chapter 4, For the Better Construction of Our Motherland. And Xiaoran was startled and instinctively stepped behind the girl named Luo Li. Seeing the new student's shy appearance, Luo Li immediately felt a strong sense of protectiveness. Like a mother hen guarding her chick, she spread her arms to shield Xiaoran and puffed out her cheeks, glaring with wide eyes as she loudly said, Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Are you from the police station checking household registrations? What if you scare the new student? And you why ask about her zodiac sign? Why not ask me, huh? I'm a Leo. The others, who cares about you?" Luo Li patted Xiaoran's slender arm, reassuring her, "Don't be nervous. Everyone in our class is nice. If anything happens, I'll protect you. No one dares to bully you." "Yeah, right. With your height of 1.50 meters, who are you going to protect?" A teasing voice came from somewhere, light-hearted but still a bit sarcastic. Luo Li shook her head and said seriously, HMPH, size doesn't matter. You guys wouldn't understand. I'm still growing, I'll get taller. Har. As she looked at all the smiling, friendly faces around her, and Xiaoran's nervousness slowly faded. She didn't like being the center of attention, but she could feel everyone's kindness. She didn't want to disappoint their goodwill. Although she transferred to this school because of Shen Chen, friendship, too, was a valuable gain. It's okay, I'm just a little shy. I'm fine now, and Xiaoran said, stepping out from behind Luoli, smiling. She continued, I grew up in Chusha, and then I went to Beijing for school. I just transferred back to Chusha recently, and I'm living with my uncle. I like reading, playing the piano, singing, and swimming. During the whole morning self-study, Shen Chen was in full catch-up mode with his homework. When the break bell rang, Cai Bao returned, his eyes full of gossip, rushing up to Shen Chen. Chen Ji, big news. Want to hear it? Shen Chen was still scribbling furiously, fighting to finish the last few essay questions in politics. Without looking up, he replied, no, thanks. Cai Bao went on anyway, I overheard some people from class 4 in the restroom. They said they have a super pretty girl in their class now, like school beauty level. Shen Chen's pen froze. Class 4's new student. A beautiful girl. Could it be in Xiaoran? She transferred from Beijing to experimental high in the second semester of her first year. Her arrival caused a stir because she was so pretty and also an outstanding student, almost flawless. The little girl was polite and shy, terrified of strangers, but for some reason, she seemed to follow Shen Chen everywhere in school, except during class. Her big, doe-like eyes gazed at him, and she repeatedly confessed to him. Shen Chen, I like you. Shen Chen, you're missing an element in your life. Shen Chen, would you be my boyfriend? Over time, Shen Chen began to develop a vague, unspoken fondness for her. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, and perhaps it would be turned into a typical, happy love story. But then, tragedy struck. His family fell apart, and Shen Chen had to balance studying and working part-time to support himself and his mother. To survive, he did anything, handing out flyers, working construction sites, even climbing skyscrapers to clean windows. Anything that earned money, he did it, no matter how tiring, pushing through with grit and endurance. He was just 17 then. Already, he was trudging through life's mud. While his peers were living their youth with studies, relationships, and play, his was filled with sweat and struggle. And Xiaoran had approached him more than once, but he turned her away every time. He told her he didn't like her, that she was annoying, and to stop bothering him. He was too tired just trying to survive, let alone play games with a teenage girl. Most importantly, he knew her family was well off, while he had nothing to offer her. So why start something he couldn't finish? He rejected her kindness and affection, building a high wall with cold indifference and harsh words. Yet, she remained stubborn, refusing to give up, even if it meant injuring herself along the way. I won't give up. If you don't agree, I'll chase you for the rest of my life. As long as you say stay, I can give up everything for you. In the end, Shen Chen succeeded, but she was taken from him years ago in a car accident. She was one of his greatest regrets in his past life. This time, he didn't want to miss her again. Cai Bao clicked his tongue in admiration. Is it really true? Is she that pretty? I need to go check it out myself in class 4. The other boys also looked eager. I want to see too. Let us go, let us check her out. Bang! A large foot kicked Cai Bao in the butt, and he nearly fell flat on his face. Stop fantasizing. Shen Chen raised his head and shot them a cold look. Class is about to start, so sit back down. The boys were immediately intimidated by his cold, indifferent gaze, and hurriedly returned to their seats, sitting upright. Cai Bao mumbled to himself, what's wrong with Chen Ji today? He's so cranky. The first class of the day was math. The math teacher and homeroom teacher, Wang Qiang, stood at the front of the classroom. Class, open your books to page 58. Today, we'll continue discussing logarithmic functions. Shen Chen opened his backpack to grab his textbook, but found that the math book wasn't in there. He silently cursed and reached into his desk drawer to search. After rummaging through a bunch of crumpled papers, a few shriveled orange peels, a cassette tape from Backstreet Boys, and some silver gum wrappers, he finally found the math book from the previous semester. Congratulations, you have found a nearly brand new math textbook X1. He hadn't touched it for half the semester, and it looked almost new. He kept searching through the bag. Congratulations, you have found a crumpled notebook X1. It was surprisingly clean inside, not a single word written. Forget it, I'll make do with this. Shen Chen opened the notebook and started taking notes while listening to the lecture. Cai Bao, who had been yawning, accidentally glanced over at Shen Chen's desk and saw the densely written notes. Suddenly, his sleepiness disappeared. He rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Was he seeing things? Chen Ji wasn't he just listening attentively, he was actually taking notes. And doing it so seriously. This was magical. Cai Bao looked incredulous and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" "Shut up, don't disturb me studying." Shen Chen said this lightly, and then focused on listening to the class and taking notes. He is not stupid, to be precise, his IQ is quite high. In junior high school, he didn't study hard, but he was still able to get into the top key middle schools in Chu City. After entering the first year of high school, he didn't put 1/10 of his energy into studying, and his grades were always in the middle and lower grades. Their head teacher Wang Cheng talked to him many times about this, but unfortunately he always turned a deaf ear to him in his previous life. Later, he realized how rare it was to enjoy the time of studying wholeheartedly, but it was too late to regret it. Cai Bao. One class, 45 minutes. Cai Bao glanced at Shen Chen from time to time. Brother Chen, who used to read comics or sleep, actually listened to the whole class seriously this time, and took notes. Cai Bao almost suspected that he was dreaming. After the bell rang, as soon as Wang Cheng disappeared, Cai Bao rushed over and grabbed Shen Chen's notebook. It was really the notes of the last class. It was not just scribbling, but also illustrated with pictures and texts. Every knowledge point was marked in detail. Holding the notebook, Cai Bao's expression was dull and his body was shaking exaggeratedly. He felt that his worldview, life view and values were all hit by a landslide. What happened? Could he have traveled to a parallel space? He looked at Shen Chen in horror. "Brother Chen, what has stimulated you? Why do you suddenly love studying so much? Are you possessed?" "Shen Chen, I want to learn, but I can't." "No, this is not the Brother Chen I know." Cai Bao posed in a Taoist exorcism posture common in Hong Kong's supernatural movies, muttering, "Hey, who is this demon? How dare you possess my Brother Chen? Hurry up. Get out." Shen Chen slapped him on the head. Cai Bao covered his forehead. This cold and domineering tone, this just right strength, this soul-filled sense of attack, it's definitely Brother Chen himself. "Brother Chen, why are you so depressed? No, why do you suddenly want to study?" Shen Chen glanced at him. "Why, no. It's not that I can't, it's just. It doesn't fit your identity and temperament as a school bully." Cai Bao said with a chuckle, "There must be a reason, right?" Shen Chen was silent for a few seconds, and said deeply, "To better build the motherland." Chapter 5, Finally, I've seen you again. You don't believe me? Shen Chen glanced at him sideways, speaking lightly. "Next month's exam, I'll rank in the top 300 of the grade and show you." The experimental high school is one of the top schools in Chusha, with 24 classes and nearly 1,300 students in the first year. Historically, about 20% of the students from the first year manage to get into top-tier universities, meaning that ranking in the top 300 of the grade is already considered a good score and shows potential for entering a top university. Of course, this was still far from Shen Chen's ultimate goal. Cai Bao, eager to flatter, said, "I believe you, Brother Chen. You speak with authority, your words are as solid as gold, and I have no reason not to believe you." Yeah, right. But wasn't he dumb? Wasn't he about to make trouble and offend Shen Chen? But the bespectacled student in front suddenly turned around, whispering, "The exam is tomorrow, right?" Cai Bao. "Shen Chen. Should I take back what I said?" The bespectacled student adjusted his glasses, staring at the two of them in shock. "You two didn't know about this." As soon as he said that, he saw the dark look on Shen Chen's face, and immediately shivered. "Oops, I spoke too soon." Cough. The top student hesitated, carefully choosing his words. "Well, it's always good to have ideals. Maybe you can aim for the next exam instead." Shen Chen glared at him without expression. "Cai Bao, you're doomed." Top student, trembling in fear. Shen Chen suddenly stood up. The top student instinctively shrank back. "Cai Bao, Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. He asked the teacher's pet. Shen Chen, I'm going to the restroom. Cai Bao, me too, me too. The top student let out a sigh of relief, feeling like he narrowly escaped a disaster. As they passed by the window of class 4, Shen Chen casually glanced inside. It was the break between classes, and it was noisy inside. He didn't spot the person he was hoping to see right away. Shen Chen frowned, damn. Cai Bao was confused. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. After the first class, Luo Li and two girls from the front row grabbed Xiaoran and went to the restroom. Luo Li was the friendly type. In just a few minutes, she had introduced Xiaoran to everyone. One girl was named Chen Ling, with a delicate oval face and two small tiger teeth when she smiled. The other was Xu Hangli, with big eyes, a high nose, and slightly thicker lips. She had a short haircut similar to Liang Yongqi's. Xu Hangli sized Xiaoran up and said in admiration, "You're really beautiful, and your skin is so good, no pores at all." From a distance, she was already stunning, and up close, she was even more flawless. Chen Ling also looked at her enviously, "And your eyelashes are so long. They are thick and long, I thought they were fake lashes." Xu Hangli added, "You're taller than both me and Chen Ling, you must be at least 1.7 meters. And your legs are so long." Being showered with compliments, Xiaoran felt a little flustered, her cheeks turning pink, which made her even cuter. Luo Li sighed dramatically, "Some people are just born beautiful, blessed by the heavens. When Newer shaped her, she must have paid extra attention. Unlike us, we're basically leftovers." Xiaoran shyly responded, "It's not that exaggerated. I think you both are very beautiful too, and I used to be very ugly when I was little." Luo Li raised her eyebrows, "How ugly were you?" "I was dark and chubby, with acne on my face, the boys even called me fatty. The three girls were shocked. "Really? You're not kidding us, right?" "I'm serious," Xiaoran said earnestly. Luo Li curiously asked, "Then how did you become so beautiful?" Xiaoran softly explained, "I wasn't very healthy as a child, and the medicine I had to take had hormones in it, so I ended up like that. After I got better, I stopped taking the medication, and slowly I became fairer and thinner." Xu Hangli sighed, "I see. But still, you must have had good genetics. You must have been pretty to begin with." Luo Li clicked her tongue, "If those boys who called you fatty could see you now, they'd probably be slapped in the face." Chen Ling then asked, "By the way, how great must the schools in Beijing be? Why did you come back to Chu City to study?" Before Xiaoran could answer, suddenly, a tall figure appeared in her amber-colored eyes. Though it was just a half-profile, she recognized him instantly. Her heart raced as if it were about to jump out of her chest, and she couldn't help but let out a small, excited "R." It was Shen Chen. Xiaoran's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She had finally seen him again. Looking at Shen Chen's retreating figure, in that moment, she just wanted to rush over, call out to him, and tell him that, for the past few years, she had always liked him. Just as Xiaoran was about to run after Shen Chen, Luo Li and Chen Ling stopped her. "Where are you going?" "We're about to have class." I. Xiaoran hurriedly turned her head, her gaze unwilling to leave Shen Chen's back. "I saw someone I know." "Someone you know?" Luo Li and the others were surprised. "Someone she knew at Experimental High?" Just then, the bell rang for class. They didn't have time to think about it and pulled Xiaoran back to class. "Look for them later, we need to go back to class. The next class is with the homeroom teacher. If we're late, we're dead." "Right, do you know what nickname our homeroom teacher has?" "The extinct teacher. When she gets angry, it's terrifying. And she hates it when people are late to her class. If anyone is late, they have to stand for the whole class." Xiaoran bit her lip, feeling wronged, and followed them back to class. Shen Chen. Next time she would definitely seize the opportunity. The second class of the day was Chinese. After the second class in the morning, there was a 20-minute break for physical exercises. As soon as the bell rang, the students sluggishly filed out. Shen Chen followed the crowd to the area for class 3 but forgot where he was supposed to be. He casually stood behind Cai Bao, and the sports monitor didn't dare to correct him, letting him be. Students were gradually filling the field. Shen Chen's eyes quickly scanned the area and soon spotted the class for section. His gaze swept over, but there was no sign of her. Had she not come out yet? He turned his attention to the stairwell. A few seconds later, he saw a few girls appear at the top of the stairs. There were 4 of them, and Xiaoran was the second one from the right. Her white and blue striped oversized school uniform was loose and shapeless, but somehow she wore it with a cute, lively charm. A breeze ruffled her fringe, and a few strands of hair swayed gently in the wind. Her brows and eyes were like a picture, like a little fairy who had just flown out of a fairy tale book. Shen Chen's heart skipped 2 beats. And Xiaoran, I've finally seen you again. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. It was clear that many people had noticed in Xiaoran too. Chapter 6. She has never forgotten him. Brother Chen, look over there. Cai Bao's eyes were wide open, and he pointed at Xiaoran excitedly. Fuck, this girl is the transfer student I mentioned before, right? She is so beautiful, just like the face of first love. Oh. I am moved. Shen Chen wanted to strangle this bastard who coveted his friend's wife on the spot. Cai Bao didn't notice that the air pressure around him was getting lower and lower, but became more and more excited. He pulled Shen Chen's sleeve and started to be crazy. Hey, is she looking at us? Could it be that she fell in love with me at first sight? The school prohibits early love. What should I do? Should I half push and half succeed or keep my virginity? Push your sister. Shen Chen couldn't bear it anymore, and kicked him away. If you say another word, I will make you shut up for the rest of your life. Cai Bao shuddered and immediately shut his mouth tightly. It's over, Brother Chen is not right today. He was fine just now, what happened to make him angry? Alas, they say that women's hearts are as deep as the sea, but I didn't expect that Brother Chen's heart is so hard to predict. And Xiaoran followed Luo Li, Chen Ling and others, while looking around in the crowd with her big eyes. Suddenly, she couldn't move. She covered her mouth with her hand, and her vision became blurry. It was Shen Chen. It was him. The first time she saw Shen Chen was 3 years ago. She was in the 1st grade of junior high school. At that time, her mother was seriously ill and was bedridden. Because of her poor health, she took medicine for a long time, grew dark and fat, and had acne on her face, and was bullied by classmates at school. Maybe it wasn't as serious as bullying. Those boys just teased her deliberately, such as tearing her books, accidentally dirtying her homework, and often making fun of her face and figure, calling her fat woman an ugly bitch. That period was the most inferior and darkest days in her life. Once after school, 2 boys from the same class snatched her school bag. They laughed and made her chase them. She cried and begged, but they refused to return the school bag to her. A boy from the same school happened to pass by and helped her get the school bag back. He kicked the 2 boys one by one. The 2 boys were obviously afraid of him. They cried and begged for mercy and ran away. He came over and handed the school bag to her. He also said to her, I am Shen Chen from class 9. If they bully you again, tell me. She took the school bag and didn't dare to look up, fearing that her ugliness would disgust him. But she saw the boy's rebellious and flying appearance from the corner of her eyes. He asked, Did you hear it? She couldn't open her mouth, but just nodded vigorously. When she remembered that she hadn't said thank you yet, she finally mustered up the courage and looked up, but found that Shen Chen had gone far away. He left, but left a ray of light in her dark days. She began to pay attention to Shen Chen quietly. His every move quietly plucked the girl's heartstrings. She didn't ask for anything, just wanted to watch him from afar. Not long after, her mother passed away. But later, her father took her to the capital. This time, he stayed there for 3 years. She never forgot him. And Xiaoran's memories were interrupted when her arm was suddenly pulled by someone. Xiaoran, what are you looking at? Why don't you leave? It was Luo Li who pulled her. She looked in the direction of Xiaoran's sight with a puzzled look. Then, she and Shen Chen met each other's eyes. The boy was very handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, high nose and thin lips, and extremely 3-dimensional facial features, especially the narrow and upturned corners of his eyes with a bit of rebelliousness, cold and unruly eyes, and a few traces of depth beyond his peers, with an indescribable charm. But Luo Li didn't notice the handsome boy's crazy love at all. Instead, she pulled Xiaoran away in panic. Don't dawdle, the break exercise is about to start. After several girls entered the team of class 4, she stood on tiptoe and jumped and looked out, until she saw that Shen Chen was not looking here. She breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Hangli asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Li didn't answer, but asked in Xiaoran with a serious face, "You were just looking at the tall, handsome, but a little fierce boy in class 3. Tall, handsome, and a little fierce." The girl's mind automatically appeared Shen Chen's unruly and handsome face. She should be referring to Shen Chen, right? The girl nodded blankly. Luo Li rubbed her brows and said earnestly, "Xiao Ran, you just transferred here and don't know. I just want to remind you, don't mess with him." "And Xiao Ran, why?" Luo Li put one hand to her mouth and said mysteriously, "I heard that he is a gangster outside, beat up many people, and is very arrogant. No one in our school dares to mess with him." And Xiaoran opened her eyes slightly. "No, Shen Chen is not that kind of person. Her boy is the best person in the world. He will help a girl he doesn't know to snatch her school bag back and drive away those who laugh at her. She has also seen him climb a tree at risk just to save a kitten trapped in the tree. He will take the initiative to help the elderly with limited mobility, and will also hold an umbrella for a stray cat for half a day in a storm. Although he seems indifferent and unruly, he hides a soft and warm childlike heart. They don't understand him. No. It's not what you think." She was about to defend Shen Chen when Cao Ying, the head teacher of class 4, who was called Mistress Mihu, came over. She had a stern face and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. "The flag is about to be raised, and you guys are still chattering. What's so important? Why don't you tell Teacher Cao?" No. Several girls, including in Xiaoran, were so scared that their heads almost dropped to the soles of their feet. They stood straight and dared not move. Cao Ying stared at them for a long time before humming and leaving. After the flag-raising ceremony, it was radio gymnastics. How could Shen Chen remember the movements of radio gymnastics? He just watched in Xiaoran from a distance and paddled the whole time. Fortunately, he was perfunctory in doing the exercises in the past, so he didn't attract anyone's attention. In his eyes, and Xiaoran's movements were particularly cute. Everyone was doing the same radio gymnastics, which was just as simple as raising hands and kicking legs. Why was it that my little girl was doing it so pleasing to the eye? After the break, the students returned to the classroom one after another. In front of Cao Ying, and Xiaoran did not dare to look for Shen Chen. She could only comfort herself quietly in her heart that there was still a long time to go and she would have time to look for him during the next break. Unexpectedly, the teacher delayed the third class and she had to miss the opportunity again. It was finally the last class. As soon as the bell rang, the students rushed out of the classroom like the wind. Chapter 7. Hello, my name is Xiaoran. And Xiaoran was also pulled by Luo Li and ran all the way to the cafeteria. The campus of the experimental high school was newly built, so there were not many small restaurants around. Therefore, most students could only choose the cafeteria. Fortunately, the canteen is large and bright, with a wide variety of food, good taste, and not expensive. It can be said that the price-performance ratio is very high, especially the signature dish, braised pork, which was sold out in a short time. "Xiaoran, let me tell you, the braised pork in our canteen is especially delicious. If you go a little later, you won't be able to buy it," Luo Li said anxiously while running. And Xiaoran ran after her and laughed. She thought it was very funny. Luo Li was not tall, just over 1.5 meters, and her legs were naturally not too long, but she ran very fast now. It seems that whenever she encounters the word eat, foodies can burst out with much stronger potential than ordinary people. It was meal time, and the first grade classroom was the farthest from the canteen. Therefore, although several girls ran to the canteen at the fastest speed, there were still a lot of people inside. I only heard the canteen aunt shouting with a full voice, "The last 2 servings of braised pork. Hurry up if you want it." Fuck. The last 2 servings. Lori was shocked. It's only been a while since the get out of class ended, how come there are only the last 2 portions of braised pork left? It's sold out too quickly. She looked again and her heart was lifted. There were still 2 people queuing at the window selling meat dishes, don't let them be sold out. So, Luo Li pulled and Xiaoran to the window selling braised pork and shouted from a distance, braised pork, we want to eat braised pork. Auntie, please leave some for us. The 2 people in front don't buy braised pork. Please. Please. At the window, Shen Chen subconsciously turned his head and looked at the shout. At this time, Cai Bao was about to hand out his and Shen Chen's plates, and said to the cafeteria auntie, Auntie, we want 2 braised. Give him a braised chicken nugget. Shen Chen interrupted him and said, I want a potato beef. Cai Bao looked at Shen Chen with a confused face. Brother Chen, didn't you just say you wanted to eat braised pork? Shen Chen said indifferently, I don't want to eat it now. Cai Bao, if you don't eat it, then I will eat it. Shen Chen, you don't want to eat it either. Cai Bao? I want to eat it. No, you don't. Shen Chen looked at him threateningly. Cai Bao shuddered. The cafeteria auntie knocked on the dish basin with a spoon impatiently. Hey, have you discussed it? What do you want? Cai Bao handed over the plate aggrievedly, 1 braised chicken nugget, 1 potato beef. Sadness flowed like a river in his heart. Alas, his braised pork. The 2 of them finished the dishes and turned around with the plates. At this time, Xiaoran also saw Shen Chen. She was stunned for a moment, her lips moved slightly, and before she could say the word Shen Chen, she was pulled to the window by Luo Li, who was heading straight for the braised pork and ignored everyone else. She turned her head and looked at Shen Chen eagerly. I really want to find him. Hee, I'm so lucky, there's braised pork. Luo Li didn't pay any attention to her at all, she was so happy. Auntie, give us 2 servings of braised pork. Cai Bao also saw Xiaoran. He was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the transfer student from class 4? Damn, it looks better up close. When I thought that the braised pork I gave up was eaten by this beautiful girl like a fairy, I suddenly felt less unhappy. However, why is this girl staring at Brother Chen? Could it be? She fell in love with Brother Chen at first sight. Cai Bao was not surprised at all. Alas, who made Brother Chen so handsome that even the current school idols can't compare to him? Even though there are all kinds of legends about Brother Chen in the school, there are still many little girls who are confused by this face and have expressed their affection to Brother Chen more or less, but unfortunately Brother Chen ignores them. Even sneered, what's the point of girls? Are comics interesting, basketball and games fun? After this, no girl dared to challenge him anymore. Whenever he thought of this, Cai Bao felt heartbroken. What's so good about a straight man like Brother Chen? It's better to like me. These girls only look at faces, they are really too short-sighted. Childish. Superficial. Lori took Xiaoran to get another vegetarian dish and a bowl of seaweed soup. Then, she looked around and saw Chen Ling and Xu Hanli in the corner. She said excitedly, let's go, let's eat with Chen Ling and the others. Lori walked over with a plate, and Chen Ling and Xu Hanli also saw her. The 2 asked, Lori, why are you alone? Where's Xiaoran? Lori. She looked back and was so scared that she almost dropped the plate. Xiaoran, who was following her, was walking towards another table without knowing when. And sitting at that table was Shen Chen. Lori was scared to death. What was she going to do? Is she going to find Shen Chen? Is she crazy? Xiaoran didn't seem to hear anything at all, and her steps didn't stop at all. Cai Bao nudged Shen Chen with his elbow in astonishment. Brother Chen, look. This girl, is she really interested in Brother Chen? Shen Chen, what are you looking at? Eat your meal. He knew the girl would come over. According to the development of the previous life, the first meeting between the 2 was in the cafeteria. That time, the little girl sat opposite him, smiled at him cautiously, and said softly in a slightly flattering tone, hello, my name is Xiaoran, can I be your friend? He just glanced at her lightly and said, no, go away. If it were any other girl, she would not be able to sit down anyway after being treated like this by him. I didn't expect that the little girl opposite looked delicate and soft, but was unexpectedly persistent and stubborn, sitting there motionless. She just pursed her lips, her eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Then she said very seriously, Shen Chen, I like you. Xiaoran held the plate and looked at Shen Chen, as if she had lost her soul, and walked forward step by step. The strange looks around her could not affect her at all. She wondered, did he still remember her? Maybe, he had long forgotten. But it didn't matter, she just wanted to tell him that she liked him. As for whether he would like her, she didn't care, and she didn't dare. It's fine if she likes him, no matter if there's no return, she just hopes he's safe and healthy, and being able to watch him from afar is all she wants. What should her first sentence be? Is it, Shen Chen, do you still remember me? Or, Shen Chen, I like you? Or, hello, can I sit here? Or, hello, my name is Xiaoran, can I be your friend? Yes, just say, hello, my name is Xiaoran, can I be your friend? Hello, my name is Xiaoran, can I be your friend? Hello, my name is Xiaoran. Chapter 8. Your girlfriend is gone. The girl kept repeating this to herself. The closer she got to Shen Chen, the more nervous she became. She couldn't think of anything, only that sentence kept echoing in her mind. She accidentally stepped on a puddle of water in front of her. R. She slipped, and with the plate in her hand, she lost her balance and fell forward. Although Shen Chen had been paying attention to her, it was too sudden, and she only saw the girl rushing over with the plate. The next second, she fell firmly into his arms. A strange silence fell around them. Lori and the others were dumbfounded. It's over, it's over. They seemed to have seen Shen Chen's furious look. Cai Bao didn't dare to breathe, for fear that Shen Chen would get angry and kick the girl who threw herself into his arms away, although he had never seen Shen Chen beat anyone seriously. And Xiaoran didn't expect this change. Her mind went blank, and she subconsciously looked up and met Shen Chen's narrow eyes. The pair of deer eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at him blankly, and the slightly chubby face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blush quickly spread to the white and delicate ears and neck. What should I do? Oh, talk. Hello, my name is Xiaoran, can I be your girlfriend? She blurted out. Shen Chen. Other students? Fuck, this way of confession is a bit fierce. Are girls chasing boys now so innovative? No, it's hello, I'm your girlfriend. And Xiaoran shook her head in panic. No, your girlfriend fell off. Shen Chen. Everyone. Wow, the more she talked, the more confused she became. Why didn't her mouth listen to her? The little girl was about to cry in a hurry, so she simply stopped talking. She tried to prop herself up with her little fists, and climbed up from Shen Chen tremblingly after a long time. When she lowered her head, she found that there were several large pieces of oil stains on Shen Chen's school uniform, which hurt her eyes. When she fell, the plate also fell to the ground, and the food and soup inside splashed out, affecting Shen Chen. It was really terrible. Your clothes are dirty. She whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Take off your clothes and I'll wash them for you. Shen Chen looked at her with deep eyes, but he didn't say anything or move. Everyone's heart was lifted. After a while, they saw Shen Chen retract his gaze. Forget it. He said coldly, picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and was a little surprised. Today's school bully is particularly easy to talk to. Is he in a better mood? Or is it because this girl is too beautiful and he is kind to her? And Xiaoran wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Student Shen Chen is generous and has forgiven you. Let's not disturb him from eating here. Your food has been spilled. I'll go get another one with you. Luo Li moved over and said something bravely, then pulled and Xiaoran away. When she ran to Chen Ling and Xu Hangli, Luo Li put her hand on her flat chest, feeling lucky to have escaped death. Oh my god, I was scared to death. I almost thought I was dead, but Shen Chen didn't make things difficult for us. What a pity, the braised pork we finally got is gone. Chen Ling and Xu Hangli, what's going on? How should I know? Luo Li also looked at Xiaoran strangely. Are you stupid? I clearly told you not to mess with Shen Chen, why are you still? She is so beautiful, is her brain not working well? And Xiaoran lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes resting on her eyelids like crow feathers, and whispered, actually. I know him. We met in junior high school. The three girls suddenly realized. And Xiaoran bit her lip. I wanted to say hello to him just now, but I was nervous and said the wrong thing, and even stained his clothes. Lori blinked and suddenly asked, do you like him? And Xiaoran blushed instantly, how do you know? Lori proudly, nonsense, I have read hundreds of romance novels, and I have rich experience. Xu Hangli inserted a knife in time, it's just that I have zero experience in love. Lori. Chen Ling chuckled. And Xiaoran couldn't help laughing. As if you have rich experience. Luo Li rolled her eyes wildly and angrily pulled Xiaoran to get food. After getting the food again, they sat down. And Xiaoran quietly cast his eyes to Shen Chen's position again. There was no one there. He left. The little girl was disappointed beyond words. Seeing her actions, Luo Li shook her head and said, although we are not familiar with each other, I sincerely advise you not to get close to Shen Chen again. I heard that he smokes, fights, and does all kinds of evil things. He has many gangster friends. Hey, he is really not a good student. Chen Ling and Xu Hanli echoed, yes, we heard that too. And Xiaoran opened her eyes wide and argued seriously, it's not like that. You all misunderstood. Shen Chen is actually a very good person. The three girls didn't believe it at all. Instead, they felt that Xiaoran was too naive. They were also in the eyes of their lovers, so they naturally beautified and elevated Shen Chen's image in their hearts. And Xiaoran asked, did you see Shen Chen do those things with your own eyes? Well, that's not the case. Luo Li hesitated, but everyone said so. Is it wrong? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiaoran, I'll give you 2 pieces of my braised pork. And Xiaoran ate in small bites. The braised pork was sweet and fragrant, but she felt a little bitter in her heart. She could feel the kindness of Luo Li and the others towards her, so she was not angry that they misunderstood Shen Chen. But one day, she would let them know that Shen Chen was actually a very, very good person. On the other side, Shen Chen left the cafeteria. Cai Bao followed him and said excitedly, damn, that girl just now looked quite innocent, but I didn't expect her to be so proactive, throwing herself into your arms and saying she was your girlfriend, tsk. Girls nowadays really can't be judged by appearance. Cai Bao chattered non-stop, Brother Chen, what a pretty girl, she took the initiative to confess, why were you so cold just now? If it were me, I would have nodded immediately. Shen Chen stopped and said something impatiently. Cai Bao, who was in a state of excitement, didn't hear clearly, Brother Chen, what did you say? Either shut up or get out. Shen Chen said expressionlessly. Cai Bao. What's wrong with Brother Chen again? Shen Chen turned around and continued to move forward. Didn't he want to agree? He wanted to agree more than anyone else, but he had his own considerations. In the short term, he couldn't get too close to Xiaoran. He had actually heard about all the rumors and opinions about him in school. Before, he didn't take these rumors to heart at all. The clear ones are clear and the turbid ones are turbid. It's good to be a man with a clear conscience. Even other students are afraid of him, and he thinks it's a bit cool, so he lets these rumors exist. But Chapter 9 It still depends on the face. A bad girl who fell in love with a bad boy? What if others think of her like this? Rumors can destroy bones, and public opinion can melt gold. Moreover, experimental high school is very strict about early love, and it is even written into the school rules. It's better to keep a low profile. The rest of the day passed quickly. Cai Bao originally thought that Shen Chen's study was a whim, and it would be the same after half a day, but he didn't expect that Shen Chen actually listened to the class and took notes seriously throughout the day. Is he serious about it? Not only him, but other people in the class also noticed it. The school bully started studying. Before the evening self-study, Cai Bao went to the toilet and came back. Outside the classroom door, he ran into several classmates gossiping crazily. Fuck, Shen Chen is studying? Is it true? I think it's just a temporary novelty. How many days do you think he can last? 3 days, at most 3 days. 3 days. I guess he will be the same again tomorrow. Want to make a bet? Okay, how do you bet? Someone next to him said sinisterly, whoever loses, who will eat shit, do you want to bet? When several students turned around and saw that it was Cai Bao, a trace of panic suddenly appeared on their faces. Cai Bao stared at them fiercely, you gossip about others behind their backs all day long. I think it's old man Fang Longping who has fed you too much. A student subconsciously corrected, that, you are talking about Yuan Longping, right? Cai Bao. Anyway, if I find out that you are gossiping behind my back again, I will tell Brother Chen and see how you die. He said viciously and walked into the classroom. The students looked at each other, not daring to say anything else, and dispersed. Cai Bao returned to his seat, sat down, and stretched out his hand to put on the shoulder of Shen Chen who was concentrating on reading. Shen Chen looked up at him, ? Cai Bao's face was deep, Brother Chen, I will always be your brainless fan. Shen Chen. Is he sick? The evening self-study class for tonight is mathematics class. Halfway through the class, the mathematics teacher received a phone call. I don't know what happened. He just left a sentence for everyone to study by themselves and hurriedly left the classroom. The classroom that was originally like a stagnant pool suddenly came alive. Luo Li took out a piece of bread from the drawer and asked Xiaoran, "Would you like to try it? I'll give you half. This brand is very delicious." And Xiaoran smiled and nodded, "Okay." Luo Li grinned, revealing two dimples. "Hey, I thought you were really a good kid." And Xiaoran stuck out her tongue. Then, the two girls each took half of the bread and started to eat. While eating the bread, Luo Li asked, "Did you take notes on the third to last question that teacher who talked about just now? He erased it before I had time to copy it on the blackboard." "I did." And Xiaoran handed her his notebook. "Take it and copy it. The notebook is very cute, with a pink hippo cover." As soon as Luo Li opened it, she was shocked. Not only was the handwriting beautiful, the paper was neat and clean, and the content was well organized, but also different colors of pens were used to carefully distinguish the knowledge points and easy to make mistakes, etc., which can be used as a note template. Looking at her crooked and scribbled notes that only she could understand, Luo Li suddenly felt very inferior. Oh my god, not only is her deskmate good looking, but her notes are also good looking. Comparison is really annoying. While copying in Xiaoran's notes, she asked curiously in a low voice, "By the way, you said you like Shen Chen, so can you tell me why you like him?" And Xiaoran was quiet for a while and answered in a low voice, "He helped me. Moreover, when she was most helpless, he was the only one who lent her a hand." "Luo Li, is that the reason?" And Xiaoran said, "Yeah." "Luo Li, really? I don't believe it." And Xiaoran, "Really?" Luo Li curled her lips, "Then answer me honestly, if Shen Chen looks ugly, will you still like him?" And Xiaoran, "How ugly?" Luo Li thought for a while and said viciously, "Old, ugly, bald, 150 centimeters tall, 150 kilograms in weight, with a greasy belly, and never washes his feet, let alone cuts his nose hair." And Xiaoran, "This is too cruel." Instantly, the little girl was entangled. She asked herself that she was not obsessed with face, but the image described by Luo Li was really beyond her tolerance. If Shen Chen really looked like that, would she still like him? The image that Luo Li said emerged in her mind, a bald, short and fat man with long nose hair, smelling bad, grinning at her, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. The little girl shuddered subconsciously, feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Woohoo, this is too scary. She really can't like him. Lori covered her mouth and laughed, he, seeing you struggling for so long, I finally believe that you really like Shen Chen. If it were an ordinary person, it would have been impossible long ago. And Xiaoran frowned her beautiful eyebrows and sighed seriously, if that's the case, I will be deeply grateful to him, but maybe, I can't like him. Lori shook her head and teased, this is it, handsome people can't repay with their bodies, and those who are not handsome enough will repay a drop of water with a spring of water, it still depends on the face. Insightful. And Xiaoran was speechless. After a while, Luo Li finished copying the notes and returned the notebook to Xiaoran, saying, "But my mother always said that boys can't just look at their appearance, their character and ability are also important. I think Shen Chen is really." And Xiaoran immediately defended her sweetheart, "He is a very good person." Luo Li curled her lips and was about to continue talking when the math teacher pushed the door and walked in. "Okay, let's continue with the remaining questions." Both girls immediately shut up. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the bell for the end of evening self-study echoed in the night sky. Most students in experimental high school are day students, and Shen Chen is no exception. He carried his school bag and pushed his bicycle and left the school gate in the crowd. His home is more than 2 kilometers away from the school, which is a distance that is not far, but not close. Usually, he rides a bicycle to go to and from school. Pushing the bicycle outside the school gate, Shen Chen raised his long legs and directly stepped on the bicycle. At the same time, his eyes casually swept across the distance. There is a bus stop. At this time, the area around the station was full of people. To be more precise, they were all students like him who had just finished their evening self-study and were waiting to take the bus home. Under the dim light of the street lamp, Shen Chen suddenly saw a beautiful and lonely figure in the crowd of people waiting for the bus. Chapter 10. Do you remember? Shen Chen hesitated for a moment before leaving. He remembered that Xiaoran was staying at her uncle's house, more than 5 kilometers away from the school, and needed to take a bus. She had just transferred here today, and probably didn't have many friends yet. It was so late, would it be a problem for the little girl to go home alone? Shen Chen pursed his lips, suddenly got off the car again, and then directly handed his bicycle to Cai Bao, who happened to pass by. Cai Bao. I'll lend you the bicycle, and return it to me tomorrow. Leaving this sentence, Shen Chen strode towards the bus stop. Cai Bao stood there, looking confused, messy in the night wind. My home is less than 200 meters away from the school, do I need to ride a bicycle? Brother Chen, what are you doing again? When Shen Chen walked to the bus stop, he stopped and hid his body in the shadow of the sycamore tree on the roadside. Not long after, a bus came, and the students around rushed to squeeze in, and the originally slightly empty car suddenly became crowded. Shen Chen saw that, and Xiaoran also got on the bus. Go inside, don't squeeze in the front, it's still very empty inside. The driver's full-blooded shouting kept floating out. Shen Chen waited for a while, and just before the door was about to close, he threw his school bag behind him, raised his long legs, and stepped on the bus. The students who saw him all changed their expressions slightly, and unconsciously took a half step back, making the space around him suddenly spacious, and the air circulation seemed to be much smoother. Shen Chen was tall, and he quickly found Xiaoran in the crowd after a glance. She was carrying a big school bag and stood obediently in the middle of the car. She was raising one hand to hold the ring above her head, and she didn't notice him. The door slowly closed, and the bus started. Shen Chen calculated the time, and it would take about 20 minutes to arrive. At this moment, the ticket seller squeezed over and shouted, buy tickets, those who have monthly tickets, take them out quickly, and those who don't have monthly tickets, prepare change. In Chu City at that time, bus card swiping was not popular, and tickets were basically sold manually, with ticket prices ranging from 1 yuan to 1.2 yuan. Students either used paper monthly tickets bought from the bus company, a stack of 100 pieces, and the price was 35 yuan. Each time they took the bus, they could tear off one piece and give it to the ticket seller, or they brought their own change to buy tickets. Shen Chen. Fuck, how could he forget this? Shen Chen held onto his luck and conducted a carpet search in his school uniform pockets and school bag. Finally, he reaped a lot of rewards. 1 50-cent coin, 2 10-cent coins. The ticket seller stared at Shen Chen and raised his voice at an inopportune time. Hey, you are the only one who hasn't bought a ticket yet. You look pretty good, but why are you so slow? You're even slower than a man in his 70s or 80s. Shen Chen. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Everyone in the carriage looked over. When they saw that it was Shen Chen, many students' expressions changed, and they turned their heads or lowered their heads, pretending nothing happened. There were also a few students who were close to Shen Chen, and they were in a dilemma. It was obvious that Shen Chen didn't seem to have any money or a monthly ticket. If they helped Shen Chen, would they have any relationship with him? But if they chose to ignore him, would they be hated in the future? Not far away, the boy with glasses had a crazy change of expression. After a while, he finally prepared himself mentally and reached into his pocket silently, ready to take out the monthly ticket. After all, they are classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. Let's help the school bully this time. Auntie, I'll pay for him. At this time, a soft and sticky voice suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. And Xiaoran squeezed out of the crowd. She came in front of Shen Chen, her eyes sparkling, and then stretched out a hand to him. Her fingers were slender and white, and her white and moist palms were soft pink. In the middle of her palms, there was a silver coin. Student Shen Chen, take the money. When she said this, she stood in front of Shen Chen. I don't know if it was because she was excited to see Shen Chen or because it was too difficult to squeeze out. She was still panting lightly, her little face was faintly strawberry pink, and the smile on her face was as sweet as strawberry candy. Shen Chen's heart beat twice. After a long while, he reached out his hand, took the coin, handed it to the ticket seller, and then said in an extremely casual tone, "Thank you, I'll return it to you when I have the chance." When Xiaoran saw him take her coin, her eyes immediately became sparkling. It's great to be able to help him. Although it's just a small favor. No need to return it. She smiled happily, classmates should love and help each other. Shen Chen forced himself to control himself, moved his eyes away from her sweet smile, and pretended to look at the scenery outside the window. And Xiaoran pursed her lips, carefully moved 2 steps towards him, and got closer. As long as she raised her eyes slightly, she could see his beautiful side profile. Shen Chen didn't seem to notice. The little girl secretly curled the corners of her lips. I'm so happy to be so close to him. After a while, she mustered up her courage and whispered, Student Shen Chen, we met in the cafeteria at noon. I'm in Xiaoran from class 4, grade 1. Shen Chen didn't respond. And Xiaoran continued, actually, I knew you before. When I was in grade 1, I was bullied by several boys in my class. You were passing by. She repeated the scene of their first encounter and then looked at Shen Chen. Do you still remember? Shen Chen tilted his head slightly and saw her eyes full of expectation, shining brightly. No impression. He said lightly, also, I'm not used to people I don't know being too close to me. The little girl said, oh, aggrievedly, raised her foot, and prepared to move away a little. Just then, the bus that was moving suddenly braked without warning. R. She screamed, and suddenly lost her grip on the ring, and her body swayed and fell backwards. In a flash, a pair of slender arms suddenly stretched out quickly, wrapped around her back, and protected her tightly. That arm was naturally Shen Chen's. The driver leaned out of the car window and cursed angrily, You zebra, you went out without your glasses, right? Do you know how to drive? And Xiaoran was startled, and when she reacted, she found that Shen Chen's action almost held her in his arms, and her hands subconsciously grabbed the hem of his school uniform tightly and almost pulled open the zipper of his school uniform. Although there were 2 layers of school uniforms between them, she could clearly feel the warmth coming from Shen Chen's arms, as well as the strong muscles. Her face flushed all of a sudden, and she hurriedly let go of her hand, her little head almost lowered to the soles of her feet, and whispered, Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 11 Monthly Exam. Shen Chen also let go of his hand, and said lightly, It's for the sake of the dollar just now. Oh, I know. The little girl nodded with a red face. Remembering that Shen Chen said he didn't like people to be too close to him, she held the handrail again, took a step to the side, and kept a distance of about 1 meter from him before stopping. The boys in the car who saw this scene all beat their chests and stamped their feet in their hearts, regretting that they reacted too slowly and missed the opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. They also secretly thought that the school bully was indifferent to such a cute girl, and didn't take the opportunity to hug her for a few more seconds, and ask the girl to stay away from him. This is not only unromantic, but also blind, and a waste of natural resources. God, why don't you give us such a good opportunity? Amid the complaints of many boys, the bus started again. And Xiaoran stood beside Shen Chen. She quietly looked at the night passing by the window, but the corners of her lips were quietly curled. I really hope this bus can drive slower, slower, and slower. About 20 minutes later, the bus stopped in front of a bus stop. The door opened, and the students rushed down. And Xiaoran glanced at Shen Chen and whispered, Student Shen Chen, I'm here, goodbye. Shen Chen looked out the window, seemingly not paying attention at all. After a few seconds, he said, faintly. And Xiaoran smiled and got off the bus. Through the window, Shen Chen saw that after she got off the bus, a middle-aged man and woman who were waiting at the station immediately came up to her. The man took the heavy school bag on her shoulder, and the woman asked something with concern, probably asking her if she had adapted to the first day of the transfer, how she felt, etc. They must be in Xiaoran's uncle and aunt. The little girl smiled sweetly, nodded obediently, and answered. The 3 of them walked away gradually. Shen Chen finally put his mind at ease. It seemed that her uncle and aunt were good to her, and they even came to the station to pick her up after evening self-study. On the way, and Xiaoran's Aunt Xuman saw and Xiaoran suddenly looking back and asked curiously, Xiaoran, what are you looking at? And Xiaoran smiled lightly, the moonlight tonight is so beautiful. When the car started again, Shen Chen looked at the remaining students with a pleasant face, which classmate can lend me another monthly ticket to go back? Students. What the hell are you doing here? Shen Chen's eyes finally fell on the academic bully. The nerd broke out in a cold sweat and trembled as he took out a monthly ticket. I have one here. Shen Chen took it and patted his shoulder. You are such a good friend. The nerd, I can't keep this shoulder anymore. It was almost 10 o'clock when Shen Chen got home, so he was naturally nagged by his mother Xu Hongxia. Fortunately, he had been in society for many years and could handle it easily. He slipped back to his room on the pretext of reviewing for the upcoming monthly exam. Xu Hongxia was skeptical and tiptoed through the door twice. She found that her son was really buried in reading and doing exercises. She was quite surprised and couldn't help but run to share with her husband, feeling that her son had really grown up and become sensible. Shen Chen went to bed after reviewing until after 12 o'clock. The next morning, he got up at 6 o'clock, but his parents were no longer at home. The noodle shop was very busy, and the couple got up early and went to bed late every day, which was quite hard. There was warm beef porridge and 2 boiled eggs in the rice cooker in the kitchen, which was reserved for Shen Chen's breakfast. After washing up, Shen Chen had breakfast and rode to school. Today is the monthly exam for the first year of high school. In the second year of high school, the subjects will be divided into arts and sciences. In addition, at this time, Chu City did not have comprehensive science and arts. Therefore, there were as many as 9 subjects in each monthly exam in the first year of high school, which lasted for 2 whole days. As soon as I arrived in the classroom, I saw Cai Bao talking to the glasses boy sitting in front of him with a smile on his face. Hey, Shuaba, let me discuss with you. During the exam, please put the test paper aside so that I can refer to it. The real name of Shuaba is Zhu Yuan. His grades are quite awesome. He is not only the first in the class of class 4, but also the first in the first year of high school. I heard that his junior high school entrance examination score was 7th in the city. According to his grades, he was more than qualified to go to the best provincial key high school in Chu City number 2 middle school. I don't know why he chose to study in experimental high school. Looking at Cai Bao, who made a plagiarism claim with a high-sounding and justified manner, Zhu Yuan shook his head seriously and said, This is not good. It is meaningless to cheat and deceive yourself. Cai Bao was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said angrily, Hey, I didn't ask you to pass me the answers, I just asked you to put the test paper aside. You won't help me with this little favor. Zhu Yuan swallowed his saliva, but still insisted, Cai Bao, you still have to rely on yourself for the exam. I can't help you with this. Fuck. Cai Bao really lost his temper, kicked Zhu Yuan's chair, and cursed, You are so pretentious, you are making excuses for trivial matters, believe it or not, I are. He was slapped on the back of his head, and the rest of his words were cut off in his throat. Cai Bao covered his head and turned around, and saw Shen Chen looking at him expressionlessly. She said embarrassedly, Brother Chen, good morning. Shen Chen raised his lips, You are quite impressive. Cai Bao's hair stood up, and he was terrified, I was joking with him. He is the teacher's darling, how dare I do anything to him? Shen Chen's smile faded, he looked at him coldly, sat down, and then put down his school bag and said, Take the exam seriously, if I find you cheating, I will kill you. Cai Bao was stunned. God, psychopath. It's not enough for you to study, but you also force me not to cheat. Isn't this too much? Shen Chen glanced at him and said lightly, You are scolding me in your heart, aren't you? Cai Bao. Fuck, are you the worm in my stomach? Par, that's not right, Brother Chen has superpowers and can hear my voice. Otherwise, how would he know that I was scolding him? Cai Bao was scared to death and shook his head frantically, No, absolutely not. My respect and love for you, Brother Chen, is like the endless torrent of the river, and like the yellow river bursting its banks, it is out of control, the heaven and earth can bear witness to it, the sun and the moon can testify. Brother Chen, don't worry, I will definitely take the exam well, get good grades, test style, test level, and never cheat. Shen Chen said lightly, Just remember it. Cai Bao is one of Shen Chen's friends. Although this guy is a little stupid and a little talkative, his character is pretty good. In his previous life, in the 3rd year of high school, Cai Bao fell in love with a girl in a certain class. The two agreed to take the same university. Cai Bao finally started to study hard, but he still failed to do so because of a few points difference. He and the girl had a long-distance relationship for 3 years, but they still couldn't resist the distance of more than 1,000 kilometers, and it came to an end. On the day of the breakup, Cai Bao asked Shen Chen to go out for a drink. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he squatted on the side of the road, crying and vomiting. He asked, if I had scored a few more points, would the outcome have been different? Whether the outcome would be the same or not, you should always try. Maybe it will be worse, or maybe it will be better. But for some things, you don't work hard because you see hope, but because you work hard, you see hope. Chapter 12. Even breathing is difficult. After the morning self-study ended, the exam bell rang, and the invigilator walked into the classroom with the test paper. The first subject that could not be shaken was Chinese. After reading the exam rules, the sealed test paper bag was opened, and then the students were asked to pass the test paper from front to back in rows. After receiving the test paper, Shen Chen calmed down, filled in the class name first, and then began to answer the questions. Although he had almost forgotten most of the knowledge after his rebirth, he could still barely muddle through Chinese. Firstly, he was good at Chinese when he was studying, and secondly, as his mother tongue, he had lived for more than 10 years and had a rich knowledge reserve. He could still know most of the common sense questions. In terms of reading, he could figure out the intention of the questioner and answer them properly. About an hour later, Shen Chen had done all the questions he could do before, and with the mentality of not letting go of the wrong answer, he filled in the few questions he didn't know, and never left any blanks. What if the teacher gives me some sympathy points for my hard work? Exams are like this. You can't give up easily if there is a little hope. The rest is just the essay waiting for favor. The essay topic of this exam is pressure. The horizontal part is for students to fill in by themselves. Except for poetry, the subject matter is not limited. Shen Chen pondered. A few minutes later, he picked up the pen and wrote in the middle of the first row, "Pressure makes us more powerful." In later generations, various inspirational articles and golden sentences are popular on the internet, and there are many articles about the theme of pressure. Shen Chen found a commentary published in the People's Daily in his memory as a template, and then slightly modified it, and a fresh essay came out of the oven. Although it is a bit suspected of selling chicken soup, it should be in line with the taste of most teachers at this time, and there are no obvious major problems. Shen Chen estimated that even if this essay does not get full marks out of 60 points, it is not a problem to get 50 points. What? You said this is plagiarism? Har har, can it be considered plagiarism for scholars? It's called reference. It's called tribute. As for Cai Bao, he started to collapse the second the test paper was handed to him. Damn, he doesn't know any of them. This question knows him, but he doesn't know the question. I tried to do some tricks secretly several times, but when I looked up, I met Shen Chen's cold eyes. Cai Bao. Forget it, there's not much difference between the last and the third from the last. Guess as many as you can get right. Multiple choice questions are easy. Write ABCD on the 4 sides of an eraser and let luck decide, or choose the shortest if there are 3 long and 1 short, choose the longest if there are 3 short and 1 long, and choose B if they are different in length. But what about fill in the blank questions? What comes after mountains dance with silver snakes, plains gallop with wax elephants? Use poetry to describe a happy mood. Could it be hoeing the field at noon? Poems that describe perfect love. Could it be the sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke? The next line of if the sky has feelings, the sky will also grow old. If people have feelings, they will die early. Cai Bao doubted his life more and more as he did it. The only thing he was sure of was the composition. No matter how well he wrote it, at least he filled all the grids with great enthusiasm. The 2-hour exam seemed to him as long as 2 centuries. When the bell rang, Cai Bao felt as if he had heard the victory news that the motherland liberated Taiwan overnight, and he wanted to sing and dance. After the test papers were collected, the students around were busy checking their answers. Cai Bao also said to Shen Chen, "Brother Chen, let's check our answers." Shen Chen said nothing, but just glanced at him with contempt. How desperate would it be to check his answers? Cai Bao raised his chin and said proudly, "Brother Chen, don't look down on me. I feel that my composition is good this time. I can get at least 40 points. In addition, I can guess some points in the multiple choice questions and fill in the blank questions, so I can get 50 or 60 points. Shen Chen. The full score is 150. What is there to be proud of if you get 50 or 60 points? Hey, the composition is so difficult this time. Someone ran over and asked Zhu Yuan, Shuabar, what topic did you choose for your composition? Zhu Yuan said, "Oh, I wrote about pressure that makes us grow." The student, "I wrote about us under pressure, it seems a bit off topic. What pressure makes us grow, us under pressure?" Cai Bao looked up blankly. He thought of something in horror and looked at Shen Chen, "Brother Chen, where is your composition? How did you write it?" Shen Chen said lightly, "Pressure makes us more powerful." Cai Bao howled miserably, "Am I the only one in the world who wrote an explanatory article about pressure cookers?" Shen Chen almost laughed to death. There are 2 exams in the morning, the second one is physics. During the 10-minute break, Shen Chen took out his physics book and flipped through it quickly, trying to read a few more examples before the battle. He wanted to get one more point. Soon, the exam bell rang. The invigilator came in with the test paper, and reminded the students to put away their textbooks with a serious face. Only then did Shen Chen put the physics book away. After getting the test paper, he filled in his name and class as before, and then quickly scanned the questions. Damn, it was harder than he thought. Although he had gone through the physics knowledge points of the first year of high school as quickly as possible, the time was too short after all, and he was still far from being able to use them flexibly. Shen Chen could only try to do what he could do first, and then solve them one by one according to his grasp, starting from small to large. It was very difficult to do a test paper, which was very strenuous, and it was incomparable to the Chinese language just now. Until the invigilator reminded him that there were 2 minutes left before the end of the test, the last few big questions were still blank. Forget it, I guess I can't do it. Shen Chen randomly filled in a few answers, hoping to get 1 or 2 correct and get some points, and handed in the paper when the bell rang. As soon as the physics test was over, it was time for lunch break, and students from all classes rushed out of the classroom. Luo Li first took and Xiaoran to the toilet to take care of their physiological needs, and then went to the cafeteria. On the way, Luo Li was worried. The questions in this physics monthly exam are so difficult. I have no confidence in the last few big questions. What about you? And Xiaoran, I think it's okay. I got them all done. Luo Li, how did you do the last big question? When Xiaoran finished speaking, she was still confused. I don't understand. Forget it, let's eat first, and you can explain it to me in detail when we return to the classroom after dinner. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Luo Li was pulling Xiaoran to find a seat after getting the food, and Xiaoran suddenly stopped. Luo Li, ? Could it be? She subconsciously followed Xiaoran's line of sight and was immediately shocked. Shen Chen again? You don't want to go to him like you did yesterday? Xiaoran nodded. Luo Li was so scared that her face turned pale, and she covered her chest. No, I'm so scared that I can't even breathe when I see him. Chapter 13. I've watched too many movies and I'm sick. It's okay, I can go by myself. The little girl said gently but stubbornly. In fact, he's really not scary at all. Luo Li. She couldn't stop Xiaoran, and could only watch her deskmate walk step by step towards the big devil called Shen Chen. Woo woo, I will pray for you. Cai Bao was exhausted from the 2 exams in the morning and didn't come to the cafeteria to eat. Shen Chen sat alone. He saw Xiaoran walking towards him out of the corner of his eye. Then, she put the plate on the empty seat opposite him and smiled at him softly. Student Shen Chen, can I sit here? Shen Chen looked up at her and said lightly, I said, I don't like people I don't know to be too close to me. Xiaoran said aggrievedly, oh. She picked up the plate again and looked around, trying to find another seat. But it was the peak time for lunch, and there were people everywhere. It was hard to find a seat in the cafeteria, and almost every table was full. Shen Chen also noticed it. He was silent for a while, his tongue tip slid across the roots of his teeth, and his tone was slightly reluctant. Forget it, you sit down. Xiaoran's face suddenly bloomed with a sweet smile. She knew that although Shen Chen looked a little fierce and cold, he was very kind. Lori in the distance kept staring at Xiaoran. Seeing that her deskmate had successfully sat down opposite Shen Chen, she almost let the plate slip out of her hand. Is it true? Next to her, several students from class 4 also noticed it and asked gossipingly. Oh my god, what's going on? What's going on? Lori's eyes were dull. I don't know either. Maybe Shen Chen is in a particularly good mood today. After sitting down, Xiaoran didn't say much, but lowered her head and began to eat seriously. A small bite of food, a small bite of rice, not hurried or slow, no sound at all, only the cheeks bulged slightly with the chewing action, like a little hamster, looking obedient and cute. Shen Chen glanced at her for a few times, picked up the chopsticks, and continued to eat. In a good mood, with a good appetite, everything tasted delicious. The 2 of them just ate without extra communication, and the stealthy eyes around them finally retracted. However, during the meal, Shen Chen occasionally raised his head, and he would see the little girl opposite him notice the movement, and then raised her head and quickly gave him a sweet smile. Shen Chen had no expression on his face, but he was madly sighing in his heart. Damn, so good, so cute, I want to rub it. A few minutes later, Shen Chen finished his meal first, and without staying for long, he got up and left the cafeteria. There were tiny footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Xiaoran following him. She didn't say anything, just curved her eyes and smiled at him. Shen Chen quickened his pace, and she quickened it too. Shen Chen slowed down, and she slowed down too. Following him closely, like his little tail. Passing a corner of the playground where there were few people, Shen Chen suddenly stopped and turned around. And Xiaoran blinked and stood there motionless. Shen Chen put his hands in his trouser pockets, deliberately frowned, stared at her, and said in a cold tone, "Why do you always follow me?" Under her long eyelashes, the little girl's amber pupils turned around, and her voice was soft and soft, "Can't I follow you?" "Shen Chen, I don't like it." And Xiaoran was aggrieved, "Oh, sorry." After a few seconds of silence, she whispered, "I know you don't like others to get too close. Then can I stay away from you? Just treat me as if I don't exist." Shen Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at her indifferently. After a while, he said nothing, turned around casually, and continued to walk forward. After walking a few steps, he tilted his head and glanced at her with the corner of his eye. The little girl followed obediently behind him, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 meters from him. That's good. The afternoon exams were chemistry and English. For Shen Chen, the first chemistry exam felt similar to the physics exam, and he was basically not very sure. As for Cai Bao, he continued to guess. Putting copper ion solution into milk will cause protein denaturation and form precipitation. This phenomenon is called. Cai Bao stared at a question on the test paper and said to himself with uncertainty, could it be copper salt polylactation? Shen Chen. The second subject in the afternoon is English, which is Shen Chen's strongest subject now. He passed the English level for test at least, and he has been dealing with English a lot after graduation. His vocabulary is far beyond the current level of high school students, and his listening skills are even better. The only problem is grammar, but he still remembers 60% to 70%. An hour later, Shen Chen finished all the English test papers and began to check. On the other side, in the office of the high school Chinese group. At this time, high schools in Chu City still mark papers manually, and Chinese teachers are busy marking papers. The monthly test papers have been broken up, and the names and classes are sealed with seals before they are distributed to each teacher. This is done to prevent the marking teachers from recognizing the handwriting of students in their own classes and showing favoritism when marking. Zhang Jun, the Chinese teacher of class 3, sat at the table, quickly scratching the test paper with a red pen in his hand. One test paper after another was turned over. Hey, this essay is not bad. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his movement stopped. He quickly scanned the lines of text in front of him. Pressure makes us more powerful. Nowadays, pressure seems to have become a fashionable word. Young people are all complaining about the pressure of life, the pressure of study, and the pressure of competition. They seem to be overwhelmed and ready to collapse at any time. But we may not realize that our parents and ancestors have also borne the burden of pressure like us. In their era, that rough and difficult era, how many people turned pressure into the power of struggle, from poor villages to higher education institutions, and became pioneers of various scientific research projects. How many people gave up their original comfortable lives, go to their hard frontier western region, bear unimaginable huge pressure, and dedicate themselves to the construction of the motherland. From poverty and weakness to the first manufacturing power, from 2 bombs and 1 satellite to the development of the Northwest, all are inseparable from their efforts. They make themselves more and more resilient in the thousands of times of pressure. On their backs, they carry the unyielding spirit, and with an indomitable fighting attitude, they firmly support the glory and dreams of the Chinese people, so that the motherland can hold its head high and stand tall on the top of the world. After writing 700 or 800 words in the middle, the last is the summary. There is never a smooth sailing in this world. Just as the road of life cannot always be full of flowers and warm like spring, because there is the arrival of winter, there will be the revival of spring, the blooming of summer, and the fruitfulness of autumn. Iron ore is forged into steel after thousands of hammers, and so are people. In fact, every generation will encounter various troubles, pressures, and difficulties, but escape has never been the mainstream choice of Chinese youth, nor should it be the attitude of contemporary youth. Don't give up your dreams because of heavy pressure, but let it be your strength to polish yourself into a better self and forge ahead all the way. I wish you to overcome all difficulties and wish you a bright future. Zhang Jun read it back and forth twice and nodded secretly. Measured by the standards of a high school student, this essay is almost flawless. Logically, it should get a high score. Even if it is given a full score, it is reasonable. But before giving the score, he stopped again. The handwriting on the test paper is really. The handwriting is flying, opening and closing, sharp, and ugly in a unique way. He can't remember any excellent students in his class whose handwriting is like this. So, is it another teacher's student? Zhang Jun was immediately jealous, and he deducted 2 points decisively. Humph, I'm afraid you'll be proud of the full score, so I'll give you 58 points just right. The monthly exam continues. Shen Chen's test results were mixed. Mathematics was okay, but he was not sure about the remaining subjects. On the afternoon of the next day, the last biology exam was finally over, announcing the end of the monthly exam. As for the overall ranking of the grade, it would not be announced until the next day. After 2 days of intensive exams, the school was merciful and exempted the evening self-study that day. When school was over, the classroom was full of voices calling friends to go somewhere to play. Cai Bao collapsed there, like a pile of mud. I'm so tired. I took 2 days of exams and I felt 2 days older. I must buy a few bottles of 6 walnuts later to nourish my brain. The top student looked puzzled. You haven't used your brain, why do you need to nourish your brain? Cai Bao. Sooner or later, I will kill this glasses boy. At this time, a boy in the classroom called out to play basketball. Cai Bao suddenly became energetic, sat up straight, stuffed textbooks into his school bag, and asked Shen Chen excitedly, Brother Chen, I also brought a basketball, do you want to play basketball? Influenced by slam dunk, one of the necessary skills for boys in this era to be cool is playing basketball. No. Shen Chen casually and freely threw his school bag over his shoulder. I'm going to the internet. Wait, I'll go to the internet cafe too. Cai Bao immediately changed his mind. I haven't played StarCraft for many days, my hands are itching. He put on his school bag and followed Shen Chen out of the school gate. After walking for more than a kilometer, the two came to the gate of an internet cafe. This internet cafe is Tianqing Internet Cafe, which Shen Chen often comes to. The name is very domineering, and there are almost hundreds of machines. It is considered a large scale in this era. At that time, internet cafes were not as common as they would be a few years later. There were only 1 or 2 within a few kilometers, so they were often crowded. When the two arrived, the internet cafe was already full. However, the young female cashier at the front desk looked at Shen Chen and was particularly enthusiastic. Qingzi, you are here. Well, are there any vacancies? The female cashier flipped through the book that recorded the customer's computer time and deposit, and then said, it's almost time, several computers will be available soon. You and your classmates wait for a while, I will call you when there are vacancies. By the way, do you want a Coke? Shen Chen shook his head. I'll treat you. The female cashier said with a smile. Cai Bao felt sad. Brother Chen's treatment. A regular customer nearby started to make a noise. Yeah, why don't you treat us? The cashier said, Par, if you're half as handsome as him, I'll treat you. No thanks. Shen Chen just smiled, I'm not thirsty. The cashier asked with a hint of meaning, what do you want? Shen Chen changed the subject easily, are Dalong and the others there? Yes, they are playing CS in Area A. Seeing that he was indifferent, the cashier replied with a little disappointment. Shen Chen said thank you, turned to Cai Bao and said, wait here, go first if there's a free machine, I'll go find some friends. Hearing this, Cai Bao's heart suddenly started pounding. Brother Chen's friends. He had heard all those stories about Shen Chen, about how he was on good terms with the gangsters, how he was so powerful outside, how he could cover the sky with one hand, and how he chopped all the way from the Yellow Crane Tower to Jianghan Road with a machete, and blood splattered 10 miles away without blinking an eyelid. Cai Bao thought excitedly, could it be that Brother Chen was looking for them? He was so excited that he trembled when he thought about having the opportunity to see the gangsters in person. If Shen Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely think that this kid had watched too many young and dangerous movies and was sick. Area A of the internet cafe was filled with smoke. The crisp sound of gunfire continued to come from the inferior speakers. At the same time, several voices were swearing at each other in a murderous manner. The momentum was like they had met the murderer of each other's father. Fuck, I missed again. Kaizi, you zebra, do you know how to play the gun flipping trick? Fuck, the gun flipping trick is very difficult. Do you know what I mean? Stop making noises, I'm chatting with a girl, can you two shut up? Get lost, you playboy. The remaining two people shared the same hatred and the same enemy. You've been picking up girls every day, but you've never succeeded, you're a loser. You might as well play CS. A smile appeared on the corners of Shen Chen's lips. It's been a long time since I saw these guys. Wu Zhilong, 19 years old, nicknamed Dalong. Ji Yukai, 18 years old, nicknamed Kaizi. Luobo, 18 years old, nicknamed Luobwa. The parents of the three people, like Shen's father and mother, are employees of the steel plant and live in Xinjiang village. Therefore, they are buddies who have been playing with Shen Chen since they wore open crotch pants. Unlike Shen Chen, the three people are not good at studying. Dalong entered the society after finishing junior high school, while Ji Yukai and Luobo spent their days in a nearby technical school. The three of them did not commit any major offenses, but it was common for them to cause trouble. They had been to the police station several times because of fighting. Fortunately, they had rich experience in fighting and had not caused any major trouble. At most, they were locked up for a few days, educated, and finally apologized and paid money, but they were inevitably notorious. For this reason, Shen Chen, who was hanging out with them, was naturally classified as one of their kind in the eyes of others. From a secular standard, the three of them were indeed not good young people who were 5 good, 4 beautiful, and 3 loving. But they really regarded Shen Chen as a friend. In the previous life, Shen Chen's family had an accident, and Shen's father was lying in the ICU and urgently needed money, but his life savings were borrowed by Shen Huoxing and not returned. Xu Hongxie ran around to seek help, and even mortgaged her house to the bank, but she still couldn't hold on for long. A few days later, the three of them suddenly found Shen Chen, and without saying a word, they directly stuffed a thick envelope into his hand. There were all red bills inside, at least 30,000 yuan. Shen Chen asked them in surprise where the money came from, and they just said lightly, "Fuck, this little money is nothing, hurry up and pay the surgery fee, if it's not enough, I have more here." Later he learned that Dalong originally planned to run a taxi with others, and most of the money was the down payment for buying a taxi license. The other several thousand yuan was borrowed by Ji Yukai and Luobo from their classmates and teachers in a humble manner. Chapter 14. Don't get too close to me, I'll ask you to open the case. Shen Chen walked up to Dalong and patted him on the shoulder. "Fuck, who, didn't you see me playing CS?" Dalong turned his head with yellow hair angrily. When he saw Shen Chen, the ferocious murderous look on his face instantly dissipated. "Qingzi, my day. Go away and kill yourself," Shen Chen said bluntly. Ji Yukai next to him said in his busy schedule, "Isn't that the Japanese 22 people?" Dalong was furious, dropped the mouse, rushed over and pinched him. "You are the damn one from Japan 22, and your whole family is from Japan 22. We no longer play 2-player CS, but instead play real person PK." 17 or 8 QQ chat windows were opened over there, and Luo Bo, who was still chatting with many sisters in an orderly manner, saw Shen Chen, and his eyes lit up. "Qingzi, come here quickly." Shen Chen walked up to Luo Bo and looked at him with some confusion. "Rob, I need to borrow something from you." Shen Chen, what? "Rob, lend me your photo." Shen Chen, why do you want my photo? Luobo cleared his throat, and a lewd smile appeared on his face covered with acne. "I have a female netizen who has been asking me for photos. As you know, although my handsomeness is only a little bit worse than yours, but not so photogenic, you are so handsome. Qingzi, do me a favor and lend me one of your photos, I will scan it and send it to her." Shen Chen kicked him over. Luobo screamed in pain, "Oh, you fucking dare to hit me. What are you afraid of?" Dalong and Ji Yukai stopped fighting and turned their guns towards Luobo. "A loser like you who needs a substitute to pick up girls should be killed by everyone." After so much talk, none of them succeeded. What a shame for a man. Robo slammed the table in anger and complained bitterly. "Who is to blame for my failure? Every time I start chatting with a little hope, you say that this kind of online relationship is unrealistic. There are many transvestites, scammers, and dinosaurs, and ask you to screen for me to save me from being hurt in the future. But every time you screen, you lose my sister. If it weren't for you guys, I would have lost my virginity a long time ago. Fuck, you idiot. What's so great about a sister who was screened by us? Why are you fussing about such a small thing? Ji Kai was very angry. Oh, Radish, women are like clothes, and brothers are like limbs. How can you bear to hurt your limbs for a few clothes that you don't know whether they are new or old, good or bad, fragrant or smelly? Dalong had a look on his face that said you are not loyal. Luobo shouted angrily, bullshit. If anyone touches my clothes again, I will chop off his hands and feet. You idiot, chop it up and see. The three began to curse at each other and greeted each other's family and ancestors affectionately. Cai Bao, who had just arrived, was stunned. Are these the legendary social bosses? That's not right. This style of painting is wrong. What about the bald head? What about the tattoos? What about the fat face? What about the thumb-thick gold chain around the neck? Of course, the one with yellow hair at the head has a ferocious face and a wretched temperament, a bit like a natural-born perverted murderer. The one with a thin body but well-defined muscles is a bit handsome, but he also has a murderous intention, just like a cold-blooded killer in the movie. The other one with acne on his face was indescribably vulgar. He really didn't look like a good person in the normal sense. But, shouldn't they be the same as in the movie, cold and domineering, ruthless and not very talkative, but especially brotherly and loyal, willing to go through fire and water for their brothers, and go to both sides? Why is it now like meeting the enemy who killed your father? You call me a fool, I call you a loser, and we get into a fight just because we don't agree with each other. Shen Chen is quite used to it. A few years ago, Luobo lent Ji Kai's PS game console to a girl to play with, but it was broken. Ji Kai was so angry that he had a fierce fight with him. No matter how much outsiders try to persuade me, they can't stop it. The fight was so brutal that it gave the impression that the two of them were desperately trying to kill each other with knives. The onlookers thought that the two would break off their friendship, but in the middle of the fight, Dalong called them to kill someone, and the two immediately stopped and cursed each other and went together. When we came back, we were already hooking up, as if they were brothers. With men, friendships are all about fighting. The two said in unison, if you don't fight, you can't make a friendship. The more you fight, the better. At this time, two computers happened to be free, and the female cashier called Shen Chen. Shen Chen said hello to Da Long and others, and then went over with Cai Bao. The two computers were adjacent to each other. Shen Chen picked one at random. After Cai Bao sat down next to him, he couldn't wait to click on the StarCraft icon on the desktop with the mouse. Shen Chen sat in front of the computer and opened the browser. In his previous life, he founded his own game company and developed several games that sold well. He was considered a successful person in the industry. However, Shen Chen would certainly not be satisfied with being limited to the achievements of his previous life. After being reborn, he has a vision that is 20 years ahead of his time, and naturally has ambitions that are beyond this time. God has given me the opportunity. If I don't climb to the top and overlook the mountains, wouldn't I be living up to God's will? But, how to do it? There is no need to think about the stock market. In Shen Chen's memory, the stock market will start to fall at the end of June, and it will be bearish until at least 2005, with a sinkhole. Buy lottery tickets and become rich overnight. This is a common method used in later generations' rebirth stories. Unfortunately, he can't remember any lottery numbers. Engage in real estate and convince your parents to use money to buy a house. The housing prices here in Chu City are rising slowly. If you want to buy, you have to go to places like Magic City, Capital City, Huarju, etc. But the housing prices in those places are too high to buy even half a house with your own savings. What's more, it's far from his goal. Too trivial. Study those rebirth novels and become a copywriter? Today's online literature is still in its infancy. It's basically just for self-entertainment. It's a long way from charging, and there's not even a hair on it. Speculation in virtual currency? Are you kidding me? Not to mention Harry, I don't even have a fertilized egg. In the end, Shen Chen focused on the internet industry he was most familiar with. Although the country across the ocean had just experienced the bursting of the internet bubble last year and the entire industry entered a cold winter that would last for several years, the internet trend had just begun to emerge in China in 2001. In the next dozen years or so, along with the country's strong development, the domestic internet will also show explosive growth like a snowball, until it is overwhelming and stirs up the world. Countless dreamers have come one after another. As long as they seize any opportunity, they can transform themselves into dragons and soar into the sky. In this internet wave, they have created new wealth myths and left behind attractive legends. But now, he is just a high school student of 16 or 17 years old. He has no financial support and no deep network of connections. The investment must have a quick return, a high rate of return, and low risk. There are really not many options that meet these conditions, but no matter which one you choose, you will need a certain amount of investment in the early stage. Not to mention too much, just a computer costs 5 to 6,000 yuan. But he can't even come up with $50. Borrow from Dalong? Ask your parents for it. As soon as these two thoughts came together, they were crushed by him. He has always been proud, even a little too proud. But it was this pride that made him in his previous life stand tall, unwilling to give in, and fight against his fate. He can handle this on his own. Definitely. We have to find a way to make some money as soon as possible. Shen Chen leaned back in his chair, tapped his knuckles on the table, and stroked his chin with his other hand, thinking, what should I do? Suddenly, an idea popped into my head, exploding like fire. Shen Chen sat up straight. Yes. At this moment, Cai Bao, who was playing StarCraft next to him, suddenly shouted, "Damn, why did the computer freeze?" Shen Chen retracted his thoughts and took a glance. The computer screen next to him turned out to be blank, and Cai Baojing looked depressed. Shen Chen said, "Restart your computer and take a look." Cai Bao asked, "How to restart the computer?" Shen Chen prompted, "Press the reset button on the chassis." Cai Bao did as he was told. After a beeping sound, the screen quickly changed to the classic Win98 desktop. But after a few seconds, the screen turned blue again. Cai Bao, Brother Chen can't do it. Shen Chen. Who can't do it? Say it again. Cai Bao hurriedly changed his words. It's not Brother Chen who can't do it, it's the method of restarting that doesn't work. Call the network administrator. Someone next to him interrupted. I don't know what's going on, but the computers here often crash during this period. The boss also said that it was a newly upgraded machine with good configuration and fast speed. It's all a lie. Network manager, network manager. Cai Bao shouted hurriedly. A carefree young man came over and asked, what's going on? Seeing the other party, Shen Chen was suddenly stunned. He vaguely remembered something. Cai Bao pointed to the blue screen and said, this machine always crashes. The network administrator glanced at it and said casually, try restarting. Cai Bao, I tried it. Then change one. Which one? The network administrator looked around and said, there are no available machines right now. Please wait a moment and we will switch when one becomes available. Upon hearing this, Cai Bao was unhappy and said loudly, I waited for a long time before I got on the computer. I finally got the computer, but after playing for more than 10 minutes, it crashed. You still want me to wait? Isn't this a waste of my time? If you want to play, wait. If you don't want to wait, leave. The network administrator was also impatient, there are no free machines now. There is nothing I can do. After saying that, he turned and left. Cai Bao instantly became angry and stood up suddenly. What do you mean by if you want to play, then wait, and if you don't want to wait, then leave? You need to be more polite when you talk to me. Also, you didn't even check the reason for the crash. All you did was restart it or ask someone to replace the machine. You are the worst network administrator. What's the point of having a network administrator? I think even a pig can do it. The network administrator paused, turned around, and stared at Cai Bao. You are looking for trouble, right? Cai Bao shouted, I'm not looking for trouble, I'm just discussing the matter at hand. What's wrong? Are you not letting people talk because of your poor level? The network administrator's face darkened. He looked at Cai Bao's school uniform and said in a threatening tone, little classmate, which class are you in at experimental high school? I'll invite you out to play when I have time. Cai Bao's expression changed. After all, he was just a student of 16 or 17 years old. Facing such a member of society, he naturally felt a little afraid. Suddenly, someone beside me said calmly, he is in the same class as me. The network administrator looked subconsciously and saw Shen Chen next to him. Shen Chen leaned lazily on the back of the chair, with the corners of his lips curled up, looking at him with a half smile, he is my classmate. The network administrator's face changed for a while, and he smiled. It turns out he is Qingzi's classmate. You should have told me earlier. Shen Chen smiled. For some reason, this smile made the network administrator feel a little scary. There are many reasons why the computer crashes. You have to check it slowly. There are so many people online now and I don't have time. He kept smiling. How about this? The previous internet fee will be mine. I'll have time later. Machine, I will help your classmate get another one as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, he turned to Cai Bao and said pleasantly, Classmate, what do you think? As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. Cai Bao's anger has subsided a little. Couldn't he have just said this earlier? Then. It's okay, I know computers too, let me take a look. Shen Chen said calmly. The network administrator was stunned for a moment. What are you looking at? Shen Chen glanced at him and smiled. Let's see the reason for the crash. The network administrator was stunned again and said with a smile, Qingzi, do you know anything about computers? Stop joking. Cai Bao also looked at Shen Chen in shock. Brother Chen knows about computers. Why hasn't he heard of it? I'm not kidding. Shen Chen said calmly, there are only two possibilities for the crash, either a software problem or a hardware failure. I judge that there is a problem with the hardware. Open the case and let me take a look. The network administrator's face showed a flash of panic, but it immediately returned to normal. Computers are still a rarity these days. A kid of 16 or 17 doesn't know much about computer software and hardware. TSK, I don't know where I learned a few new words, and I'm deliberately showing off. Laughing to death. At this time, someone shouted, Network administrator. The computer is down. Come and take a look. The network administrator smiled and said, Qingzi, don't embarrass me. I'm busy now. I'll treat you to a Coke later. He turned to leave. Bang! Shen Chen stretched out a long leg across the middle of the aisle, blocking his way. The network administrator turned to look at Shen Chen, the smile on his face stiffened. Qingzi, what are you doing? Shen Chen didn't speak, but looked at him coldly. After a few seconds, he raised his chin at him. Open the case, I want to take a look. It is human nature to watch the excitement. At this time, many people in the internet cafe stopped what they were doing and looked over. Cai Bao was also stunned. What is Brother Chen doing? Why do you have to ask the other party to open the case and take a look? The network administrator's eyes flickered for a few times, and after a long while, he took out an Ashima cigarette, handed it over with a smile, and whispered, Qingzi, give me some face, I still have to do something, okay? Shen Chen didn't answer, don't get too close to me. I asked you to open the case. The network administrator's face was uncertain. After a while, he suppressed his anger and said, you really think I'm afraid of you? Before he finished speaking, someone hit him on the shoulder, which hurt like hell. He turned around suddenly, and when he saw the three young people behind him, the next words were stuck in his throat. Chapter 15. You are so brave. Dalong held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Shen Chen. What's going on? Shen Chen, let him open the case and take a look. Qingzi, why do you want to look at the chassis? Ji Kai asked curiously. It's none of your business. Shen Chen said concisely. It was hard to explain, so he simply didn't bother to explain. Fuck, that little bastard is so cool. Ji Kai cursed, and then said coldly to the network administrator, are you deaf? My brother asked you to open the computer case. Sometimes, brothers are like this, even if you have no reason, he takes it for granted. As he spoke, more and more people looked over him, and these people became the central focus of the internet cafe. The network administrator gritted his teeth and continued to resist. You have no right to ask me to do this. Besides, a computer costs several $1,000s. What if it breaks accidentally? Shen Chen said calmly, I will compensate. The network administrator's face turned even darker. Dammit, it's not over yet. You, don't go too far. Open it if you are told, don't talk nonsense. Dalong became impatient and spit a puff of smoke in the other person's face. Even if it's really broken, why don't we think we can't afford to pay for a few thousand yuan? Luobo and Ji Kai also sneered. Although I don't know what Shen Chen wants to do, he is definitely on his brother's side. Shen Chen leaned there, still curling his lips, and raised a finger casually, with a sinister tone. Last warning, if you don't open it again, you will bear the consequences. The network administrator stood there, as if he had turned into a fossil, motionless. Dalong, Shinzi, what's going on? Suddenly, a voice asked. The network administrator looked up and saw a man walking over, and his face suddenly became even more ugly. The man is about 40 years old, wearing a short-sleeved silver-gray shirt and dark gray trousers. He wears a pair of glasses. He looks quite elegant, but under the lenses, there will occasionally be a sharp flash of light. He smiled kindly and greeted a few people familiarly. What happened? Why did Xiao Hu get into a quarrel with you? Boss he. Dalong tilted his head and said he didn't know, asked Qingzi. Shen Chen looked at the middle-aged man. This person is the owner of Qianqing Internet Cafe, his surname is He. As for his specific name, Shen Chen doesn't know. In my impression, this person is always kind and cheerful, smiling, making people feel like spring breeze. However, Shen Chen knew that the other party was not that simple. You know, in this era, an internet cafe with over 100 computers would require an investment of at least 5 to 600,000. In addition to money, you also need to have a roof over your head and enough food to eat. Those who can do it are not ordinary people. Bossy looked at Shen Chen, still smiling, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Orange. Shen Chen said lightly, it's not a big deal. I just want him to take apart the chassis of this machine and take a look inside. Boss, he was stunned. Is that all? Can you give me a reason? Just now, my classmate's computer crashed several times. Shen Chen pointed at Cai Bao, who had not yet recovered. It just so happens that I also know a little bit about computers, so I wanted to dismantle the case and check to see if it was a hardware problem. But the network administrator refused to do anything. He suddenly asked, by the way, I heard that all your internet cafes have newly upgraded machines. Boss, he nodded. It was just upgraded more than 2 months ago, and the configuration is the latest and best. But why do I hear people say that my computer often crashes recently? Boss, he sighed. In the past few days, many customers have indeed reported that their computers crash easily. I don't know the specific reasons yet. Speaking of this, he was thoughtful. He looked at Shen Chen and then at the network administrator. The network administrator's face turned a little pale. He subconsciously took half a step back, but the aisle was blocked by Dalong and the others, and he couldn't walk at all. Shen Chen, boss he, do you agree with me to open it and take a look? Boss he thought for a while. Okay, let's open it and check what's going on. Seeing him nodding, the network administrator's legs felt weak. The chassis was quickly opened, and the various hardware inside were revealed to everyone. Luobo sighed. It turns out that a computer is like this. It's quite complicated. There are so many wires, like holes in the wire. It makes my scalp numb. Hey, there is an electric fan in it. Why isn't it equipped with an air conditioner? Woolen cloth. Gu Kai laughed. You idiot, the air conditioner is so big, can you fit it in? Luobo was furious. I don't know if it can be stuffed in, but I can stuff it in your PY. Seeing that the two of them were about to start squirting at each other again, Dalong gave each of them a slap on the back of the head and cursed, you are so noisy, please be quiet. The two of them shut up. When the case was opened, Bossy was stunned. After more than 10 seconds, he suddenly turned around, the smile on his face was gone, and he just stared at the network administrator, his eyes almost bursting with fire. The network administrator, Xiao Hu, was trembling, too frightened to speak. Snap. Bossy suddenly reached out his hand and gave the network administrator a loud slap in the face. You're so fucking brave. This time, everyone was stunned. Only Shen Chen remained calm as ever. In the previous life, that is, in July and August of this year, because old customers who surfed the internet repeatedly complained about the machine being stuck and prone to freezing, Bossy finally felt something was wrong and called in professionals to repair the computer. Then I discovered that all the graphics cards, memory sticks, motherboards, and other slightly valuable accessories in the computer had all been replaced with low-end second-hand goods. Obviously, someone had done something wrong. Bossy called the police immediately. It was soon discovered that the embezzlement was committed by Xiao Hu, a network administrator who had just resigned. Half a month later, Xiao Hu was caught. It turned out that he had been eyeing the machines in the internet cafe and wanted to steal the parts inside to sell for money. But he was not stupid. In order to delay the exposure, he thought of replacing the prints with a cat. He bought some low-end parts from the second-hand market many times, replaced the ones in the computer, and then resold them. Because it was discovered too late, the stolen money had been squandered so much that it could not be recovered. Boss, he lost hundreds of thousands of yuan. This incident caused quite a fuss at the time and even made local legal news in Chu City. Later, Shen Chen also heard that Xiao Hu had a conflict with someone in the detention center and had both of his legs broken. After Boss He slapped Xiao Hu, he asked all customers to get off the plane first. As compensation, the internet fee was free today. It didn't take long for everyone who had nothing to do with the matter to disappear. Then, Boss He asked others to check the damage. As their computer cases were opened one after another, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Xiao Hu paralyzed there in fear, crying with snot and tears, and argued that the matter had nothing to do with him and that he didn't know what was going on. Boss He went over and slapped Xiao Hu twice and kicked him hard. Xiao Hu cried even harder. After a while, Boss He walked up to Shen Chen and the others with a stack of thick red notes, and said with a smile, "Thanks to you, Qingzi, otherwise that bitch wouldn't know how much harm he would have done to me. This is just a small thing, it is considered thank you." Shen Chen took it casually, threw it to Dalong without counting, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Boss He, let's go first." Boss He was slightly surprised by the young man's carefreeness and calmness, thinking that he seemed to have seen big events before. Chapter 16. The incense in my family cannot be cut off. Little did he know that this little money was really not taken seriously by Shen Chen. The game company founded by Shen Chen had assets of over 100 million and monthly sales exceeding 10 million. Boss He looked at Shen Chen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Well, come and play again when you have time." "Okay." Shen Chen smiled. After coming out of Tianqing Internet Cafe, Dalong, who had always maintained an extremely cold expression, jumped up, counted the stack of red bills in his hand several times, and then shouted, "Fuck, fuck, 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 3,000 yuan. So generous. Orange, you are rich." Luo Bo and Ji Yu Kai were also stunned. 3,000 yuan. In 2001, the per capita salary in Chu City was only about 500, which is indeed not a small amount. Shen Chen said calmly, "I helped him recover at least tens of thousands of dollars in losses, and $3,000 is not much." While Dalong handed the money to Shen Chen, he also educated Ji Yukai and Luo Bo. "You see, Qingzi is different if he can read. He can earn thousands of dollars casually, unlike you two who are illiterate and have basically the same brain capacity. Reduced to the level of a monkey." Ji Yukai was speechless. "Luo Biao and I at least went to technical school. How dare you, a fucking junior high school student, say that?" Robbo nodded in agreement. Dalong said, "Har har har, besides not knowing how to read, I have many advantages." Everyone, ? Da Long shook his yellow bangs in ecstasy. "For example, he is kind-hearted, he is handsome, he has leadership qualities, he is talented." Everyone. Luo Bo, "I won't talk about the previous points, but do you have mouse talent?" Dalong Aaron, "I know how to write love letters. I have a younger sister who was so moved by my love letters that she was willing to die for me." Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Dalong with admiration. They didn't even know that Dalong had this ability. Cai Bao, in particular, was in awe. It's true that people cannot be judged by their appearance. Luo Bo asked, "How did you write it?" Dalong took a puff of cigarette and said deeply, "She read my love letter and cried, saying that if I pursue her again, she will die with me. Alas, I didn't expect that she would actually love me so much. It's such a sin. It's so profound." Everyone. Shameless. Because of the 3,000 yuan, Dalong and the others asked Shen Chen to treat him again. Shen Chen naturally agreed readily, so the five of them found a barbecue stall nearby and ordered a bunch of skewers and a box of beer. While waiting for the skewers, Shen Chen also introduced Cai Bao to Dalong and the others. Dalong and the others made a fuss and made Cai Bao drink, saying that the quality of wine is like a person's character, and they wanted to inspect him, and if he passed the inspection, he would be accepted as his younger brother. Cai Bao was so flattered that he picked up the beer bottle for a while. Shen Chen was speechless, kicked Da Long, and said with a straight face, "Stop teasing others, and you still accept your younger brother. You think you are really young and dangerous." Dalong laughed loudly, yes, students, study hard and make progress every day." He suddenly sighed, "Oh, I am so handsome, why didn't those directors come to me to play the role of young and dangerous? I really have no vision." Ji Yu Kai and Luo Bo booed him together. "The real character is playing, right? I'm afraid you'll go to jail before the filming is finished." Dalong could only sigh, "If you make friends carelessly, you make friends carelessly." Dalong and the other three quickly finished a box of beer. Ji Yu Kai had the best drinking capacity and drank most of the box by himself. Shen Chen was afraid that his mother would scold him when he came home smelling of alcohol, so he only ordered a bottle of drink. Cai Bao could only drink with Shen Chen aggrievedly. After having enough wine and food, it was getting dark. Cai Bao was worried about being scolded by his parents, so he went home first, leaving only 4 brothers. Dalong squatted on the side of the road, took out a lighter, lit a cigarette happily, took a long puff, and then let the smell of smoke drift in the night wind. Shen Chen, who was squatting next to him, frowned and said seriously, "Dalong, please quit smoking." Dalong is the most addicted smoker among the group of people. Except for sleeping and eating, he almost never leaves his mouth. Later, he was diagnosed with advanced lung cancer. Dalong flicked the ashes of his cigarette in an elegant manner. "No, I can't go a day without smoking." Shen Chen said sincerely, "Smoking is harmful to health." "That's not possible either." "Why?" Dalong said seriously, "My grandfather smoked, and my father also smoked. When I come here, the incense in my family cannot be cut off." Shen Chen. At this time, Ji Yu Kai also came over, holding half a bottle of beer in his hand, but he didn't see Luo Bo. Shen Chen asked, "Where's the carrot?" Ji Yu Kai pursed his lips and said, "He's squatting in the flower bed." Dalong was puzzled. He went to the flower bed to do something. He said he was a radish and should be planted in the flower bed. Ji Yu Kai sneered, "He has a terrible alcohol tolerance, shame on me." Across the street, a middle-aged man in his 50s was on the phone. Ran, the emergency room is very busy today, and my uncle and aunt got off work late. Are you okay at home alone?" "Oh, you finished your homework? That's great. By the way, your aunt went to the supermarket to buy groceries. Don't you like sweets? Your uncle also bought you a piece of chocolate cake. We'll be back soon. Please wait patiently." After hanging up the phone, Chen Jinshan, the emergency room doctor of the Chu City Third People's Hospital, glanced at Dalong opposite and frowned. TSK, those 3 gangsters over there are regular visitors to his emergency room. Every once in a while he reported that he was covered in injuries. Didn't expect to meet again here. Shen Chen, Ji Yu Kai, and Dalong were squatting outside the barbecue restaurant doing nothing. One was drinking, one was smoking, and the other was watching the traffic on the road. Another one was drunk and crazy in the flower bed. The night wind blew gently, blowing Shen Chen's short black hair. Under the shadow of the street lamp, the young man exuded an unruly look. A young girl passed by and looked at Shen Chen a little unable to take her eyes away. Dalong held a cigarette in his mouth and blew a frivolous whistle. "Beauty, do you want to meet my brother?" The girl was startled, quickened her steps in panic, and walked away as if she was running away. Dalong laughed and almost sat on the ground. Shen Chen punched him. "You are so boring." Looking at this scene, Chen Jinshan frowned so hard that he could pinch a mosquito to death. Although he didn't recognize the young man wearing the uniform of experimental high school, but seeing that he was familiar with those gangsters, he probably wasn't a good student with good moral character. Alas, even a good school like experimental high school is bound to have a few bad apples. By the way, my niece Ranran has just transferred to the experimental high school to study. She is beautiful and has such a soft and well-behaved personality. He had to tell Ranran carefully that he must keep himself clean, keep a distance from these bad students in the school, and never have anything to do with them. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of my dead sister? Chapter 17, Things That Are So Unforgiving. The monthly exams are over, and the teacher's office is busy correcting test papers and registering scores. After the scores are tallied, a unified ranking of the entire grade will be conducted, and it will take a day or 2 for the final results to be released. However, the individual subject scores for most subjects have already been released. The next morning, during the first math class, the head teacher Wang Qiong walked in with a stack of test papers. After class monitor Zhu Yuan announced the class, he nodded, sat down in front of the podium, and then read out the names and scores one by one according to the scores. The person who was read came to the podium to receive the test paper. The first one is Zhu Yuan, the top student. He has a perfect score of 150 and is also the first in his grade in mathematics. As for Shen Chen, he scored 112 points and ranked 18th in the class. Not bad, even Wang Qiang gave him an appreciative glance. This was also what Shen Chen expected. As a programmer, he was good at mathematics in his previous life. In addition, the knowledge points in the first year of high school were relatively simple, so even if he didn't have time to review, he still got such a skill that was neither too good nor too bad. Result. After reading for a long time, Wang Qiang's face suddenly darkened. Cai Bao. Cai Bao suddenly shrank his neck, then showed a righteous expression on his face, and slowly walked forward as if he were going to the execution ground. 0 points. Even though Wang Qiang always had a good temper, he was a little helpless and angry at this time. How did you pass the exam? Didn't you still have 30 or 40 points before? Why have you regressed so much? Also, even if you are blind, you won't get 0 points, right? Cai Bao looked aggrieved and said, Teacher Wang, you can't blame me. Question mark. It's all Brother Chen's fault. No, Shen Chen, he won't let me cheat. The class laughed. Wang Qiang was so angry that he slapped the podium. How dare you say that? Returning to his seat and looking at the test paper in his hand, Cai Bao looked up to the sky and cried bitterly, God! Why did you do this to me? What did I do wrong? The top student interrupted, You got all the questions wrong. Cai Bao glared at him fiercely, You are very humorous. The top student is a bit timid. Cai Bao's fists slowly clenched, fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. HMPH, stop looking down on others. I will work hard from now on to show you what it means to be in the east of the river for 30 years and to the west of the river in the next 30 years. Don't bully young people into poverty. Shen Chen was in awe. Oh, he was inexplicably excited. Then, Wang Qiang started to talk about the test paper. Cai Bao rarely listened attentively. After 5 minutes, give up. Dammit, the Book of Heaven. Can't understand a word. Forget it, might as well read comics. He took out a copy of Slam Dunk from the drawer and read it furtively. Shen Chen saw this and was speechless. He should have thought that this kid would be hot for 3 minutes. After class, the top student saw Cai Bao flipping through comics and asked in confusion, Don't you have to study hard? A self-destructive student, it's too tiring to work hard. You get 0 points or something, you get used to it after taking the test. Straight a student. In the third Chinese class, Chinese teacher Zhang Jun also brought monthly examination papers. After sitting down, he cleared his throat and began to read the fractions. The first place was still the top student, with a score of 143 on the 150-point test paper. Everyone marveled at how inhuman he was. After reading a dozen names, Zhang Jun picked up a test paper and was suddenly stunned for a few seconds. The students were confused, and then Zhang Jun finally cast a complicated look at Shen Chen. After a few seconds, he slowly said, Shen Chen, 109 points, 17th place. When Shen Chen stood up to get the test paper, Zhang Jun cleared his throat. Here, I would like to especially praise Shen Chen for his good composition this time. He paused and added, I corrected his test paper. Yes, I originally wanted to give him full marks for his composition, but I didn't recognize him as a classmate in our class, and the handwriting was too ugly, so I deducted 2 points for him. Shen Chen, please practice your handwriting when you have time. Shen Chen. Is it okay to deduct 2 points for ugly words? So, my full score essay is just gone. Brother Chen, it's too bad. Because of his ugly handwriting, he just missed out on a perfect score. Cai Bao was laughing like crazy underneath, but he didn't know that Zhang Jun was staring at him. Cai Bao, why are you laughing? The whole class wrote an explanatory essay about pressure cooker for your essay, and you got the lowest score. You still have the nerve to laugh. Do you want to know what score you got? Cai Bao. No, I don't want to know. The morning passed quickly and it was lunchtime again. In the cafeteria. After Shen Chen finished his meal, not long after he sat down, he saw Xiaoran holding a dinner plate and looking around. Soon, she saw him, her eyes lit up, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her lips. The next moment, she walked towards Shen Chen, then carefully put down the dinner plate and sat down opposite. Shen Chen didn't chase her away either. Even when she sat over, he didn't even lift his eyelids and continued eating with an expressionless face. The two of them didn't talk to each other, just lowered their heads and ate in silence. The atmosphere was subtle yet surprisingly harmonious, as if nothing around them could disturb them. "Hey, why are you here again?" Not far away, Cai Bao, who was holding a tray, looked at Xiaoran in disbelief. "What's wrong with this girl? You know, this position is the throne that belongs exclusively to him," Cai Bao. "Because of her beauty, he has been patient for several days. Why is she still not stopping? That is too much." And Xiaoran was a little embarrassed and smiled at him. Can I sit here?" The voice is sweet and soft. Cai Bao said spinelessly, sit wherever you want." He smiled stupidly and walked to the seat next to Shen Chen. Unexpectedly, Shen Chen glanced at him and suddenly pointed to the table next to him. "Sit over there." "Cai Bao? Why?" "Shen Chen, it's too crowded." Cai Bao. He went to the top student's table in a grieved manner, gritted his teeth and said, "Dammit, you are such a shameless person, I will never recognize him as my elder brother again." "Shuabar, okay, I will tell him." Cai Bao. "Dammit, you four-eyed boy are too insidious. I will retaliate against you." After eating, Shen Chen returned to the classroom. After a while, he took a basketball to the playground, intending to play basketball for a while to relieve his hunger. It was mid-May in Chu City, and the shadow of summer was already there. In addition, it was noon, and there were not many people in the huge playground. Shen Chen randomly picked an unoccupied basket and began to practice dribbling and shooting. Although he has always had the habit of exercising, he has not touched a basketball for many years since graduating from college. Therefore, the movements were a bit unfamiliar at first, but I quickly found the feeling. The young man dribbled the ball and ran on the field, like a vigorous male leopard. He jumped up again and threw the ball into the basket gracefully. On the other side, Xiaoran, Luo Li and the others were returning from the school canteen, each carrying a bag of snacks in their hands. When passing by the playground, they saw boys playing basketball, and the girls couldn't help but look away. Chapter 18. Please have a drink. Although they were a bit far away and couldn't see his appearance clearly, his slender figure, agile and explosive movements, and handsome and neat shots, were enough to make them stop. "Hey, look, who is this boy? He seems to be good at playing basketball." Laurie's eyes began to show hearts. "His back looks a bit like Rukawa Kid," said Chen Ling. "I wonder if he's handsome." Shu Hangli's face was full of curiosity. Suddenly, Xiaoran moved. She took out a bottle of Nutri-Express from her bag and handed the remaining snacks to Luo Li. "Please help me get it." "Laurie?" Before she asked, she saw Xiaoran holding the bottle of Nutri-Express and running towards the boy playing basketball. At the same time, Shen Chen, who was extremely immersed in playing, finally stopped. After playing ball for a long time, most of his short-sleeved school uniform was soaked with sweat, and it stuck tightly to his body, outlining his thin and powerful lines. He half bent over, with his hands on his knees, breathing quickly. The sweat on his forehead glistened in the sun. "A little tired, but very happy. It's been a long time since I've played basketball so heartily. Enjoyable." The sound of soft footsteps reached his ears from far to near, and Shen Chen raised his head and looked over. Then, he saw the little girl holding a bottle of Nutritional Express in her arms, bathing in the bright sunshine, running towards him. Shen Chen was stunned for a moment. Xiaoran walked a few steps away from him and stopped. She bent down, put the Nutritional Express in her hand on the ground, raised her eyebrows at him, and said softly, "This is delicious, I'll give it to you. If you're thirsty while playing ball, just drink it." After saying that, she looked at him eagerly with her wet deer eyes. Without saying a word, Shen Chen turned around and picked up the basketball again and started dribbling. Seeing that Shen Chen did not refuse, Xiaoran smiled happily, turned around, and walked briskly back to the stunned Luo Li and others. After walking a few steps, Luo Li finally twitched the corner of her mouth and said to Xiaoran, "How many times have I told you, why can't you remember it? Why are you looking for Shen Chen again?" Xiaoran blinked, "I'll bring him a drink." "Shu Hangli," I said, "have you mistaken your identity?" Xiaoran was confused, "What do you mean?" Shu Hangli said, "Usually it's boys who chase girls, and boys give girls gifts, but you're different. You confessed your love in public and gave her drinks. It seems like you're chasing him." Xiaoran said seriously, "Yes, I am chasing him." "The girls?" "Chen Ling, you mean, you are pursuing him?" Shu Hangli, do you like him so much? And Xiaoran nodded without hesitation. I really don't know what to say to you. Luo Li said angrily, you are so beautiful, why do you have to stick to him? Putting aside other things, you specially sent him a drink, but he still ignored you. How arrogant. And Xiaoran said softly, but he didn't refuse. Luo Li rolled her eyes in anger, you can't be promising. With your appearance, boys who like you can line up from the school gate to Hubu Lane, why are you just staring at Shen Chen? And Xiaoran said, because I only like him. Luo Li shook her arm vigorously, you should wake up. If he liked you, he would have promised you long ago. You are purely masochistic. And Xiaoran smiled, it doesn't matter, I just like him. Xu Hangli suddenly blinked, however, I can understand Xiaoran. Shen Chen looked so handsome when he played ball just now. I was a little moved. And Xiaoran was startled and opened her eyes wide, you like Shen Chen too? Seeing her nervous look, Xu Hangli couldn't help but laugh, okay, I just think he's handsome and I'm just saying it casually. I won't compete with you. Besides, I'm not as infatuated as you and dare to get involved with the school bully relation. And Xiaoran hurriedly defended, Shen Chen is not a school bully, he is a very good person. I know, in your heart he is the best in the world. Chen Ling said with a smile. And Xiaoran blushed and whispered, that's right. Luo Li held her forehead and sighed, it's over, you girl is hopeless and has gone crazy. If one day you are sold by Shen Chen and you help him count the money, I won't be surprised. And Xiaoran replied, no. Luo Li, what can't you do? Aren't you that stupid? And Xiaoran said seriously, Shen Chen will not sell me out, he is a good person. Luo Li. She was convinced. Really convinced. On the playground. After Shen Chen finished playing, he rested for a while, walked over and squatted next to the bottle of Nutrient Express. He stared at it, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. What the hell, why is it so hot? Brother Chen, let's go buy a drink. Cai Bao shouted in the distance. He ran over and caught a glimpse of Nutrition Express on the ground. He bent down to get it, oh, there is a drink here. Brother Chen, if you don't want to drink it, give me a few sips. I'm going to die of thirst. What answered him was the basketball thrown over by Shen Chen. Cai Bao was hit hard and the monster screamed, ouch. Why did you hit me? This is mine. If you want to drink it, buy it yourself. Shen Chen glared at him, took Nutrition Express in his hand, picked up the basketball and walked back. Brother Chen, you are so uninteresting. Cai Bao followed behind and muttered unhappily, it's just a bottle of drink. As for that, it's like a treasure. Shen Chen, shut up. That S baby. Cai Bao. On Friday, the rankings for the monthly exam finally came out. After class, many students ran to see the rankings. Heads were buzzing in front of the bulletin board, and there was endless chatter. Har har har, this time I got into the top 100 in my grade. Damn, I'm only 305, what about you? That's awesome. Zhu Yuan from class 3 is the first in the grade. Cai Bao was also inside. He squeezed forward and soon arrived at the front of the bulletin board. He consciously started looking for his name from the end. Sure enough, the words Cai Bao appeared in the last row. But the man didn't have any shame or guilt on his face. He just looked away as if nothing had happened and muttered, where's Brother Chen? Where's Brother Chen's name? The top student on the side was very confused, aren't you embarrassed? Cai Bao asked back, what is there to be embarrassed about? Academic master, last in the grade. Cai Bao said confidently, so what? Since there will always be someone who is last, why can't it be me? The top student was speechless. Even his IQ of 150 couldn't find a reason to refute it. After a while, he stammered and asked, but, aren't you afraid that your parents will be angry? Oh. Cai Bao didn't take it seriously, it doesn't matter, they have long been used to it. Chapter 19 Falling from the Sky Again 4,000 words. After a while, Cai Bao finally found Shen Chen's among the densely packed names. He shouted excitedly, Brother Chen, you are 606. There are nearly 1,200 people in the school, and this ranking is in the middle. Well, not bad. Shen Chen, who was not far away, raised his eyebrows calmly. Although he had attended high school in his previous life, he had already given back most of his knowledge to his teachers after entering society. Being able to pass the exam in such a hurry was already better than he expected. Then, Cai Bao was startled and shouted again, "Damn it, Brother Chen, look, the third grader is actually." Shen Chen looked at the front of the list. In the first column and in the third row, there are the words and Xiaoran. Ranked third in the entire grade. There is only 1 point difference from the second in grade, and only 8 points difference from Zhu Yuan. Cai Bao was so surprised that she could hardly close her jaw, and Xiaoran, could it be that beauty from class 4? Damn, it turns out she is also a top student. Shen Chen suddenly felt quite proud. Yes, his little girl is beautiful, smart and well behaved, so wonderful. Cai Bao turned his head inadvertently and saw Shen Chen staring at Xiaoran's name, with a faint smile on his eyes and lips, and asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, why are you laughing? Is there anything happy?" Shen Chen immediately returned to his cold expression, "No, I didn't laugh." Cai Bao. "I'm not blind." After the second class, Luo Li also pulled and Xiaoran to see the results. She found herself first, in her 420s. "Hey, I did pretty well this time." Luo Li was very happy and asked, "What about Xiaoran? What's your rank?" "Third." And Xiaoran said, "Lori." She immediately looked to the front of the list, counted 3 names from the front to the back, and slowly opened her mouth. "Oh my god, Xiaoran, you actually ranked third in the grade." She looked at her deskmate in disbelief. "So you're a top student, you're so damn good at hiding your talents." She knew that Xiaoran had ranked first in the class in several exams, but she was still shocked by the fact that his total score was third in the grade. And Xiaoran blushed a little at her. "Please keep your voice down, it's not a big deal." Luo Li nodded her little head suddenly. "No wonder, in the past 2 days, when Teacher Cao looks at you, it's like Master Miejie looks at Ji Xiaofu, always smiling and very kind." Sure enough, teachers all prefer good students. And Xiaoran pursed her lips and smiled. At this time, the school bell rang, and Luo Li pulled and Xiaoran, "Let's go, it's time to go back." "Wait a moment, I'll take a look." And Xiaoran stared at the list intently, not moving. Luo Li was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Are you looking for Shen Chen?" And Xiaoran nodded. "Look for me at the next recess. This class is Teacher Cao's class. If you are late, you will be punished by standing still. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon." And Xiaoran opened his big eyes and looked at the names one by one from front to back seriously. Luo Li stamped her feet. "Forget it, just look for it slowly. I'll go back to class first." She ran away quickly. 3 or 4 minutes later, and Xiaoran's eyes lit up and she finally found Shen Chen. 606. The little girl thought, "This number is so auspicious." When she returned to the classroom, Cao Ying was explaining the questions of the monthly exam paper on the podium, and it was almost the 10th question. And Xiaoran stood at the door and softly shouted, "Report." Cao Ying looked at her, her usually serious face unexpectedly softened. "Why are you late?" And Xiaoran felt slightly guilty. I went to the toilet." "Come in." Cao Ying said in a gentle tone, "Hurry back to your seat and sit down." "Okay, let's move on to the next question." There was no evening self-study on Friday. After school in the afternoon, students left the school one after another. Seeing that it was still early and Shen's father and mother were not at home, Shen Chen rode his bicycle and went straight to Tianqing Internet Cafe. Tianqing Internet Cafe has resumed normal business. As soon as he entered, he heard Dalong and Ji Yukai scolding each other while playing games. "If you call me a fool, I will fuck your whole family." Having said that, although Dalong and Ji Yukai are both extremely good at swearing, their specializations are different. Although Ji Yukai doesn't talk much, he is characterized by his extremely venomous tongue, which often hits the point directly and is extremely lethal. The big dragon is full of momentum and has many tricks. One after another, idiot and fuck me are so loud that they resound throughout the internet cafe. Moreover, the vocabulary of greeting family members and ancestors is extremely rich, and the imagination is extremely wonderful. Just a few words can make people endlessly daydream. Sometimes Shen Chen laments that if Dalong can use his amazing vocabulary and imagination to write novels, he might be able to occupy a place in the literary world in the future. In the end, the scolding battles often ended in a mortal combat fight, or the dragon ran out of cigarettes and went to buy cigarettes. For example, at this time, Dalong reached for the cigarette box while cursing, and found it empty. He cursed and stopped sparring with Ji Yukai, got up and was about to go to the front desk to buy cigarettes. Seeing this, Shen Chen tried to persuade him with concern. You fucking smoke so much all day long, aren't you afraid of your lungs rotting? Dalong, the lungs are rotten. Shen Chen simply and roughly searched for a few pictures in the browser. It's a lung disease caused by smoking, and each one is more scary than the next. After reading the pictures, Dalong gasped. So serious? That's how serious it is. Dalong patted his chest, with a palpitating look on his face. Nima, I'm scared to death, I have to smoke a cigarette quickly to calm down. Beauty, give me a hard bag for Donghu. Shen Chen. Gan, let us beat you to death. He went to the front desk and asked, are there any private rooms? The price of internet access in the private room is twice that of the lobby, and there are usually not many people. There's another one for the double. I want both. Shen Chen handed over 50 yuan, here's the deposit. He couldn't be disturbed by what he had to do later, so he booked an entire double room. Entered the box and closed the door. Shen Chen randomly chose a computer and sat down, then turned on the computer. He first downloaded a scientific internet tool through the browser, and after running it, he entered an address into the browser. Soon, an all-English website appeared on the screen. Their website is called Hacker Hub. The background of the homepage is pure black, and a series of flashing green command symbols are scrolling from bottom to top, which is full of design. Hacker Hub is the most famous hacker website in foreign countries. It is home to almost the best programmers and hackers in the world. They have the most cutting-edge computer knowledge and hacker skills that are still extremely mysterious in people's eyes. Shen Chen didn't stay too long on the homepage. He glanced around and quickly found the task area of the website in the upper right corner of the homepage. Click. Immediately, the page switched, and a clean and refreshing list page appeared in front of Shen Chen. Here is the mission area of Hacker Hub. There are various hacking tasks with bounty rewards. There are even many foreign software companies that issue task incentives through their Hacker Hub website. If someone can find the loopholes in their software, they can also get a lot of money. Bonus. The amount of the bonus usually ranges from $500 to $5,000. For the average person, it is already a large number. However, there are exceptions. For example, a foreign security software company called Nordon has full confidence in its software. Since 2000, they have released a long-term top task in the Hacker Hub task area. Anyone who can find any critical vulnerability in their security software will be rewarded $100,000. However, for 3 whole years, no one succeeded in getting this bonus. It was not until the end of 2003 that a well-known network security expert accidentally discovered a critical zero-day vulnerability in this security software. After he submitted the vulnerability, Norton Company conducted an evaluation and kept its promise and paid the other party $100,000. After completing the repair, Norton disclosed the principle of the vulnerability to the public. At that time, Shen Chen was interested in hacking technology, and with the idea of learning, he studied it until he was very familiar with it. I had no intention of meddling. Unexpectedly, there are green trees. Soon, Shen Chen found the task link released by the software company, clicked it with the left mouse button, and the next second, he jumped to the task details page. At this time, more than a year has passed since the release of the task, and no one has submitted vulnerability information. The reward amount of $100,000 is marked in large red font, which is particularly conspicuous. It felt like a lonely and charming young woman waving her hand delicately. Come on, uncle, come and conquer me. Shen Chen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, just wait. Just as I was about to start, I thought of a few details. According to the trajectory of the previous life, the vulnerability was discovered more than a year later. During this period, the software must have gone through version changes. I wonder if there will be any impact. Shen Chen felt slightly nervous, hoping that the loophole had appeared. He first downloaded the security software from the other party's official website, and then downloaded several useful tools. After a careful test, Shen Chen's eyes were like morning stars, and he raised the corners of his mouth with determination. $100,000, here I come. Da. Accompanied by crisp and rhythmic tapping sounds, his slender fingers jumped quickly on the keyboard. Under your fingertips, countless lines of code flowed out. Halfway through their work, Shen Chen felt a little thirsty, stopped, stood up and walked out of the box, intending to go to the front desk to buy a bottle of drink. The next second, two figures suddenly appeared in the line of sight. His black eyes flashed and his steps paused. Why are they here? Knowing that there were no vacant machines at the moment and the fastest one would be unloaded in half an hour, Lori looked unhappy. It's so annoying, why are there so many people? And Xiaoran beside her gently pulled her sleeve and said, forget it, let's do it again next time. The Stone Age is really interesting. I wanted you to play with me, but I don't know when the next time will be. Luo Li was still a little unwilling. How about we wait? She shook in Xiaoran's arm. Just stay with me and wait. It's the weekend tomorrow anyway, and there's nothing to do, okay? And Xiaoran pursed her lips, feeling a little embarrassed, but too embarrassed to refuse her deskmate. Okay? Two girls were standing at the front desk, wearing high school uniforms, attracting a lot of attention. Especially in Xiaoran, the innocent and naive little girl, was so cute and well behaved that she was out of place in the smoky, noisy and chaotic internet cafe. While they were talking, two young men nearby had been looking at them for a long time, whispering to each other. When the front desk said there were no vacancies, one of the men with long hair and a greasy look immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile. Two little classmates, no machines. The two girls were stunned by the strange man's greeting and they were unable to react for a while. Are you talking to them? But they didn't know him. Seeing that they were silent, the man raised his voice. Hey, two pretty girls, I'm talking to you. Luo Li swallowed and asked carefully, are you calling us? The other man next to him also smiled and said, what else? Apart from you guys, where else can you find any other beauties in this internet cafe? The female cashier glared. Luo Li, what is the matter? The long-haired man from before rested his arm on the monitor and smiled. Nothing, don't you have a machine? Lori hesitated and nodded. The two men looked at each other and laughed. The other one said, how about this, we add each other as friends on QQ and I'll give you the machine. How about that? Both little girls understood something. Luo Li hurriedly shook her head. No, we can just wait a while. The long-haired man didn't force it, and turned his gaze to Xiaoran. What about you? I'll give you my computer, and you can add me as a friend. After a pause, he said, just add me as a friend, and we'll pay for both of your internet bills today. In fact, this little beauty is their main target, and the one just now is just a byproduct. And Xiaoran pursed her lips tightly, subconsciously stepped back, and refused cautiously but firmly, no need. Her nervousness made them laugh. So cute. Hey, we just want to be friends with you. We won't do anything to you. There's no need to be so nervous, right? And Xiaoran became even more nervous. I don't know you. Her voice was soft and thin, and to the two men it was like a feather gently scratching their eardrums, and the itching feeling went all the way to their hearts. Wouldn't it be better to get to know each other after adding a friend? The other man smiled. I'll take you out to play when I have time. We know a lot of fun places. No need. And Xiaoran and Luo Li both refused again. After being rejected one after another, the two men lost face. The long-haired man's smile disappeared and he yelled angrily, hey, are you really so disrespectful? Do you know who we are? The expressions of the two girls immediately changed. But the next second, a person came from the aisle and slapped him hard on the back of the head. With a bang, his face came into close contact with their computer desktop. He let out a scream of "R." The other one looked at Shen Chen, who was standing in front of him with an indifferent expression in horror. And Xiaoran and Luo Li were also startled by Shen Chen's sudden appearance. The evil look on the young man's face made Luo Li's first reaction be to run away. It's so scary, it seems like it's going to kill someone, woo woo woo. And Xiaoran curled up the corners of his mouth, looking at Shen Chen, his eyes as soft and beautiful as the morning lake. Her prince fell from the sky again. Chapter 20. Can I come in? On the other side, Ji Yukai poked Dalong and Luobo and motioned for them to look at Shen Chen. Fuck your mother, who is it? The man who was held down screamed and tried his best to break free, but the palm on the back of his head was like an iron lock, holding him firmly in place. Damn it, let me go. Otherwise. He roared angrily. The pressure on the back of his head suddenly eased, but instead someone grabbed his hair and pulled his head from the table. Shen Chen leaned down slightly, letting the man's face him, and the narrow black eyes under the broken hair showed cold sternness. Otherwise, so what? Otherwise what? Dalong and the other two people also came over. Ji Kai squeezed his knuckles and asked with a fierce look on his face. Only then did the man see clearly that it was Shen Chen and Da Long. He shuddered and begged for mercy. It's not that good, it's not that good. I'm just talking nonsense. I was wrong. Let me go. Shen Chen glanced at Xiaoran, then let go of his hand expressionlessly, and uttered one word from his thin lips, get out. When he saw Xiaoran and Luoli just now, he didn't want to show up. But he didn't expect that someone would dare to bully his little girl. Damn, I got angry immediately. But he knew that his image in the eyes of others was bad enough, so he resisted the thought of teaching the long-haired man a lesson. Otherwise it would be more than just a little bit of pain. Luoli was speechless and couldn't believe her eyes. The school bully actually helped them. Impossible, it must be an illusion. But she pinched herself quietly. It hurts so much. The long-haired man and his companions went to the front desk to exit the machine almost as fast as they could escape. There are exactly 2 machines available. Shen Chen glanced at them. You have a free flight, come on. Luoli still seemed to be in a dream, passed by like a wandering ghost, and sat down. And Xiaoran looked at Shen Chen, with curved lips and twinkling eyes, thank you. No need. Shen Chen raised his eyebrows and replied nonchalantly. But I thought to myself, his little girl looks so pretty when she smiles. Dalong and the other 3 looked at Shen Chen with excitement and meaning. Dalong patted him on the shoulder. Do you know each other? Shen Chen's eyes wandered. We know each other, from the same school. The 3 of them suddenly realized. Dalong immediately cleared his throat and said to Xiaoran in a gentlemanly manner, hello, classmate. It's a pity that no matter how serious he is, he still looks like a beast in clothes. And Xiaoran thought that although they looked a bit fierce, since they were Shen Chen's friends, they must also be good people. The little girl smiled shyly and said politely, it's good for you too. So good. Just call me Dalong. Dalong sighed in his heart, and pointed at Ji Kai and Luobo, these 2 are Kaizi and Luobwa. We are all buddies who grew up with Shen Chen. And Xiaoran also smiled at them, hello to you, my name isn't Xiaoran. Ji Kai nodded. Hello, hello. Luobo almost floated. Seeing her smiling at them, Shen Chen was a little unhappy, so he kicked Dalong on the butt and said in a warning tone, go and have fun with you. Dalong chuckled and said to Ji Kai and Luobo, let's go CS. Shen Chen took the drink and returned to the box. The door was obviously closed, but knowing that Xiaoran was separated from him by a wall, the speed of typing orders was 2 minutes slower. My thoughts keep flying away. On the other side, Xiaoran was browsing the web, while Luoli was sitting there, playing Stone Age absent-mindedly. After a while, the pet hung up several times. She simply stopped playing and poked Xiaoran sideways. When Xiaoran looked at her, she asked suspiciously, Xiaoran, was it really Shen Chen who helped us just now? Xiaoran tilted her head, yes, what's wrong? Luoli was puzzled, why? Why does he want to help us? Xiaoran smiled, why is this so strange? He is already very good. Luoli frowned and shook her head like a rattle, her ponytails swinging back and forth. No, I don't believe it. He must have some conspiracy. His friends don't look like good people at first glance. Don't judge people by their appearance. Xiaoran looked at her seriously, I used to be often called ugly. I don't like it. Lori. Oh, it's over, I said the wrong thing, I feel so guilty. She said hurriedly, okay, I won't judge people by appearance, don't take it to heart. Then, Luoli glanced at the screen and screamed, oh my god, I'm going to die. She frantically operated the game and said to Xiaoran, come and play too. This game is fun. You can train pets. I'll teach you. Xiaoran pursed her lips and smiled, I want to look at the webpage, you can play by yourself first. Okay. Rory focused on the battle. Xiaoran read the webpage for a while, stopped, and then raised her long eyelashes and cast her clear eyes towards the box in front. Boom boom. There was a knock on the box door. Shen Chen stopped what he was doing, turned off the monitor, and then went over to open the door. The next second, when he saw the girl standing outside the door, he was stunned for a second, and then asked expressionlessly, are you looking for me? Xiaoran asked softly, can I come in? What's up? She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, and whispered, it's okay, but can I come in? Shen Chen was silent for a long time, and he really couldn't bear to say rejection. Sideways to get out of the way, come in. After closing the door, he returned to his seat, turned on the monitor again, and continued. And Xiaoran sat down next to him. She held her cheek and looked at him quietly and intently. There was a slight smile on her little face, and her big eyes were shining brightly under a few strands of bangs, as if stars had fallen inside. When she looked at her like this, Shen Chen's heart almost turned to water. He stared at the screen, coughed lightly, and said calmly, "Don't just sit there stupidly. You can play on the computer next to you." "Oh." She responded obediently and started playing on the computer. Shen Chen glanced out of the corner of his eye. She was actually playing Free Cell very seriously, and after a while, she started playing Minesweeper again. This little fool. Shen Chen wanted to laugh. After clearing an advanced Minesweeper level, and Xiaoran smiled happily, and then looked at Shen Chen again. Seeing the string of codes on the screen in front of him, she blinked, full of curiosity. "What are you doing? Can you tell me?" Shen Chen couldn't bear to hurt her curiosity and explained, "I'm looking for loopholes in this security software, and it's almost over." He estimated the time, it will take half an hour at most. And Xiaoran opened his eyes slightly, "Really? You still know this?" Her eyes were bright, as if to say, "You are so awesome." Under the little girl's eyes full of surprise and admiration, Shen Chen suppressed his feeling of excitement and said calmly with his handsome face, "It's okay, it's just a joke." Chapter 21. Then we are the same family. 20 minutes later, Shen Chen completed the vulnerability test and wrote a detailed report. Then, he first posted a reply on the Hacker Hub task page of the software company, stating that he had found a vulnerability. At the same time, he also sent part of the vulnerability information in the form of an email through the email address left by the other party. Passed. All that's left is to wait for the other party to reply. Generally speaking, the process is that after the other party receives the email, they will evaluate the possibility of the vulnerability given by Shen Chen. After confirming that it is a vulnerability, they will reply to the email and agree to pay the bonus. At that time, Shen Chen will submit the complete details of the vulnerability. After the other party confirms that it is correct again, he will reply with the final result and ask Shen Chen to provide his bank account number. After Shen Chen submits his bank information, they will make payments in batches to ensure that the secret will not be leaked before the vulnerability is fixed. The entire payment cycle is generally about 45 days. If everything goes well, he will receive $100,000 in 1.5 months. Thinking of this, Shen Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly. With this money as startup capital, many things will be much easier to do. He stretched out contentedly, leaned back, and glanced in Xiaoran's direction. She no longer played Minesweeper, but once again held her cheek and looked at him. Seeing Shen Chen stop moving, she sat up straight and smiled. "Are you done?" "Yeah." Shen Chen asked knowingly, "Why do you always look at me?" And Xiaoran blushed, pinched her thin fingers, and whispered, "Because I like you." Shen Chen didn't respond. After a while, he said, "I just want to study hard and don't plan to fall in love prematurely." And Xiaoran was stunned for a moment. After realizing the meaning of his words, she felt a little disappointed, but then she became happy again. Shen Chen wants to study hard, which is a good thing. Of course, she won't give up liking him. She is patient. What's more, he said he didn't fall in love prematurely, he didn't say he hated her. So she nodded her little head vigorously, with a smile on her face. "Well, that's right, we should all study hard." Outside the box, Luo Li was busy controlling her pets to fight monsters, and she didn't notice when Xiaoran was gone and when there was another figure next to her. "Do you like to play Stone Age?" A voice suddenly came to my ears. Luo Li was startled and turned to look over. He was one of the 3 people who met Shen Chen just now. He was 18 or 19 years old, and his facial features were not ugly, but his face was covered with acne and looked like the surface of the moon. When he saw her looking over, he immediately grinned. Luo Li suddenly became nervous. Although Shen Chen helped her and Xiaoran just now, which made her change a little bit, these people are Shen Chen's friends, and it is impossible to do anything to her in a public place like an internet cafe, but she's still quite scared. You may want to ignore it, but you dare not. After struggling for a long time, she finally forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Yes. My name is Luo Bo, what's your name?" Luo Bo continued to ask. "Lo, Lori." Your last name is also Luo. Then we are relatives. What do you call this? It's a natural fate. Luo Bo said happily. Who wants to be your relative? Lori was depressed. Robo said excitedly, by the way, which zone do you play in Stone Age? I have an account too, let's see if we are in the same zone. Lori stammered a district. Oh, no. Robo said with some regret. Lori was thankful. After a few seconds, Luo Bo's eyes suddenly lit up. How about I apply for a new account in your area so we can play together? Luoli was so scared that she waved her hands. I don't have time to play. I'm about to get off the plane. Why rush? It's still early. Let's play for a while. Really, I really want to get off. Luo Bo felt very sorry, thought for a moment, and then said. Okay then, what's your QQ number? How about we add each other as friends? Lori shook her head like a rattle. I don't have QQ. Is there anyone who doesn't have a QQ number? Luo Bo was surprised for a second. Well, I'll help you apply for one and add you as a friend. Lori is really going crazy. How could she not have a QQ number? I just don't want to give it to him. Can't he understand what I mean? I have never seen such an annoying person. I want to refuse coldly but I dare not. What if I offend the big boss in society? Woo woo woo, she is just a weak, simple and fragile little fairy. I'm scared to death. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Luo Bo said shamelessly, if you don't object, then I'll take it as your consent. I'll help you apply. Before he could finish his words, someone kicked him on the chair and he almost fell down. Luo Bo got up and yelled, fuck, Kaizi, what are you crazy about? This is Ching's classmate, can you please stop being so coquettish? Ji Yu Kai put his hands in his trouser pockets and snorted coldly, I think you are embarrassing. Just making friends. There are so many girls on your QQ who want to be your friends, isn't that enough? Fuck it, forget it. Rob dusted himself off angrily and left. Ji Yu Kai also left. Lori finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she wondered where Xiaoran had gone. Just when I thought of this, I saw a door of the internet cafe box open, and Shen Chen and Xiaoran walked out one after another. Luoli was stunned, she should have thought of it earlier. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Chen and Dalong said hello, then picked up their school bags and left. Xiaoran waved to him, and Shen Chen didn't stop, but slightly raised the corners of his lips at her. The young man's stern face was covered with a very faint layer of tenderness because of this smile. When Xiaoran saw it, his eyebrows and eyes curved up. He watched Shen Chen leave, and then returned to Luoli with brisk steps. Then I noticed the sad face of my deskmate. Xiaoran, why are you unhappy? What happened? Luoli puffed out her cheeks angrily. You are a heartless little scoundrel who values sex over friends all day long. You left me here alone. So that's how it is. Xiaoran blinked, gently shook her arm, and said coquettishly, don't be angry, I'll treat you to some cornetto, okay? Upon hearing this, Lori's saliva was about to flow out. At that time, a popsicle cost 3 yuan. She didn't have much pocket money, so she couldn't afford to buy popsicles. If she wanted to eat popsicles, she would usually buy a doll head popsicle for 50 cents or a mungbin popsicle for 30 cents to satisfy her craving. She asked hesitantly, is this true? Cornetto costs $3 apiece. The girl said generously, of course it's true. Okay then, I won't be polite. I want chocolate flavor. Lori said after hesitating for a moment. Although Xiaoran wore a school uniform like other students, the stationery and shoes she used were all branded goods, which showed that she came from a well-off family. One cute one should be fine. Chapter 22. The little girl was a little nervous and blurted out, hello, Mom. The two little girls went to the front desk to pay, and then each picked a cornetto at the small supermarket at the door. One chocolate flavor and one milk flavor. After Xiaoran paid the bill, she and Luoli ate ice cream while walking towards the bus stop. Lori was so happy. It's so delicious that I can't bear to eat it all at once. While licking the cute doll, she asked Xiaoran, just now, were you and Shen Chen alone in the same room? Xiaoran nodded. Luoli asked gossipingly, so, nothing happened between you two? Xiaoran blinked her big eyes, what happened? Lori looked at the innocent little girl and asked in a different way, didn't you do anything special? Xiaoran thought for a moment and said, nothing. He is working on his computer. And you? Me. I played solitaire first, then Minesweeper, and then. The little girl looked up at the sky, recoiling seriously. I felt a little bored, so I just watched him. He looked so focused on what he was doing, and his eyelashes were so long, I almost wanted to touch them. That's it. And Xiaoran thought for a moment and then said, he said he wanted to study hard and not fall in love too early. R. Lori was stunned. Why did the 4 words, study hard, make her feel so uncomfortable when used to describe Shen Chen? Could it be that the school bully is going to turn over a new leaf? No, she didn't believe it. She asked again, in that case, will you still pursue him? Chase. And Xiaoran replied seriously, it's his business to agree or not, and it's my business to pursue him or not. Anyway, I only like him. I'm so stunned. Luoli was speechless. When Shen Chen came home, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and Shen Yaoxing and Xu Hongxia were already at home. As soon as he walked in, Xu Hongxia, who was preparing dinner, came out of the kitchen and glared at her son angrily. What time did you come back? You've been having fun all day. How are you? Are you hungry? Although his tone was filled with disgust, he couldn't help but express concern in the end. Shen Chen chuckled, I'm already hungry, Mom, hurry up and cook. Whatever urges you to do, it's being done. It'll be ready soon. Xu Hongxia rolled her eyes at her son and said, hurry up and take a shower and change clothes. Shen Chen responded. When he came out from the shower, Xu Hongxia had also prepared the meal. Braised pork ribs, steamed wuchang fish, and fried shredded radish. Shen Chen walked to the table, picked up a piece of braised pork ribs with his hands and put it into his mouth, chewing and praising, oh, the braised pork ribs made by my mother are really, really amazing. You don't know how to use chopsticks. Xu Hongxia said angrily. Shen Chen laughed. Come on, let's have dinner together. Shen Yaoxing said. Shen Chen usually has to study at night, so the family of 3 can only have dinner together on weekends. After finishing the meal, Shen Yaoxing went to wash the dishes, and Xu Hongxia cleared the table. Suddenly she remembered something and stretched out her hand to her son. Where is the monthly exam report card? Has it been sent? Shen Chen touched his nose, walked back to the room, took out the report card from his school bag, and came back and handed it to his mother. Xu Hongxia took it, looked at it a few times, and couldn't help but sigh. 31st in the class, grade 606. You will be a sophomore in high school after the summer vacation. There are only 2 years left. If you don't seize the time and work hard, what will you do if it's too late? Your parents don't have to force you to take the exam at Tsinghua University and Peking University. They just hope that you will try your best to avoid regrets in the future. After a pause, she shook her head helplessly. From the novel to adulthood, at most, elementary school was replaced by junior high school, and then junior high school was replaced by high school. I'm tired of talking about it. This kid's ears are probably getting calloused. He's already listened to it if he can. Shen Yaoxing was coming out from washing the dishes. When he saw this scene, he comforted his wife, don't worry about it anymore. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Xu Hongxia was angry, can you not worry about it? He is my biological child. Shen Yaoxing chuckled, isn't that also my biological child? Xu Hongxia curled her lips and said, that's not necessarily true. Shen Yaoxing. Heartbroken. Mom, I will study hard. Shen Chen raised his lips and smiled, and said in a relaxed tone, go to the best university, and then you can brag to Aunt Liu and the others that your son has passed. Well, how about Peking University and Tsinghua University? Xu Hongxia was amused by his words. She stretched out her finger, poked her son's forehead gently, and scolded her with a smile, what kind of tone do you have? You still want Peking University and Tsinghua University. You think Peking University and Tsinghua University are just cabbage on the roadside. Can you choose whatever you want for a cent a pound? With your grades, how can you go to Peking University, Tsinghua University, or Peking University Jade Bird? Shen Chen thought, he still had to rely on his strength to speak. After dinner, he went back to his room to study. Xu Hongxia secretly opened the door and took a look several times. She found that her son was actually doing his homework seriously, instead of reading comics and playing with the guitar as before, and suddenly she had mixed feelings. My son has really become sensible, grown up, and started to work hard. She thought, turned around and went to the kitchen again. Studying takes a lot of time, so you should take more nutrition and make some chicken soup for your son. At dawn the next day, Shen Chen and his wife got up. They had to rush to the noodle shop early to buy vegetables, prepare ingredients, make soup, and prepare for the opening of the business. Shen Chen is still sleeping. He didn't go to bed until after 12 o'clock last night, and he was at the age where he was addicted to sleep, so he didn't wake up that early. Xu Hongxie looked at her son's door lovingly and left a note on the table, saying that there was a bowl of chicken noodle soup left in the refrigerator. She could heat it up and eat it by herself. She would heat up yesterday's meal for lunch and make dinner when they come back. After leaving the note, the couple went out. The noodle shop run by Shen Chen's family is not far from home, only about 300 to 400 meters away. The name is Lao Shen Noodle Shop, which is quite down to earth. There are many residential areas nearby, plus the prices are affordable and the taste is authentic, so the noodle shop's business is pretty good. The peak dining period is from 7 to 9 in the morning, and the couple is extremely busy. After 9 o'clock, the store became deserted. Xu Hongxia was cleaning up the leftover dishes from the previous customer, while Shen Yaoxing turned on the small TV in the store and watched the news. At this time, Shen Chen pushed the door in from outside. "Dad, I'm starving, give me a bowl of noodles," he shouted as soon as he came in. "Hey! Didn't I leave you a note asking you to cook a bowl of chicken noodle soup?" Xu Hongxia looked at her son in surprise. "It's on the dinner table, didn't you see it?" "I don't want to eat chicken noodle soup," Shen Chen said confidently. "Xu Hongxia, how old are you to be picky about food?" Okay, what noodles do you want to eat?" Shen Yaoxing asked with a smile. "Beef noodles." Shen Chen suddenly shrugged his nose slightly and wrinkled his brows in confusion. Why is there such a strong smell of gas? The smell of gas, the couple wondered. Why didn't they smell it? Shen Chen quickly went straight to the kitchen. After entering, he looked serious. "This is it. The smell is getting stronger and stronger." The couple who followed also smelled it carefully. "I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but it seems to be a bit. Hurry up and have someone check it out." Shen Chen frowned and said solemnly, "This is no joke. If something happens one day, it will be on the headlines of the social media." Xu Hongxia was so angry that she pinched his ears. "You brat has a crow's mouth, can't you say something nice?" "I'll make a call," Shen Yaoxing said. There was a telephone in the noodle shop, so he called the gas company. It didn't take long for the gas company staff to arrive. After inspection, it was found that the gas hose used in the noodle shop was a brand name product and had shown signs of aging. If it was not replaced in time, it might lead to serious consequences. They replaced their hose with a new one and checked that there was no abnormality. They also told them to do inspections every 6 months and not to be careless. Xu Hongxia and Shen Yaoxing agreed quickly. As Shen Chen watched from the side, the biggest stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. In this way, the tragedy of the previous life should never happen again. His parents, the two most important people in the world, will be fine. By the time everything was settled, the sun had climbed to the middle of the sky. The number of customers in the noodle shop gradually increased. Shen Chen wanted to stay and help, but Xu Hongxia told him to go home and study hard. He said he didn't care about these 2 hours, but Xu Hongxia retorted, "Time is precious, and there are only more than 700 days until the college entrance examination. We can't waste a day. If you work harder for 1 minute, you may get 1 more point, and this point may be enough. It's about your future." Shen Chen. Just then, a girl came into the store. When he saw Shen Chen, he first said, "R," in confusion, and then his round deer eyes suddenly widened. The corners of his mouth curved up, and his voice was full of surprise and happiness. "Shen Chen." Shen Chen was also surprised. "Why are you here?" "And Xiaoran, I was out for a walk, and I was a little hungry and wanted to eat a bowl of noodles." What a coincidence. She was a little embarrassed to tell the truth. In fact, she knew the approximate location of Shen Chen's house, so she subconsciously came nearby. There is a small longing deep in her heart. What if I could have an encounter with Shen Chen? Unexpectedly, I actually met him in this noodle shop. This is fate. The little girl couldn't help but feel joy in her heart. That joy was like a sudden burst of a little flower bursting out of the barren and lifeless land, swaying in the wind, bright and bright. Her eyebrows are curved and she smiles beautifully. Shen Chen's heart beat twice. When he was about to speak, Xu Hongxie interrupted. Shen Chen, is she your classmate? As she asked, she looked at Xiaoran, sighing in her heart that this little girl was so pretty. Shen Chen nodded. Then why don't you hurry up and ask your classmates to sit down? Xu Hongxie said angrily, then smiled and said to Xiaoran, little girl, come on, sit down first. Xiaoran was pulled to an empty table and sat down like a marionette. Then, she looked at Shen Chen in confusion. Shen Chen coughed lightly. This is my mother, and this is my family's noodle shop. It turns out to be Shen Chen's mother. Then I should say hello and how to address myself. The little girl was a little nervous and blurted out, hello, mom. Xu Hongxie. This progress is a bit fast. Shen Chen almost died laughing. Only then did Xiaoran realize. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. She quickly blushed and said, I made a mistake just now. It's Shen Chen's mother. My name isn't Xiaoran. I'm Shen Chen's schoolmate, classmate. Xu Hongxie smiled and said, it doesn't matter. There is a menu on the wall. You can order whatever you want. Auntie's treat. Xiaoran waved her hands hurriedly, no need, I brought the money. You are Shen Chen's classmate, and this is your first time here. Don't be polite to auntie. Xu Hongxie said without refusal, how about beef noodles? Shen Chen loves beef noodles the most. Shen Chen also curled up his lips, our beef noodles are not enough to sell every day. Seeing what he said, Xiaoran nodded obediently and said softly, okay, then. I'll just eat beef noodles, thank you auntie. Can you eat spicy food? Okay. The little girl nodded. Xu Hongxie was very happy, hey, you are much better than my son. He doesn't like spicy food at all. Really, he doesn't look like a person from Chu City. After saying that, she turned around and went to the kitchen, where she arranged for her husband to cook noodles. Shen Chen, who was innocently lying at gunpoint. Why did you pull it on him again? He can eat spicy food, but what's wrong if he doesn't like spicy food? Can't people have something they don't like to eat? It's not illegal. Xiaoran glanced at Shen Chen, covered her mouth and smiled secretly. She didn't know that Shen Chen didn't like spicy food. Remember it well. Oh, you still dare to laugh at me? Shen Chen pretended to be indifferent and glared at her fiercely. The little girl misunderstood and thought that Shen Chen was angry. Her smile faded and she lowered her eyes a little uneasily. Her hands nervously pinched the corners of her clothes under the table. What should I do? Will it make Shen Chen annoying? Then Shen Chen saw her pursed lips, her eye circles a little red, aggrieved but trying not to show a strange and awkward expression. Shen Chen. His heart suddenly softened and he said, I'm just teasing you, I'm not angry. Xiaoran raised her head and asked softly, really? Shen Chen wanted to raise his hand to rub her head, but he endured it and just said, yeah. I'm just joking with you, I'm not that stingy. Xiaoran opened her eyes wide, her worries turned into joy, and she nodded obediently. Here comes the noodles. At this time, Xu Hongxie brought over a big bowl of steaming beef noodles. The noodle soup is filled with red butter, a few green vegetables, white and thin handmade noodles, a mountain of beef and coriander. The aroma is so fragrant that it makes you salivate. Come, try it while it's hot. Xu Hongxie handed over a pair of chopsticks with a smile. Xiaoran thanked him, took the chopsticks, carefully picked up a few noodles, put them into his mouth, and chewed gently. Every movement was very delicate. Xu Hongxie observed her expression carefully. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, she looked up, and said sincerely, it's really delicious. I wasn't lying to you. Xu Hongxie was very satisfied with her reaction, if you like it, eat more. Yes. Xiaoran nodded heavily. Xu Hongxie said to Shen Chen, please greet your classmates properly. Mom will go to work first. Shen Chen said, yeah, and sat down diagonally opposite Xiaoran. Chapter 23. Let us study together. At that time, the Guangdong and Shenzhen markets were thousands of miles away. There is a CEO sign hanging outside the door of a certain office. The interior space of the office is small and slightly cluttered. The glass bookcases on both sides are filled with various computer books in Chinese and English, highlighting the identity of the owner. Sitting in front of the table was a man with a rather elegant appearance wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was carefully flipping through several printed documents. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. The man did not put down the document. Come in. A short man pushed open the door and entered. Pony, check out Hacker Hub. Someone has actually completed that pin task. The short, high-pitched tone showed the excitement in his heart. The man called Pony paused for a moment before he raised his slender eyes under his glasses and looked at him. He asked in surprise, "Is this the top task issued by Nordun Security Company?" As far as he could remember, that task had been on the top for more than a year. Faced with the sky-high reward of $100,000, almost all the experts in the field of computer security in the world have challenged it, but all ended in failure. He also tried it out of curiosity, but also failed. Is there anyone who can actually complete it? Yes. The latter was very excited, and, if nothing unexpected happens, it is our compatriots who complete the task. Let me see. Pony Ma Huateng also became curious. He entered the homepage address of Hacker Hub in the browser, pressed enter, and entered the task area with ease. Then, with a click of the mouse, the details of the pin task were opened. Below the main post is a reply posted by an ID named Mr. S. The gist of it is that he has discovered a vulnerability in the Nodon software and has sent a general description of the vulnerability to the other party's email address. When registering a Hacker Hub ID, you need to fill in your nationality. Then, a small corresponding national flag icon will be generated behind the ID. Behind this Mr. S ID is a heart-shaking 5-star red flag. 10 minutes ago, Norton Company also responded to the other party's message, stating that it had initially determined that the vulnerability existed and asked the other party to submit detailed information about the vulnerability. Once they verify that it is correct, they will abide by their promise and issue a bonus of $100,000. Ma Huateng was speechless for a long time. Xu Chenai beside him said excitedly, "Holy shit, someone can really find out the loopholes of Nodon Company. I wonder who the other person is in our country's computer security. We at Tingshuan have just started, and we are in need of this talent. By the way, Pony, how about I send him a private message on the site and get to know him?" Ma Huateng took a few deep breaths and said decisively, "I will send it myself." And Xiaoran put down the chopsticks in his hands and rubbed his bulging belly with a satisfied expression. Shen Chen asked, "Are you full?" And Xiaoran nodded, "I'm full, it's really delicious." Shen Chen took out a tissue and handed it to her. "Thank you." And Xiaoran reached out to take it, and her fingertips accidentally touched Shen Chen's, and she was stunned for a moment as if she was electrocuted. When she reacted, she hurriedly lowered her head and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Shen Chen looked at her, with a faint smile in his narrow eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. And Xiaoran wiped her mouth and suddenly remembered something. She raised her head and said, "Classmate Shen Chen, thank you for yesterday's incident." "What's the matter?" Shen Chen said calmly. And Xiaoran smiled sweetly at him, "It's about how you helped me and Luoli get out of trouble at the internet cafe yesterday." Shen Chen said, "Oh. You have already thanked me." And Xiaoran, "I think just a word of thanks is not enough." Shen Chen tilted his head slightly with a nonchalant expression, "Then how do you want to thank me?" And Xiaoran pursed her lips and asked tentatively, "Shall we study together? Reading together?" And Xiaoran nodded and said seriously, "Study together and make progress together. My grades are not bad, so it shouldn't be a drag on you. If there's anything you don't understand, we can help each other." She tried her best to speak tactfully, taking into account Shen Chen's self-esteem. Shen Chen heard what she meant and thought the little fool was too cute. If you just take care of yourself a little, why do you need her help? However, this suggestion really moved his heart a little bit. "Are your grades okay?" Xu Hongxia, who appeared at some unknown time, suddenly lit up when she heard in Xiaoran's words, Can you tell Auntie, how many points did you get in this monthly exam?" And Xiaoran was stunned for a moment, and then said the score. "Oh, it's so high." Shen Yaoxing, who was following him, was startled. "Then what's your ranking in the school?" Xu Hongxia asked excitedly. And Xiaoran blinked and whispered, "Third. Third in the school." The couple both gasped. In an instant, the look in Xiaoran's eyes changed. Their first impressions of Xiaoran were all very good. Not only was the little girl good-looking, but she was also polite and well-behaved. They didn't expect that she even had such good grades. Just now, they heard that the little girl offered to help her son study. She is so beautiful, smart and kind-hearted. So lovable. Shen Yaoxing smiled and said, we welcome you to study with Shen Chen. We welcome you so much. Xu Hongxie asked a little embarrassedly, would that be too much trouble for you? And Xiaoran, it's not troublesome, I'm very happy to study with Shen Chen. After a pause, she carefully added, Auntie and Uncle, don't worry, I just want to study with him, there won't be any other ideas. Of course we can rest assured. Xu Hongxie laughed, is it possible that you still fall in love with this silly boy of mine? Shen Chen. And Xiaoran's face turned red quietly. Xu Hongxie slapped Shen Chen hard, what are you doing so stupidly? Ran is so enthusiastic and wants to help you study, why don't you thank me quickly? Shen Chen. Okay, the names have changed. He looked at Xiaoran, met the girl's expectant eyes, raised his eyebrows, and said in a casual tone, whatever. You kid. Xu Hongxie glared at her son. And Xiaoran was extremely happy, and the light in his eyes was flowing, as bright as morning stars. Then if you are fine this afternoon, we can start from this afternoon, okay? Okay, no problem. Xu Hongxie answered first, he will be fine this afternoon. He glared at his son, you dare to tell me that there is something wrong? Shen Chen, was he sold by his own mother like this? After coming out of the noodle shop, and Xiaoran stood in front of Shen Chen, looked up at him, and smiled sweetly, I'll go home and get my homework first. Let's do it together in the afternoon. In this way, she could learn about Shen Chen's study situation and help him in a targeted manner. Shen Chen teased her, when did I agree to do homework with you? Just now, we agreed to study together. She was stunned. Shen Chen, I regretted it. And Xiaoran said, and said a little anxiously, you can't go back on your word. You are man, you have to keep your word. Chapter 24, did you come to the library to pick up girls? Shen Chen pretended to be helpless and sighed, okay. She smiled, her eyes widened, then I'll go home first. Where can we meet later? Shen Chen looked at her. Because it was the weekend, the girl didn't wear her hair in a ponytail. Instead, she braided a few strands of her long, dark hair into a thin braid, which she wrapped around her head. The rest of her hair was scattered behind her head. Compared with the well-behaved and clean girl at school, she looked even more beautiful and charming, like a gardenia bud about to bloom. She was wearing a white chiffon dress that just reached her knees. The dress had a small shirt collar. Perhaps because the weather was a little hot, the two buttons at the front were undone. He was taller than her, and from this distance he could just see her thin white neck and vaguely slender collarbone. His heartbeat quickened, his eyebrows furrowed, and he said coldly, after you go back, change into your school uniform before coming out. And Xiaoran? She asked in confusion, why? This one is ugly. And Xiaoran was even more confused. Is it ugly? She thinks it looks good. As middle school students, of course it is most appropriate and in line with our identities to wear school uniforms. School uniforms are youthful and energetic, simple and generous. And Xiaoran was dubious, do you really think so? Shen Chen said firmly, of course. Then, why don't you wear school uniform? The little girl was confused. Wearing a t-shirt and jeans, Shen Chen said confidently, it was just washed. Oh. And Xiaoran believed it, okay, I'll just go home and change. Shen Chen continued fiercely, tie up your hair too. Don't wear it. But it looks better with it on. It looks beautiful when tied up. Your face shape is more suitable for a ponytail. And Xiaoran was stunned by his affirmative tone, do you really think that ponytail is more suitable for me? Shen Chen nodded against his will. So, the little girl smiled sweetly, okay, you have the final say. Only then was Shen Chen satisfied, well, you go back first, and we will meet in the study room of the school library later. Do you know where the school library is? I know, Luo Li took me there last time, so I'll see you later. And Xiaoran waved to Shen Chen and ran towards the bus stop not far away. After returning to her uncle's house, she went to her room first. This room is not big, but it is very warmly decorated. There is a photo frame on the small desk. The photos inside are slightly yellowed, obviously some time has passed. The photo shows a beautiful woman holding a little girl of about 2 or 3 years old in her arms. The woman and the little girl have similar facial features, both with a pair of clear and clean doe eyes. The little girl has yellow hair braided into 2 sky-high braids, and is holding a lollipop in her hand, smiling innocently. And Xiaoran first changed her dress into a school uniform, then she combed her braids into a ponytail and quickly got dressed. After leaving the room, the girl was full of energy and her eyes were sparkling. She happily greeted her uncle Chen Chen, who was busy in the kitchen. "Uncle, I'm going out. I'm going to the library to study with my classmates." Chen Chen was very happy to hear that his niece was able to make friends so quickly after transferring to another school. He didn't ask much, but just said, "Then don't study too late, and try to come back before dinner." "Good." The little girl agreed, then skipped away humming a song. Chen Chen looked at his niece's back and couldn't help but smile. Shen Chen did not go home directly, but went to Qianqing Internet Cafe first, intending to see how the situation was at Hacker Hub and whether Node & Company had responded. Dalong and the others are not here today. As night owls, the three of them mostly hang out in the internet cafe from afternoon to early morning. But I met Boss He. When the other party saw Shen Chen, he immediately handed over a bottle of Coke with a smile. "Orange, here to play again?" "Yes." Shen Chen took it, said thank you again, turned to the cashier and asked, "Is there a private room?" The female cashier shook her head. "No more." "Boss," he said with a smile, "there are a lot of people now, and there are no empty planes. Please wait for a while. If there are empty planes, the front desk will arrange for you to board as soon as possible. The customer flow of internet cafes on weekends is greater than usual. In addition, Qianqing Internet Cafe's business is very good on weekdays. On weekends, it is even more crowded, and it is common to queue up to wait for a flight." After waiting for a while, he saw that the private room was not available. He was thinking about his date with Xiaoran. Shen Chen could only put down a note at the front desk, "Keep the private room for me when there is a private room later. I'll come back later." After going home and picking up his school bag and homework, Shen Chen rode his bicycle to school. Although it is the weekend, the library of Experimental High School is still open. When he arrived at the study room, he didn't see Xiaoran. He looked at the time and saw that only more than 40 minutes had passed. She probably hadn't arrived yet, so Shen Chen found an empty seat and sat down, opening the bag he had brought. Textbooks and homework are done. Because it was the weekend, there were not many students in the library. In the empty study room, Shen Chen, who was immersed in studying, attracted quite a lot of attention. Some students recognized him and thought they had seen a ghost. "Isn't that Shen Chen? He will also come to the library. Dammit, I can't admit the wrong person." Just after finishing a few multiple choice questions, I heard the patter of footsteps approaching. Shen Chen looked up and saw that it was Xiaoran, who had changed into school uniform and tied her hair into a ponytail. She was also carrying a white backpack. She smiled obediently at him. "I'm late. Have you waited too long?" "No," Shen Chen said. And Xiaoran sat down opposite him, then took off the school bag from behind, took out the textbooks and homework, the pink-covered coil notebook, and the pink pencil case with a white bear printed on it, and said, "Let us do our homework first and then see if there are any problems after we finish it." Shen Chen said, "Yeah." The two of them are not in the same class, and the progress is not exactly the same, so they can only do their own things first. Although Shen Chen has been reviewing during this period, after all, the time is too short, and a large number of knowledge points have not been firmly memoized. He often has to flip through the textbook to do the questions, which wastes a lot of time. In addition, the question types are not familiar, which slows down the speed even more. When Xiaoran finished all their homework, Shen Chen still had 2 subjects left, plus half of the physics test paper. The little girl held her chin in her hands and waited patiently for him. She looked at the attentive young man and couldn't help but quietly curl her lips. His serious look is really good looking. I can't seem to get tired of watching it. I really want to watch it forever. At this time, the breeze outside the window was gently blowing the green leaves, making a rustling sound, and the sunlight lazily sprinkled in, making the study room bright and clean. The boy was frowning in thought, and opposite him, the girl was smiling with her chin in her hand, her eyes as gentle as water. This scene is as beautiful as a painting. It is simply unbearable to destroy. A student suddenly realized, so, the school bully came to the library to pick up girls. Chapter 25, Playing Hard to Get, The Prodigal Son's Return. Some people questioned, why go to the school library to pick up girls? Wouldn't it be better to go to other places, such as dance halls and movie theaters? Stupid. I know that girl. Her name is Xiaoran. She is a transfer student from class 4. It is said that many people have voted her as the new campus beauty of our school. Not only is she beautiful, she also ranked third in the grade in the monthly exam. How can she be the same as those superficial and vain girls? The former student had a serious look on his face. If you want to chase her, you have to go with her, and the best place to do it is the library. Wait, you're wrong. Someone else retorted in a low voice. As far as I know, it seems that Xiaoran took the initiative to approach Shen Chen and chase him. The student racked his brains for a while and suddenly slapped his thigh. I know, Shen Chen must be playing hard to get and the prodigal son will turn around. The student next to me humbly asked for advice. What is the trick of playing hard to get and the prodigal son turning back? As the saying goes, if a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. The student analyzed carefully. First of all, Shen Chen deliberately used his image as a cold and prodigal son to arouse her interest. Everyone was all ears. Then, when Xiaoran had a crush on him, he used a distant approach to push and pull in a hidden way, creating a sense of mystery and freshness. He continued his analysis. If people's hearts are not enough, they can't get what they want. It's always the best, no matter whether it's a man or a woman. In this way, Xiaoran will take the initiative to approach him. This is what is called playing hard to get. Everyone nodded. The student was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and continued to talk, and today, Shen Chen chose to come to the library, which is the most critical move. The prodigal son turns back. Everyone's curiosity for knowledge is high. How do you say it? The student sighed. Girls like Xiaoran are often naive and kind-hearted. They always think they are the last girl who can make the prodigal son turn back. So, as long as the bad boy shows that he has a tendency to change for the better, they will often be fooled and take on the noble mission of making the prodigal son turn over a new leaf, without hesitation. In fact, they don't know that most of the time, the bad boys are just playing a game with them, where the hunter lures the prey. They are just the prey, falling into the trap without knowing it, and in the end, they can only end up hurt physically and mentally. Everyone gasped and immediately stood in awe. As expected, the analysis was insightful and to the point. Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. What a master! Oh, this girl is so innocent. So kind. Finally, the student gave Xiaoran a final word with a deep look, and his face was full of pain. She is no match for someone like Shen Chen. When I think about it, she, a girl as innocent as a little white flower, fell into a trap carefully laid by the school bully. I feel uncomfortable. Some people were filled with indignation. Who is going to expose Shen Chen's true face? Everyone looked at him as if they were a fool. You're looking for death. Aren't you afraid that the school bully will kill you? Shen Chen and Xiaoran didn't know that this group of students had already brainstormed a 100,000-word sadomasochism novel. Shen Chen continued to do the test papers. Xiaoran looked at him for a while and asked him softly, "Can I see your homework?" After seeing Shen Chen nod, she took the copies that Shen Chen had finished in her hand, started reading them, and sometimes wrote something in her notebook. After Shen Chen finished the remaining homework, Xiaoran took her notebook, which contained the notes she had just compiled based on Shen Chen's homework. She pushed the notebook in front of him and pointed it out to him one by one with her pen. It's like this: I just looked at your English and chemistry homework. In the English part, you made more mistakes in tense-related knowledge points, and the other one is the close part. In addition, these chemistry questions. When she spoke, she lowered her head, and a few naughty locks of hair slipped out from her temples and floated beside her fair cheeks, swaying gently with her breathing. Very beautiful. Shen Chen looked at her and didn't listen to a word. By the way, did you buy extracurricular reference materials or something like that? Xiaoran raised her head and blinked, ? Shen Chen coughed. What did you ask just now? The little girl pursed her lips and repeated softly, in addition to the materials required by the teachers in school, did you also buy any extracurricular reference materials? Without. He hasn't had time to buy it yet. Then let's go buy them together later. I happen to want to buy a few copies too. I didn't bring any before. The little girl asked very understandingly, okay. Shen Chen leaned back and said in a lazy tone, it doesn't matter, I'm fine anyway. That's agreed. She smiled sweetly, let's pick out some materials now and review them from the basics tomorrow. Shen Chen originally wanted to say it was not necessary, but when his words came to his lips, he said, okay, let's go. The two packed their school bags and left the school. There are several bookstores next to the school, which not only sell various reference books and extracurricular books, but also various stationery for study and some exquisite gadgets that students like. And Xiaoran and Luoli had already gone shopping before, so she took Shen Chen and walked in the direction of the teaching aid books in a familiar way. Soon, we came to the first grade area. The little girl picked it up seriously. Shen Chen put his hands in his pockets and leaned to the side to wait. His casual handsomeness made the girls around him look at him unconsciously, but they were blocked by his cold temperament. And Xiaoran carefully selected for a long time. She first selected the materials she thought were most suitable for each subject of Shen Chen, and then selected 2 books for herself. She wanted to pick up the books she had chosen, but Shen Chen had already stretched out his hand in front of her and picked up the large stack of information. Any more? Let's start with these. The little girl thought for a while. Don't buy too much first. Shen Chen carried this large stack of books to pay. The cashier clicked on the calculator and finally said, 285 in total. Oh, okay. And Xiaoran nodded and reached out and took out a small rabbit wallet. But Shen Chen was faster than her. He had already taken out 3 red bills and put them on the cashier. I'll pay. And Xiaoran was stunned for a moment and reminded him, there is still my book in it. Shen Chen ignored him. And Xiaoran gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Shen Chen. I just have to pay for myself. Shen Chen glanced at her. Don't argue, I'll count your tuition fee. The little girl said, oh, obediently, then thought of something else and ran to the side. After a while, Shen Chen took the change and put his books into his school bag. There were so many books that they couldn't fit in them and they were heavy to carry. Then he took in Xiaoran's 2 books and turned back to look for her. He glanced around and saw no one. Chapter 26, It's Your Own Fault. Shen Chen looked carefully again and saw the section where she was selling stationery, wondering what she was choosing. I guess I need to buy stationery. Shen Chen thought about it and waited for her where he was. But the little girl turned back and waved to him, Chen, come here. When Shen Chen walked over, she was holding several notebooks, a little undecided, and asked him with her big eyes blinking, which one of these notebooks do you think is better? Shen Chen glanced at it and clicked on the one with a pink cherry cover. Okay. The little girl happily put it aside and took out a few more books. Where are these? Shen Chen ordered another book with foundation and white marshmallow pattern. The little girl looked at the 2 notebooks and seemed to understand something. Do you think pink looks good? Shen Chen thought it was right, pink suited her better, so he nodded. Oh, I know. The little girl nodded vigorously, picked out several pink notebooks, bought a few gel pens with pink shells, a box of gel pen refills, and went to the cashier. Tower. After paying the money, she handed all the pink stationery in her hand to Shen Chen. Here, it's for you. Shen Chen. The little girl blinked. Go on. Shen Chen was confused. What are you doing for me? I see that you don't have a single subject notebook and only a pen, so I bought it for you. She smiled with a crooked eyebrow. So, these were chosen for me. Yes. She handed the things in her hand forward again, raised her head, and looked at him expectantly. You will not live if you do your own misfortune. Shen Chen accepted it resignedly. And Xiaoran, carrot, sure enough, you made the right choice. After shopping, dusk was already setting. Shen Chen pushed the bicycle, with both school bags thrown into the basket in front of the bicycle. And Xiaoran walked beside him, about half a meter away from them. Not long after, we arrived at the bus stop. Not far away, a bus was slowly approaching. Shen Chen stopped, stretched out his hand, and gave in Xiaoran's school bag to her. And Xiaoran put her school bag on her back, looked at him expectantly, and said, let's meet in the library at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? Shen Chen curled his lips and answered. And Xiaoran pursed her lips and smiled. At this time, the car door opened and she got in the car. When she found a seat and sat down, she saw from the window that Shen Chen had already left on his bicycle, and his long shadow was shrouded in the warm sunset, gradually moving away. She waved slightly at his back, her sweet smile reflected in the window. See you tomorrow. Shen Chen went to Qianqing Internet Cafe first. Dalong and Ji Yukai were in the eternal CS, quarreling as always. Luobo was chatting on QQ with a lewd smile on his face, and would switch out to watch movies from time to time. The female cashier at the front desk said, the box is reserved for you. Good. Enter the box, turn on the computer, log into their Hacker Hub website, and go straight to the Noden Company's mission reward page. Then, Shen Chen saw the reply from Nodon Company to him. The other party initially confirmed the existence of the vulnerability he submitted and asked Shen Chen to fully exploit the vulnerability to their official email. Shen Chen moved his fingers a few times and started typing on the keyboard quickly. At the same time, in Guangdong Shenzhen City, inside the office of Tingshuan Company, Ma Huateng and Xu Chenai were refreshing the task bounty page of Nodon Company every once in a while, and they were eagerly waiting, extremely anxious. After a refresh, they suddenly found that the ID called Mr.S turned from gray to bright. The two looked at each other and became excited. Mr.S is online. I hope he can see the private message we sent him earlier. Xu Chenai stared at the screen, rubbing his hands back and forth subconsciously, muttering. Ma Huateng, who is relatively calm and composed, did not make fun of his old classmate and entrepreneurial partner's restlessness. In fact, his mood was not much different from Xu Chenai's. Both of them were computer science majors, and he also understood what it meant to be able to successfully find the loopholes in the Norton software. The top expert in the field of computer security. Absolutely. Compared with foreign countries, China started late in computer security and there is still a big gap between them. Relevant talents are also extremely scarce. And Tingshuan, which had just received a large amount of venture capital not long ago, was now in urgent need of expansion and was eager to recruit talents. Suddenly, such a person who might be a god-level figure appeared before them. How could they not be excited? However, he couldn't help but tease her in a calm and casual tone. Chen Yi, you are one of the company's leaders after all. You should remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. You can't be so startled. TSK, don't think I don't know that you are anxious too. Xu Chenai replied rudely. Ma Huateng laughed. Yes, I am anxious too. However, it has only been 2 or 3 minutes since he came online. I guess he hasn't seen the private message yet. Be patient and wait a little longer. Xu Chenai nodded. Okay, wait a little longer. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something else and pointed at an ID in Ma Huateng's friend list. Hey, Pony, is this ID the guy Ding Sanxia? Ma Huateng was stunned. Ding Sanxia is the founder of the large domestic portal website, Wangyi, and is an old acquaintance of the two of them. Ma Huateng took a look and said, yes. No, I saw him offline just now, how come he's online all of a sudden? Ma Huateng was also stunned when he heard this. Is it such a coincidence? The two looked at each other, and the same guess emerged in their minds at the same time. They were both stunned. No way. According to Ma Huateng's understanding of Ding Sanxia, the latter has a very regular schedule. At this point in time, he should not be in the hacker hub, but is about to rest. Unless there is some extremely important and sudden event that requires him to temporarily change his schedule. Could it be that Ding Sanxia also noticed the existence of Mr.S? Or even have the same goal as them? If this is true, Tingshuan has little confidence in competing with the much stronger Wangyi. Xu Chenai frowned. Hurry up and ask him indirectly. Ma Huateng called out his QQ number 10001 and looked among his few friends. He found a glowing duck avatar, which was Ding Sanxia. Looking at this duck avatar, Ma Huateng felt a little complicated. A few years ago, not many people had access to the internet, so the circle was very narrow. Ma Huateng, Ding Sanxia, and several other internet giants today all met on the same forum, and their relationship was pretty good. A few years ago, Ding Sanxia founded Wangyi. A year later, seeing that Ding Sanxia made a fortune by developing an email system, Ma Huateng could no longer sit still and used all his fortune to found Tencent. However, Tingshuan's start was not as smooth as Wangyi's. It encountered the risk of broken capital chain several times and its growth was extremely difficult. At that time, Wangyi was already one of the major internet giants in China, and its stocks were about to be listed in the United States. It was in high spirits. Ma Huateng once approached Ding Sanxia, hoping that the latter would lend a helping hand to Tencent, which was in trouble, but was ultimately rejected. Fortunately, not long ago, Tencent received the favor of a foreign investment institution and obtained tens of millions of US dollars in financing, which temporarily bid farewell to the crisis. But because of that incident, there was somewhat of a rift between the two of them. In addition, they are competitors and have various interests involved. Maybe they can never go back. Ma Huateng sighed inwardly, clicked on the dialog box with Duck, and typed, Old Ding, what are you doing? Chapter 27, Does the competition have to be so fierce? Soon, the duck flashed and a reply popped up. Har har, what else can I do? I'm surfing the internet. Do you want to talk to me about something? Ma Huateng thought for a while, then looked at Shu Chenai in embarrassment. Why are you beating around the bush? Shu Chenai, you are the boss, think for yourself. Ma Huateng pondered for a few seconds, then typed in a serious tone. Har har, Lao Ding, we have known each other for several years, so we can be considered old friends who met each other from humble beginnings. In the past, we watched the ups and downs of life together on the internet, and we also met together many times to talk at night. He tried to evoke Duck's revolutionary memories and then changed the subject. The duck was very alert. Okay, don't beat around the bush at night, just say what you want to say. Ma Huateng was calm and asked directly, okay, what are you doing in Hacker Hub? Nothing, just looking around. The duck laughed, then suddenly became alert. How did you know I was in the Hacker Hub? Ma Huateng avoided the main point and said, Sancha, for the sake of our friendship, how about you promise me one thing? Duck, what's the matter? Tell me about it. Ma Huateng, it's not a big deal, just agree to it first. The duck didn't fall for it. You tell me first, I'll think about it. Ma Huateng, if you agree first, I will tell you. The duck refused to listen, then don't say anything. Ma Huateng. He was at a loss for a moment. Should he tell the story of Mr. S? If Ding Sancha didn't know about the existence of Mr. S at all, and because of his unnecessary actions, he gained a new competitor, wouldn't that be shooting himself in the foot? Thinking of this, Ma Huateng felt a little annoyed. After struggling for a long time, he finally typed out an ambiguous sentence. It's like this, these 2 days, I found a talented person in Hacker Hub, don't compete with me. Duck, oh, what a coincidence, I just found a talent in Hacker Hub, don't compete with me. Ma Huateng. Sure enough, this bastard had the same target as himself, and was also targeting Mr. S. He was depressed. Old Ding, we at Tingshuan are in urgent need of people. Your Wanyi is a big company, so you won't compete with us for people, right? Duck, fair play. Aren't you guys focusing on game development lately? The more talents the better. Besides, such talents can be used everywhere. Ma Huateng. Duck kills people. By the way, I heard that Zhang from Sohu, Hua Jun, and Lei Jun from Kingsoft are also a little interested in that person and have sent him private messages. What? Zhang Chaoyang, Lei Jun, and Hua Jun also want to intervene. Does the competition have to be so fierce? Ma Huateng was completely speechless and quit QQ in frustration. Shu Chenai, who saw the whole chat, also sighed. It seems that we are not the only ones keeping an eye on Mr., so we can only try our best. Ma Huateng nodded helplessly. The two of them had mixed emotions and could only turn their attention to Hacker Hub. It's been half an hour, why hasn't he replied yet? Nearly 2 hours later, Shen Chen uploaded the attachment and clicked the send icon. After a few seconds, the email was sent successfully. When Noden Company receives the email and confirms it is correct, it will ask Shen Chen to submit the bank account number used to receive the bonus. Then, just wait for the bonus to arrive. The next second, Shen Chen suddenly noticed the time. Damn. It's almost 10 o'clock, is it already so late? It's over, if you don't go home, you will face the invincible ear-twisting and life-threatening roar of your mother. So, he ignored the private message notification that popped up in the upper right corner of Hacker Hub, directly cleaned up his traces on the internet, went to the front desk to cancel the machine, and quickly went home without even saying hello to Dalong and the others. Little did he know that at the other end of the network, several internet tycoons were looking at the dimmed ID of Mr. S. They were all confused and dumbfounded. He's offline. Did you download it without reading the private message? He's been here for 2 hours. What has he been doing? Isn't it hazy? Their wait was in vain. When going upstairs, Shen Chen took out the reference books and materials he just bought from his school bag and held them in his hands, making them a high stack. As soon as he entered the door, he preemptively shouted, "Dad, help me get it quickly, the book is about to fall." The couple in the living room were stunned for a moment. Shu Qiuxia originally looked angry, but her attention was immediately diverted. Oh, why are there so many books? Did you buy comics again? Shen Chen, no, I picked up some reference materials in the bookstore, so I came back late. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Shu Qiuxia turned from anger to joy. So that's it, then go ahead and buy more. Oh, Shen Yaoshen, hurry up and help your son get it. Look at how hard he works, how can you be a father? Shen Yaosheng looked at his wife and shook his head, who was angry just now and said that he should educate his son well when he comes back. Xu Chuxier glared at him. What's the matter with you? I'm just going to say something angry. Why do you keep holding on and trying to sow discord between my son and me? Shen Yaoshen. Don't dare, don't dare. On Sunday morning, rays of sunshine were shining, the campus was peaceful and quiet, and a few melodious bird calls could be heard from time to time. School library. As soon as Shen Chen entered the study room, he saw Xiaoran sitting by the window not far away. She saw him too, waving with bright eyes. When Shen Chen walked over, she smiled and said, "Good morning, have you had breakfast?" Shen Chen said, "Yeah." He put away his school bag and sat down. The little girl asked, "Have you brought the reference materials you bought yesterday?" Shen Chen took out the books one by one and quickly piled them up. She stuck out her tongue. "I was negligent. You should focus on reviewing 2 or 3 courses every day, so you don't have to bring so many books." Shen Chen said nonchalantly, "It's not very heavy." And Xiaoran suddenly thought of another thing. In the second year of high school, arts and sciences will be divided into classes. Shen Chen, are you going to study arts or science? Why do you ask? If you want to study science, we can focus on language and mathematics, and don't spend too much time on other subjects. And Xiaoran thought to herself, of course I have to ask. If you study liberal arts, I will study liberal arts. If you study science, I will study science. In the future, I will go to the same university as you. Shen Chen asked back, what about you? And Xiaoran hesitated. I haven't thought about it yet, you should tell me yours first. Shen Chen glanced at her lightly and teased her, I won't tell you. And Xiaoran. She pouted a little and snorted. Bad guy. Shen Chen raised his head and glanced at the angry little girl across from him. There was a smile in his dark eyes, but his face was calm and he asked, okay, what are you going to study today? And Xiaoran suddenly lost his temper. Tutoring for Shen Chen was the most important thing. Chapter 28. What do you want to eat? My treat. She first pulled out one of the physics problem books, brought it to her face, opened it, and sketched for a while. Then, she pushed the book in front of Shen Chen and said softly, I have bought this material before, and the questions are the format is relatively comprehensive and the explanations are simple and easy to understand. I have chosen a few typical questions for you to take a look at first. Shen Chen took out a pink rabbit gel pen from his pencil case, found some scrap paper, and started to work on the questions. 15 minutes later, he put down his pen and said, okay. And Xiaoran thought for a while, stood up and changed his position, sitting next to him, and then took the book over. Well, let me take a look first. Shen Chen said, yeah. She looked at Shen Chen's answers first, and then looked at the problem-solving process very carefully. The two were very close to each other at this time. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing her exquisitely contoured ears. The earlobes were small and shiny. A little further down, there was a neck as graceful as a swan. Her white skin was covered with a layer of light down that was so thin that it was almost invisible. Against the light, it looks fragile and soft. He could even smell the very faint sweet fragrance from her body that only a girl could have. It's like the faint scent of gardenia floating in the wind, hard to capture, but full of temptation. Shen Chen's breathing suddenly became chaotic for a few beats. At this time, and Xiaoran pointed at the page with the tip of his pen, this, and this. I did it wrong. The sound is also soft and waxy, like strawberry-filled marshmallows. Shen Chen's Adam's apple rolled slightly, oh. She didn't know anything about it and explained to him the problem-solving idea seriously. This question is actually about Newton's first law and the decomposition of force. Let's take a look at the question first. After about 2 minutes, she looked up and asked, do you understand? Shen Chen, ? Sorry, didn't listen at all. And Xiaoran blinked, realized something, and blamed himself. You didn't understand, did you? I must have failed to explain it well. It doesn't matter. I'll tell it again. This time I'll speak slower and more carefully. Shen Chen. She spoke again, more seriously than last time. Shen Chen forced himself to stop his random thoughts and listened. In fact, it's not that he doesn't know many question types, it's just that the time has passed so long that his memory is blurred. But now the little girl is talking patiently and carefully. As she talks, the problem-solving ideas that have been left deep in the memory gradually emerge, like old glass that has been wiped repeatedly and gradually becomes clear. After finishing speaking, the little girl was nervous and looking forward to it. Did you understand this time? Shen Chen nodded. She was very happy. Okay, then I will find a few more questions of the same type. You can try them and see if you can master them. Shen Chen smiled. Come on. And Xiaoran chose a few more questions, and then she sat next to him and put her little head close to watch him solve the problems. Soon, those big eyes became bright. That's right. Shen Chen, you are so smart. She raised her face and smiled sweetly at him, as if he was a great hero who had just saved the world, praising him with all her heart. Shen Chen's cheeks were slightly hot. Okay, next question. Okay. The sun was shining brightly, and the large ceiling fan overhead swayed slowly, making a soft buzzing sound. There was a small butterfly with black wings and yellow spots parked on the window glass. Their whole morning passed with two people giving lectures and solving problems. The long and short hands of the wall clock on the wall are about to coincide with the 12 position, and the little girl has just finished explaining a big physics question. Shen Chen took notes and closed the book. Get here first. And Xiaoran understood. Are you tired? Then take a rest. I'm not tired, I'm hungry. Studying consumes a lot of energy. Shen Chen subconsciously tapped her little head with the tip of his pen. It took him a second to react. What did I do? Then I saw the little girl's fair face turning red little by little. For a moment, it was a little subtle. Shen Chen coughed, stood up as if nothing had happened, and slung his school bag over his shoulder. Let's go get something to eat first, and then continue later. Oh. And Xiaoran followed him. She looked at the back of the young man in front of her, quietly raised her hand to touch the place where he had knocked her, and pursed her lips with a smile. After leaving the library, the atmosphere between the two returned to normal. Shen Chen slowed down a little, and after Xiaoran caught up, he tilted his head slightly and asked, What do you want to eat? I'm treating you. I can eat anything with you. And Xiaoran almost blurted out. Anything is fine, just choose what you like to eat. Shen Chen actually knows her taste. The little girl is really not picky about food. Well, she is quite easy to feed. He searched in his memory, raised his hand and pointed in a direction. There's a new KFC opened over there, let's go eat there. Although it is junk food, there is no harm in eating it once in a while. And Xiaoran nodded obediently. Okay. After turning a street and walking a few dozen meters, the smiling old man with a white beard appeared in his sight. The two pushed open the glass door and walked in. KFC prices at this time were not cheap. The most basic hamburger and Coke set cost 10 yuan, and a sundae cost 4 yuan. You know, a large bowl of genuine beef noodles in Shinjie Noodle House only cost 4 yuan. Money. In Chu City, where the per capita monthly income is only about 600 yuan, consumption is definitely high. Despite this, the spacious store was still packed with people, with almost no space available, and there was a long queue in front of the ordering counter. KFC, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Starbucks. Nowadays, these terms are not as popular as they were 20 years ago. They have not lost their so-called foreign-style aura, and there is no concept of junk food. For most people, coming to KFC to eat something is still a good idea. It's quite fashionable and status-worthy. Especially young people often choose this kind of place to meet friends or go on a date. These foreign brands are making a lot of money. Shen Chen suddenly thought that if he imitated KFC and opened a chain store like fried chicken and burgers, it would be a way to make money. In later generations, the recipes of these foreign fast food have been basically figured out, and many imitators have appeared on the market. The taste is not only exactly the same, but also 80 to 90% close. The most successful among them is Huashusha, but now, it has not been born yet. Moreover, the investment required in this line of business is much smaller than that of an internet cafe. Including equipment stores and artificial materials, it should be around 100,000 yuan. Based on the consumption level and population size of Chu City, based on a conservative calculation of sales of 3,000 yuan a day and profit of 1,000 yuan, if everything goes well, the cost can be recovered in 2 to 3 months. By the way, there is also milk tea. At this time, milk tea has just arrived in coastal areas and is still rare in the mainland. It is also one of the hugely profitable industries. At this time, it was the turn of two people in the team. Shen Chen looked at Xiaoran. What do you want to eat? Xiaoran glanced at the price list and was slightly surprised. So expensive. Chapter 29. Are you dating? 4,100 words. A regular burger with a Coke costs $10, a bag of fries costs $5, a sundae costs $4. Calculating this way, two people can easily spend 40 or 50 yuan on a KFC meal. Although her pocket money is abundant and it is nothing, to Shen Chen, it may not be. Otherwise, treat yourself instead. But, in this case, would Shen Chen feel that he was losing face and would instead be unhappy? The little girl's mind was spinning 1,000 times, and her expression was also changing. After a while, she finally thought of an idea, and gently tugged on the hem of Shen Chen's t-shirt. When he looked over, she said softly, "Well, Shen Chen, I suddenly don't want to eat KFC." "Shen Chen, why don't you want to eat?" Xiaoran, just. "I don't really want to eat it." Shen Chen looked at her and raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. He remembered that she used to love to eat. Xiaoran asked tentatively, "How about we go eat something else? Noodles, steamed buns, fried dumplings are also good." Shen Chen smiled, "There's nothing else delicious around here. Besides, we've been waiting in line for so long, so just eat whatever you want." Before Xiaoran could stop him, he saw that Shen Chen had turned to the waiter who was ordering, and said, "A set meal for two, no ice for the Coke, an extra large fries, 2 sundaes." "Well, what flavor do you want for your sundae?" The last sentence was about Xiaoran. She hesitated for a few seconds before whispering, I don't want a sundae." Shen Chen smiled, "Then one with strawberry flavor." "Okay, 47 in total." Shen Chen paid the money and said to Xiaoran, "I'll wait for the meal here. You go find a seat first." She looked around for a while, found a seat by the window, sat down and waited. Not long after, Shen Chen came over with 2 burgers, 2 cups of Coke, a bag of chips and a strawberry sundae. He saw her placing her 2 little hands on her knees seriously, sitting as obediently and upright as a primary school student listening to class. So damn cute. He put down the food first, then put his school bag next to him and sat across from her. "You go and wash your hands first." "Okay." After Xiaoran came back from washing her hands, he also went to wash his hands, and then came back to put straws into the 2 cups of Coke one by one. Then I asked her, "Do you want ketchup with your fries?" The little girl nodded obediently. He tore open the small bag of ketchup and squeezed it evenly on the French fries. Finally, he took a burger and a Coke, put the rest on the plate, including the strawberry sundae, and pushed the plate towards her. "These are for you, eat." "Are." The little girl was stunned for a moment. "Why?" She looked at him in surprise. Didn't he order a French fry sundae for himself? Why did you give it all to her? Blinking, she realized that he was not joking, and stammered, I said I don't want a sundae. Oh, I suddenly don't want to eat sweets anymore." Shen Chen leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "You can eat it, otherwise it will be wasted." "Yeah?" Xiaoran said softly, "But I can't eat that much. 1 sundae and 1 burger are enough. How about I give you the fries, okay?" "Okay." Shen Chen was not polite and took the fries over. Xiaoran lowered his head, picked up a small spoon, scooped out a spoonful of strawberry sundae, and gently put it into his mouth. This wasn't the first time she had a sundae, but this time, it was extra sweet. "Is there anyone in the seat next to you?" Suddenly, someone next to me asked. It was a 4-seater, and now only the 2 of them were seated. Xiaoran looked up and saw a girl who looked about the same age as them. She had shoulder-length hair and makeup. She was pretty. She was wearing a waist-revealing short t-shirt and a knee-length denim skirt that are very fashionable nowadays. So she pursed her lips and looked at the other party, smiled politely. "No one." "Oh, then my friend and I will sit here." After the girl said that, she sat down next to Xiaoran. Only then did she notice Shen Chen, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at him back and forth too obviously, but didn't do anything else. After 2 minutes, the girl shouted to the crowd, "I'm over here." Soon, someone in the crowd pushed through. The girl frowned and complained, "Why does it take so long? I'm so hungry." "There are too many people in line, okay, let's eat," the man said as he sat down. The voice was very familiar. Shen Chen turned his head and looked over, just in time to meet the speaker's eyes. The other party was shocked. Brother Chen, why are you here? Shen Chen clicked his tongue. And Xiaoran was surprised. Cai Bao glanced at Xiaoran again, seemed to think of something, and gasped in disbelief, Are you dating? And Xiaoran's face suddenly turned red. Shen Chen slapped him away, almost hitting him on the table. I'm asking your sister out, we're here to study in school. Cai Bao burst into tears. Oh, Brother Chen, please save me some face in front of my friends. Shen Chen snorted, but didn't do anything again. The girl's eyes moved around Shen Chen, a smile appeared on her face, and she asked sweetly, Cai Bao, do you know each other? Here, let me introduce you to him. He is Brother Chen, the boss of our class, and also my boss. Cai Bao straightened up her chest and pointed at the girl, her face flushed unconsciously, Xie Yongwei, I am in junior high school. My classmate is studying in the medical school now. I haven't seen her for a long time. We went out to play together today, he. Xie Yongwei stared at Shen Chen and said softly, Brother Chen, hello, nice to meet you. The little girl paused while eating her sundae. Shen Chen raised his eyelids and glanced at her, then said lightly, yeah. Seeing his cold attitude, Xie Yongwei's smile became a little unnatural. The little girl scooped another spoonful of the sweet sundae and put it into her mouth. Hey, Brother Chen is just like that. He doesn't like chatting with girls. He only likes comics and playing basketball. Come, let's eat. Cai Bao handed Xie Yongwei a cup of Coke with a straw and 2 pairs of spicy chicken wings. KFC's chicken wings are delicious, fried very well, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Looking at the chicken wings, Xie Yongwei suddenly felt a little regretful. Chicken wings are eaten with your hands, and if you're not careful your mouth will be full of oil and your makeup will fall off, which seems not very elegant. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Cai Bao to buy something else. Cai Bao grabbed a chicken wing and ate it frantically. Eat it, it's delicious. Xie Yongwei took 2 sips of Coke and asked nonchalantly, Cai Bao, where are we going to play this afternoon? Cai Bao stopped and said, didn't we agree just now that we would go to the game arcade together after eating? Oh, it's just the 2 of us, wouldn't it be a bit boring? Xie Yongwei said in a casual tone, since I met your classmate, let's go play together in the afternoon. Let's play together. Cai Bao was stunned for a moment. That's right, 2 people are not interesting. It's more fun when there are more people. Xie Yongwei smiled and took a sip of Coke. You ask your classmates if you want to play together. But at this time, something emerged in Shen Chen's memory. Cai Bao told him something in his previous life. At the age when love begins, most people will have experienced love or secret love. Cai Bao is no exception. When he was in the 1st grade of junior high school, he developed a crush on a girl sitting in front of him. The girl was good-looking and very sociable. She would often come back to him to borrow an eraser, a pen, etc., and every time she borrowed something, she would smile and say thank you to him. Cai Bao liked her very much, but he was still a simple and ignorant boy at that time. In addition, many people in the class liked that girl, so he never mustered up the courage to express his feelings and just chose to pay attention to her silently. After the high school entrance examination, he came to the experimental high school and she went to the medical school, and they lost contact. Cai Bao buried this youthful secret love deep in his heart. Unexpectedly, one day in his 1st year of high school, he suddenly received a call from Xie Yongwei. On the phone, Xie Yongwei smiled and said that they were old classmates and hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they could hang out together when they had time. Cai Bao was incredulous at first, and then he was overwhelmed by ecstasy. He didn't expect that she would actually call him on her own initiative. Not only that, she also took the initiative to invite him out to play. Why? Could it be that the girl he had been secretly in love with for more than 3 years actually had the same feelings for him as he did for her? Cai Bao was so excited that he couldn't think, so he accepted Xie Yongwei's invitation without hesitation. Of course, when they went out together, Cai Bao paid for all the food, entertainment, and other expenses. Xie Yongwei liked to keep up with the latest trends, so she would definitely go to fast food like KFC and McDonald's. In addition, if she saw something that interested her, as long as she looked at him or gave him a hint, Cai Bao would happily buy it for her to make her smile. But every time Cai Bao wanted to confess his feelings, she would have many reasons to refuse. When Cai Bao was about to give up, she would give him a little hope. The price of this was that Cai Bao's pocket money soon became insufficient, and he could only find various excuses to ask for money from his family. It was okay once or twice, but after a few times, his parents realized that something was wrong and would no longer be easily fooled. Seeing that Cai Bao could not come up with the money, Xie Yongwei soon became cold towards him and no longer took the initiative to contact him. When Cai Bao called her, either no one answered the call or the caller said they were busy or not feeling well. Until one day in her sophomore year of high school, Cai Bao accidentally met Xie Yongwei in the cinema. At that time, she was doing some intimate actions with a boy next to her as if no one was watching. He finally came to his senses. The originally flawless girl in my heart suddenly collapsed. His first love. Just like that, in a not-so-beautiful gesture, it disappeared into ashes. Cai Bao was depressed for a long time. It wasn't until he met another girl he liked in his senior year of high school that he cheered up again. At this time, facing Xie Yongwei's request, Cai Bao was reluctant but unable to refuse. She could only turn to Shen Chen, brother Chen. Shen Chen glanced at Xiaoran. She lowered her head, unable to see her expression, but she was poking at the sundae with the spoon in her hand. Even though it had melted, she kept poking at it repeatedly, but would not eat it. The little girl felt strange in her heart. Although she is simple, she is not a fool. Coupled with the natural intuition of women, she soon felt that although Xie Yongwei did not express it explicitly, she secretly conveyed it through her words and deeds. It is calm and composed, but there is an undercurrent of provocation and competition. Or, I don't expect Shen Chen to agree at all. But, what position does she have to ask Shen Chen to refuse? So annoying. Shen Chen looked away and said calmly, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he stood up. And Xiaoran was startled for a moment, then stood up, I want to go to the bathroom too. She followed Shen Chen to the bathroom door. Suddenly he tugged at the corner of his clothes. Shen Chen turned around and asked her deliberately, what's wrong? And Xiaoran murmured, I have something to ask you. Shen Chen, what's the matter? And Xiaoran, do you want to play with them? Shen Chen, I haven't thought about it yet. As he was about to open the bathroom door, the little girl became anxious and without thinking, she grabbed his arm with her fingers. Shen Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at her. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Oh, the little girl is getting bolder. Question mark. He looked at her doubtfully. And Xiaoran bit her lip and said quietly but persistently, don't agree, okay. Why? Because I like you and don't want you to go. And Xiaoran opened her eyes wide, afternoon, we have to continue studying in the afternoon. Shen Chen raised his eyebrows, that's it. Seeing his hesitation, the little girl became a little anxious. Her slender fingers tightened her hold on his arm. Her pair of deer eyes opened wide and she looked at him pitifully. Her voice became softer and softer, you agreed to study together with me first. Compared with playing, of course studying is more important, right? Don't go and play, okay. Damn, is this coquettishness? So cute. Shen Chen stared at her and forgot to react. The little girl suddenly woke up. Hey, what am I doing? He was instantly frightened and retracted his hand with a swish. He even subconsciously took a small step back before looking at him eagerly, are you okay? Shen Chen, okay. Real. She was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes sparkled with happiness, and she was so beautiful. Well, then you go to the bathroom, I'll go back first. She turned around with joy. After a while, Shen Chen also returned to his seat. Xie Yongwei looked at him and smiled, how about playing with us in the afternoon? No. Shen Chen said. Damn, brother Chen is so interesting. Cai Bao praised wildly in his heart. Xie Yongwei looked at him a little surprised and disappointed, hey, you really don't want to go? Shen Chen ignored her and said calmly to Xiaoran, there are too many people here. Let's go first. Take any uneaten food to school. And Xiaoran, okay. After packing up the remaining things, the two of them walked out of KFC with their school bags on their backs. Behind them, Cai Bao said, it would be nice for just the two of us to play. Xie Yongwei snorted lightly. On their way, the little girl held a Coke and sipped it as she walked, with a smile in her eyes, it tastes good. Shen Chen teased her, drink less carbonated drinks, be careful of getting fat. She believed it and quickly took out the straw and handed it to him. Here, you can drink. Shen Chen, I'm not afraid of getting fat anymore. And Xiaoran thought seriously for a while, then said softly, it doesn't matter, I like you too if you are fat. Me too. Shen Chen thought. Chapter 30. Could it be that you are interested in her? In the afternoon, most of the physics in the first year of high school has been conquered. Just like yesterday, after seeing Xiaoran off, Shen Chen went to Qianqing Internet Cafe. Internet cafes are still full. He spoke to the cashier and called him when a box became available, and then followed the scolding to find Dalong and the others. Dalong and Gu Kai are in the eternal CS, sniping at each other as always. Gu Kai, Dalong, you are such a badass, do you know how to play? Dalong, I don't know how to play. My left hand is better than yours. Not to be outdone, Gu Kai said, fuck you, I can kill you without a keyboard. The dragon roared, I don't need a mouse. Gu Kai fought back, I won't turn on the fucking monitor. Dalong said without hesitation, I won't turn on the phone. Gu Kai? Are you fucking mentally retarded? Are you going to play goober if you don't turn on the phone? Dalong was angry, I'll beat you to the point of being mentally retarded first. Luobo laughed coldly at the side, stop arguing, you two are both mentally retarded. The result was 2 against 1. People around him have become accustomed to it and turn a blind eye. Shen Chen went over and spent a long time to rescue Luobo, who was almost beaten into a mentally retarded person. Dalong lit a cigarette like a winner and asked, Chingzi, what have you been busy with these days? I can't see you during the day. Shen Chen, study. Dalong suddenly said, oh, you should study hard, don't be like those 2 useless illiterate people, who will become the scum of society in the future. So the 3 of them had another fight, this time it was Dalong 1-on-2. He held up 2 computer chairs, one on the left and the other on the right, and waved them around as if he was in a no man's land, but in the end, he was still unable to defeat the 4 hands with his fists. The winner was decided after 2 seconds, and he was pushed to the ground by Gu Kai and Luobo Hama. Dalong was still arrogant and stubborn, shouting for Shen Chen to come over and help. Shen Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him, put his hands in his pockets, and asked, hey, do any of you have any acquaintances in the medical school? The fight between the 3 men stopped immediately. Luobo got up from Da Long, I know someone in the medical school. What's wrong? Shen Chen said, help me find someone. Who? A woman named Xie Yongwei. Shen Chen said, she should be level 00. As a friend, he didn't want Cai Bao to repeat the mistakes of his previous life, but first he had to determine who this Xie Yongwei was, and then decide what to do. Female? Why are you asking about her? Robbo's eyes suddenly lit up, with a gossipy look on his face. Could it be that you are interested in her? Isn't she pretty? Dalong and Gu Kai looked at each other and said in unison, let us check it for you first. Get away, I'm not interested in her. Shen Chen was speechless and patiently explained, do you remember the one named Cai Bao who was with me last time? That woman seemed to regard my classmate as a traitor. I can't just sit back and do nothing, please help me find out her specific situation. Oh. Luobo said, okay, I'll talk to that person and let you know the results in a few days. Dalong added, Chingzi, you're here just in time. Let's have dinner together later. I have something to tell you. Rob, what can't we talk about now? Dalong said impatiently, fuck, don't we talk about serious things during meals? Gu Kai sneered, you, a guy who is full of pornography, gambling and drugs, do you still have something serious to do? Dalong. He was rarely angry. He just took out a shiny butterfly knife from his arms and began to cut his nails as if no one else was watching. Gu Kai naturally changed the subject, come on, let's continue CS. The atmosphere became harmonious again, and Dalong also put the butterfly knife back. Shen Chen chatted with them for a few more words, and then heard the cashier shouting that a box was available. He went over, paid and got on the plane. Turn on the computer, log into the mailbox first, and took a look in the inbox, but found no reply email from Noden Company. Shen Chen opened the Hacker Hub again and came to the mission area. Later, he saw the other parties reply to him in the pinned post. Their words were very polite and the general message was that it would take a few days to review the vulnerability information he submitted, so please be patient. Okay, just wait. I don't care about these days anymore. Shen Chen read the webpage boredly for a while, listened to music for a while, opened the Lianzhong game and played 2 games of Four Kingdoms Army chess, and even took out the information to answer a few questions. About an hour and a half later, he finally noticed the private message reminder displayed in the upper right corner of Hacker Hub. Just when I was about to open it and take a look, the box door was suddenly banged. "What are you doing, Orange? Come out quickly and go eat," Dalong shouted at the top of his voice outside. So, at the other end of the network, several internet tycoons who had been waiting for a long time once again stared at the ID of Mr. S as it turned grey. "He's offline again. Didn't you read the private message? Dammit, I've been waiting for so long in vain." A certain food stall. People in Chu City have always had the habit of having late-night snacks. This time the brothers went to a nearby kebab shop. It has been open for 4 or 5 years. The store is not big, but there are people queuing up inside and outside. Those are eating skewers, and those outside are waiting to eat skewers. Shen Chen and Da Long found a table, first ordered some skewers and a box of beer. While waiting for the skewers, they ordered 2 more sausage fried noodles and 2 beef cold noodles to fill their stomachs. After the beer was served, Ji Kai opened a bottle first, filled the glasses in front of himself and the other brothers, and skipped Shen Chen's place. Because Xu Hongxiar did not allow drinking, Shen Chen drank the free red date tea in the store. After picking up the cup and drinking it all, Ji Kai looked at Dalong and said, "Don't you have something to say? Say it quickly." Dalong cleared his throat, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a rare solemnity. He slowly took out something from his trouser pocket, slapped it on the table, and covered it with his hand, with a nonchalant look on his face. "Guess, this is what is it?" "Robbo, stop the elf." Ji Kai, have late-stage diagnosis report. Dalong. Can't you two just think about me? At this time, Shen Chen said lightly, "Driver's license." Dalong stared at Shen Chen in shock. "Fuck you, Orange, how did you guess that?" Shen Chen, I'm confused. This can also be deceived, are you a god? Ji Kai and Luo Bo were also a little shocked. Driver's license? Is it really a driver's license? Dalong moved his hand away, revealing a small book with motor vehicle driving license printed on it, and looked at everyone with a proud look on his face. Come and worship me. Luo Bo looked at it for a long time and suddenly said, "You didn't get a fucking certificate, did you? It's illegal." Ji Kai said nothing, but his suspicious eyes said, "I think so too." Dalong's nose was so angry that he said, "I'm pretending to be your sister, I took the exam myself." Luo Bo thought for a moment. "Oh, no wonder you were mysterious and disappeared from people a while ago, just to take the exam." Dalong, nonsense, otherwise what do you think I did? Ji Kai opened another bottle of beer and said casually, "I thought you had committed something again and were avoiding the limelight." Luo Bo nodded. "We are still discussing whether we should collect money for you to run away." Dalong. "Thank you so much for your loyalty." Ji Kai asked again, "You don't have a car, why do you want to get a driver's license?" Chapter 31. Have you thought about the future? The kebabs are ready. The meat is roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, and the oil is fragrant. The cumin and chili powder sprinkled on the skewers are responsible for the aroma and spiciness. The ratio is just right, even Shen Chen, who doesn't like spicy food, can accept it. Dalong picked up a skewer of meat, tore off a piece with his teeth, chewed it for a while, and swallowed it with a gulp. Then he said, "Let's consider it as a plan for the future. I will be 20 after the Chinese New Year, and I can't keep living like this. My old man said that if I could pass the driving test, he would take out his savings and find someone to partner with him to get me a taxi license. Then I can drive a taxi from now on." At this time, driving a taxi is still quite profitable. It is not difficult to earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. The key is that it costs nearly 100,000 yuan to buy a license. After Dalong finished speaking, he looked at Ji Kai and Luo Bo. His expression was unusually serious. "Qingzi is still studying, but your 2 grandchildren are about to graduate from technical school and will be 18 years old. Have you thought about the future?" Future. Ji Kai and Luo Bo were both stunned, with confusion on their faces. Shen Chen looked at his 3 buddies, and memories from his past life gradually emerged. Dalong failed to drive a taxi in the end. Dalong comes from a single-parent family. His father was laid off a few years ago and earns money by doing odd jobs, which is not a high income. Later, after something happened to Shen Chen's family, Dalong gave him most of the money used to buy a taxi license. After Ji Kai and Luo Bo graduated from technical schools, one went to work in an electronics factory in Guangdong and Shenzhen City, and the other found a job in a machine repair factory in Chu City, but neither went well. Ji Kai was working in an electronics factory. Because his supervisor touched a female worker, he was young and energetic at the time and beat her up. The incident was so big that he almost went to jail. Later, he lost a lot of money before he went private. Luo Bo was working in a machine repair shop. During a careless operation, a machine crushed 2 of his toes. Although he was repaired in time, he was still disabled. It wasn't until a few years later that Dalong set up a game studio and brought Ji Kai and Luo Bo together to specialize in various gold farming, power leveling, equipment reselling, and private server establishment, and then he made a little money. Shen Chen was about to graduate at that time, so Dalong asked him to come to the studio to work together. After Shen Chen joined, the studio earned a lot more money than before due to his flexible mind and accurate vision. Slowly, the studio became centered on Shen Chen, and Dalong and the other 2 people obeyed his instructions. Later, Shen Chen decided to make his own game. Dalong and the other 3 thought he was crazy, but they couldn't defeat him. My brothers registered a game company and developed a few simple web games. There was no success at first, but they lost some money. Dalong and others persuaded Shen Chen to give up, but Shen Chen convinced them to continue. Later, with the accumulation of experience, the company slowly turned losses into profits, and gradually went from being unknown to being well known in the industry. But a few years before his rebirth, Dalong was diagnosed with advanced lung cancer. I knew it, you 2 grandsons definitely haven't thought about these things. Dalong picked up a glass of beer and drank it all. Then, looking at Ji Kai and Luo Bo, he kept muttering, "Don't just fool around and pick up girls all day long. The law stipulates that people who are 18 years old are adults. Can you stop treating yourself like a child and think more about the future? In the future, we will all have our own families and careers. But how can you find a girlfriend, get married and raise children without money? I also think that in a few years or even a dozen years, we brothers will all bring our wives and children and get together like we do now to drink, chat, and eat, and the kids will play around together." Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol. Dalong spoke with some emotion, and his voice trembled a little. Everyone was a little touched. Luo Bo patted Dalong's shoulder with red eyes and said comfortingly, "Why are you so anxious now? The legal age of marriage in our country is 22 years old, and the earliest it will take is a few years. Besides, do you know that we will never find a wife? Maybe it's you who can't find one. After all, you are the most anxious among the 3 of us. I guess some girl would be blinded by shit to fall in love with you." The 2 of them became friends again. The sentimental atmosphere is gone. Ji Kai calmly commented, "2 idiots." Then, together with Shen Chen, they attacked the skewers fiercely in tacit understanding. Dalong and Luo Bo discovered this and immediately stopped fighting and started competing with Shen Chen and the others. After eating a messy meal, Dalong lit a cigarette, puffing away with a satisfied look on his face. Ji Kai was dealing with the unfinished beer. Then Robo was almost drunk and lying on the table. Ji Kai looked down upon him, "You're so weak." Luo Bo said harshly, "Dalong, you fart, I'm not drunk." Ji Kai. At this time, Shen Chen cleaned up a piece of the messy tabletop and tapped his fingers on the tabletop. When the 3 people's attention was attracted, he said calmly, "Dalong, Kaizi, Luo Bo, I have a way to make money here, which is much better than driving a taxi or working part-time. Do you want to know?" "What way?" "Of course I do. Come on, cheers." Robbo yelled and suddenly vomited without warning. Dalong and Ji Kai hurriedly pulled him to the side of the road to avoid dirtying other people's stores. Shen Chen patted his back gently to make him vomit more comfortably. "You're such a bad drinker. You don't have any sense of self-awareness yet, so you're always rushing to drink." Ji Kai scorned. "Oh, you vomited all over my shoes." Dalong angrily wiped Luo Bo's shoes on his clothes. Luo Bo didn't know it. He vomited for a long time, drank another cup of tea handed over by Shen Chen, and then lay on the table unconscious. At this time, Dalong asked, "Qingzi, what did you say before about how to make money?" Shen Chen thought for a while and said, "Forget it, Carrot is drunk. Let's wait a few days before talking about it, lest I have to say it twice. In addition, I have to do some preparations, and I will tell you when it's almost done." Dalong and Ji Yukai didn't take this matter to heart and just thought it was Shen Chen's whim. After all, in their eyes, apart from being better at studying and smarter than them, Shen Chen didn't show any talent for making money. Now he suddenly said that there was a way to make money that was much better than working or driving a taxi. They just listened temporarily, but didn't he hold out much hope? Shen Chen was not in a hurry. Just wait until he's ready and surprise them. Monday morning. Shen Chen woke up earlier than usual, had breakfast, and went out. Mayenshu City is one of the most beautiful seasons of the year. The weather is neither cold nor hot, the sun is refreshing, and the sky is blue. Pedestrians are in a hurry, cars are buzzing, and the city is waking up. Shen Chen pedaled his bicycle and walked leisurely along the non-motorized lane, feeling very happy. Turning around an intersection, I accidentally turned my head and saw Xiaoran carrying a school bag. For a moment, the sun seemed to be a little brighter again. It's still a long way from the school, and it's not a bus stop. Why is she here? Chapter 32 Don't Touch Boys. And Xiaoran was facing him sideways. From her angle, she couldn't see him. Staring at the little girl's back, Shen Chen suddenly had an impulse. An impulse completely inconsistent with his actual mental age. An extremely childish impulse. The next second, a smile appeared on his lips, and he put this childish impulse into action. Press the pedal hard. The bicycle sped towards Xiaoran. The moment he passed by her, Shen Chen quickly reached out and patted her left shoulder. The little girl turned her head to the left reflexively, but Shen Chen had already ridden past, so naturally she didn't look at anything. Her big eyes were wide open, full of doubts. Who? Where are people? Har har. Shen Chen put his long legs on the ground, stopped, and laughed out loud. Perhaps it was because returning to this childish time made his mentality become younger. It is great to be mature and practical, but it is also reasonable to be childish occasionally. Because youth is inherently naive. When she heard laughter, she turned around and saw him. Her eyes immediately lit up, a honey-like smile appeared on her lips, and she immediately ran towards him, her ponytail swaying back and forth. Click, click, stop a step away in front of him. What a coincidence. She arched her eyebrows. Shen Chen got out of the car and asked casually, "What are you doing here?" And Xiaoran pointed to a small shop with good business not far away, and said a little sheepishly, "Luoli said that the hot dry noodles and tofu noodles here are delicious, so I came here to try them." That's it, little greedy cat. Shen Chen curled his lips. "Oh, the breakfast here is pretty good." "What about you, have you had breakfast?" she asked him with a wink. "Eat." He swallowed the two words, "Not yet." She suddenly became happy, "Then let's eat together." After saying that, her slender fingers gently grabbed the corner of his clothes and motioned for him to go with her. Damn, the little girl is getting bolder and bolder. Shen Chen's Adam's apple rolled up and he warned in a low voice, "Hey, girls, be more reserved and don't touch boys." Or the sound wasn't high enough and didn't reach her ears. The little girl didn't know it and still held on. Shen Chen sighed, put his school bag on his shoulders, followed her forward, and murmured, "Forget it, I've warned you, but if you don't listen, there's nothing I can do. Then let's eat together." The store is not big, but it is crowded with people at this time, and the tiny fragrance comes in waves. And Xiaoran pulled Shen Chen's clothes and walked all the way to the ordering place. "Boss, what do you want?" "A large bowl of hot dry noodles and a portion of eggnog." After he finished ordering, he asked Xiaoran, "What about you?" And Xiaoran raised her head, looked at the price list on the wall for a while, ordered a small bowl of hot dry noodles and a cup of sweetened soy milk, then lowered her head to dig out her little rabbit wallet in her school bag. Before it was taken out, Shen Chen had already paid. "You're rushing to pay again. You hired KFC last time." She pouted and muttered unhappily, emphasizing, "Don't rush to pay next time. Let me pay." Picking up their breakfast, Shen Chen said calmly, "It's up to you." After hearing this, the little girl was so happy that she jumped like a rabbit and followed him. Therefore, Shen Chen agreed to have dinner with her next time. He, you are so smart. The two found an empty table and sat down. Shen Chen picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks, opened them and handed them to her. "Thanks." She took it, mixed the noodles in the bowl for a while, then picked up a chopstick and put it into her mouth. Her little face immediately showed a satisfied expression. "Well, their sesame sauce is so fragrant and delicious." Shen Chen looked at her, the corners of his lips rose rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, he raised his eyelids and regained his calm expression. Is it so delicious? Well, I haven't eaten such authentic hot dry noodles in the capital for several years. Perhaps the breakfast at this restaurant really suited her taste. And Xiaoran ate very quickly, and what she bought was a small portion, so she was already finished before Shen Chen finished. She held the soy milk in her hand again and sipped it in small sips while looking at Shen Chen opposite. Including the school cafeteria and KFC, the two of them had eaten together many times, but the little girl still looked at it seriously. It's not because he's handsome. She just likes him very much, so she never gets tired of watching him. Shen Chen felt her gaze and looked up. What are you looking at? It's up to you. The little girl replied frankly. Shen Chen suddenly found that the corner of her mouth was stained with a little dark sauce, but she didn't notice it and was still staring at him stupidly. Little fool. Shen Chen felt funny and nodded the corner of his mouth. She blinked slowly and said, huh. Obviously didn't understand. Shen Chen was helpless and took out a tissue from the tissue box next to him and handed it over. There is something in the corner of my mouth. She suddenly understood and said, thank you embarrassedly. She took the tissue and wiped it carefully. By the time Shen Chen finished eating, and Xiaoran had almost finished drinking the soy milk, she patted her belly with a satisfied look on her face, so full and delicious. Come again later. The two of them left the store. Shen Chen took out his bicycle, lifted his long legs, and got on the car. Then he glanced at Xiaoran who was following behind him. He clicked his tongue, hooked his index finger at her, and she walked over obediently. Shen Chen patted the back seat of the bicycle. Take you to school. Can you sit on it? Her eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded in surprise. Yes. Is it true? Do you really want to drive me to school? Shen Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a casual tone, anyway, I'm on my way. But let me tell you, I have never brought anyone with me, so don't blame me if you fall. I'm not afraid. She happily used her hands and feet, and soon sat sideways in the back seat. Shen Chen started riding a bicycle. It was really the first time for him to carry someone, and he was not used to the sudden weight of hundreds of kilograms on the back. As soon as I started, the car tilted slightly to the side. And Xiaoran reflexively reached out and hugged Shen Chen's thin waist. It was as if an electric current surged through Shen Chen's body instantly from the place of contact. Depend on. It took him a lot of effort to control the balance of the car. He didn't look back, he just gritted his teeth and said, please take your hands away. Otherwise, there is no way to ride it. And Xiaoran thought he was not happy to be touched by her, so he said aggrievedly, I can't sit still without holding you. Never mind. After taking a few deep breaths, Shen Chen started to ride the bicycle very carefully. After riding for dozens of meters, he finally got used to it. Half turning his head, he glanced covertly at the little girl in the back seat. The morning breeze blew the little hair on her forehead a little messy. Her face was as white as transparent in the sun, and she looked so beautiful. Even through a thin layer of clothing, he could clearly feel the slender hair on her waist. The softness and warmth of the delicate fingers, and the sweet fragrance that floats into the nose with the wind. It feels good. Chapter 33 Dammit, I was praised. When he arrived at school, Shen Chen pushed his bicycle to the parking shed, while Xiaoran waved to him and went to the teaching building first. After a while, Shen Chen arrived in the classroom. As soon as he sat down, Cai Bao came over with his big face. Brother Chen, thank you for what happened yesterday. It's so interesting that Brother Chen is interested in making him beautiful. Shen Chen was too lazy to care about this idiot. Halfway through their morning self-study, their head teacher Wang Qiang came. He glanced around and finally landed on Shen Chen, who was reviewing knowledge points with a Chinese book. Wang Qiang walked over and stood in front of the young man. He didn't speak immediately. He stood there, seemingly observing Shen Chen in front of him. The boy is nearly 1.8 meters tall. Sitting there, his posture is not crooked and straight, as tall as a bamboo. The students were curious in their hearts, and their eyes couldn't help but drift over there. It seems that the head teacher is looking for Shen Chen. Could it be that something happened to the school bully? Shen Chen also murmured in his heart, what is Lao Wan going to do? The next second, a smile appeared on Wang Qiang's face and he said, Student Shen Chen, you have been studying very hard recently. You listen to the lectures more seriously than before, and you complete your homework on time and within the limit. You are doing very well. The Chinese essay teacher also told me that you did a good job in writing the essay for this monthly exam. Although the overall score has not improved much, the teacher believes that as long as you continue to work hard in your current state, you will definitely see results soon. Come on. After saying that, Lao Wang reached out and patted Shen Chen on the shoulder encouragingly. As their head teacher, he is very familiar with and concerned about the students in the class. He has seen Shen Chen's recent performance, which is obviously very different from the laziness in the past. Not only were the daily assignments completed, but the quality of the completion was also good. I was very attentive in listening to the lectures and taking notes in a disciplined manner. Several other classroom teachers also reported this matter to him. Although Shen Chen's hard work has not yet been reflected in the overall ranking of the monthly exams in the past few days, and his results in several subjects are not ideal, but progress is made bit by bit, not so fast. As long as you start taking action, it's never too late. As for the education of students, Wang Qiong also has his own experience. When a student who was not so good in the past wants to change and strive for progress, he must not attack or ridicule, but should sincerely encourage and praise them. For example, praise them in public with a smile and give them a thumbs up. Or pat their shoulders, touch their heads, and double affirm their changes with body movements and friendly words, so that they can gain confidence and stick to it for a long time. Everyone was shocked. Dammit, the school bully was praised. Shen Chen. Fuck, it's so embarrassing to be praised in public or something. Unexpectedly, it was not over yet. Lao Wang continued to smile and said, "Come, let's applaud student Shen Chen together. I hope he can continue to work hard in the future, study hard, and make progress every day." Shen Chen. An embarrassing two-hit combo? The students almost choked with laughter and burst into applause in cooperation. Shen Chen wished he could dig out a teaching building. Lao Wang nodded at Shen Chen with a friendly expression and left with satisfaction. Cai Bao looked at him with admiration. Brother Chen is so awesome, he was praised by Lao Wang. Shen Chen. During the lunch break, Shen Chen first had a meal with Xiaoran in the cafeteria, then went over the exam questions in the library, and then went to play basketball. Before evening self-study. Suddenly something happened. Shen Chen was doing homework in the classroom when Cai Bao, a little gossip expert, ran in. Running and shouting, "Big news, big news." The students around him pricked up their ears. Just now, the Dean of Studies was staking out near the playground and caught a pair of unlucky people in premature love. Cai Bao said excitedly, "You didn't see it." The dean's face turned black at the time. He yelled and asked them which class they were from, and his saliva was sprayed on their faces. "TSK, TSK, so pitiful." "Oh, which class are you from?" someone asked curiously. "The girl is from class 4 of grade 1, and the boy is from class 11. Someone who knows please answer." Cai Bao glared at the other person angrily. Damn, stealing his limelight. On the other side, is the classroom of class 4, grade 1. Cao Ying walked in with a gloomy face. "Today, I want to talk to you about something very serious." She stood in front of the podium and slapped it hard. "Sun Xiao Xiao, stand up." A girl walked out from behind her with her head down and sobbing. "Tell your classmates what you did just now." Cao Ying asked coldly with a stern face. The girl just cried and didn't say anything. "Why don't you speak? Do you feel embarrassed?" Cao Ying raised her voice several degrees, and her sharp voice almost pierced the eardrum. "You don't want to tell me, right? If you don't want to tell me, I'll tell you for you. You're actually dating a boy from another class and holding hands on the playground. Don't you know that our school has a clear ban on premature love? You're deliberately violating school rules. You're wasting your parents' hard-earned money and your own time. You're learning to talk about love at such a young age. Do you have any shame? Listen, school is a sacred place. As students, you come to school to study, not to have a romantic relationship. Our teachers and school have never taught you such messy and shameless things." Cao Ying finished her angry speech and then said to the girl, "Write a 5,000-word self-criticism today and read it to the whole class tomorrow. Also, ask your parents to come to school." When the girl heard that they were going to call her parents, her face turned pale and she burst into tears. "Teacher Cao, I can write a self-criticism, but please don't let my parents come." "Are you anxious now?" Cao Ying said coldly, "Why don't you think about the consequences when you break school rules and fall in love? Remember, if you don't notify them, I will call them myself." After saying that, she snorted heavily, turned around and left. The girl ran back to her seat, laid down on the table and burst into tears. The students looked at each other and no one dared to go up to comfort her. Luoli sighed and whispered, although I know that the school rules forbid premature love, but what Nun Mihu said is too harsh. What do you mean by shameless? How can falling in love be shameless? How can you be shameless? Is it necessary to say such hurtful words to people's self-esteem? Shu Hangli, hey, this isn't the first day she's been like this. Don't you know why she's called Nun Mihu? Chen Ling and Luo Li, isn't it because she's fierce? Not entirely. Shu Hangli whispered, my cousin was also a student in her class before. She told me that Cao Ying once taught a student who was admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. He failed the college entrance examination because of premature love and chose to commit suicide. From then on, Cao Ying hated premature love to the core and broke up countless couples. That's why she got the nickname Mistress Mihu. So that's how it is. Luo Li turned to Xiaoran and said, did you see it? You should keep a low profile when chasing Shen Chen. Otherwise, if you are caught by Cao Ying, you will be finished. And Xiaoran objected seriously, no, puppy love is two-sided. I haven't caught up with Shen Chen yet, so how can it be considered puppy love? It can only be regarded as unrequited love. Luo Li. Unable to refute. Chapter 34. She and I have a pure classmate relationship. 2 days later, the moderate turmoil gradually subsided. Everything is business as usual. During Wednesday's recess, and Xiaoran was memoizing words silently. Luo Li, who had gone to the bathroom, came back and handed her something with excitement. Here, someone asked me to give it to you. And Xiaoran glanced. It's a box of chocolates. The brand is quite expensive, and the box has a bow tied with a pink ribbon. And Xiaoran was surprised, who gave it to me? Shen Chen. No. Luo Li shook her head with a smile, and continued, but I know him. He is a sophomore in our school. He has good grades and I heard that his family is also in good condition. I came back from the bathroom just now and he was there. Stopped me at the door and asked me to bring you this box of chocolates, saying I want to make friends with you. And Xiaoran pursed her lips, showing no emotion at all. She just handed the chocolate back, don't randomly collect other people's things. I don't want them. Just take them and return them to him. Luo Li. Why not? And Xiaoran, anyway, I don't want it. Luo Li, it's for Shen Chen again, right? And Xiaoran, yeah. Luo Li curled her lips. In her opinion, the boy's overall conditions were much better than Shen Chen's. Apart from being handsome, Shen Chen is not worthy of an Xiaoran in any other way. It's a pity that my stupid deskmate is as determined as eating a weight and doesn't give anyone a chance. She looked at the chocolate and sighed regretfully, what a pity. This brand of chocolate is very expensive and I haven't even eaten it. I'll buy a box for you tomorrow. And Xiaoran smiled, please return it for me. Okay. Luo Li immediately became energetic and ran out with the chocolate in her hand. Not long after, she came back with a bang and reported the situation to Xiaoran. He was still waiting outside. I returned the chocolate to him directly and said you refused to accept it. He asked me why, and I told him directly, you already have someone you like. So, I did the right thing. And Xiaoran gave her a thumbs up, great. As soon as Cai Bao learned about this, he hurriedly reported to Shen Chen. Over the past few days, no matter how stupid he was, he could still tell that Shen Chen was a little different from the girl in the next class who was simply named Xiaoran. In his eyes, Xiaoran was already Shen Chen's default girlfriend. Rounding it all off, that's his sister-in-law. Now someone dares to take advantage of his sister-in-law. It's so audacious. Absolutely can't stand it. Cai Bao told the story in a crackling voice, but Shen Chen just calmly said, oh, and asked, who is it? I've asked around. That bastard's name is Yuan Song. He's from class 9, grade 2. I heard his grades are pretty good. He also has a little money at home. He's usually very popular with girls. Cai Bao cursed and said, damn it, isn't it? Your grades are better, but your money is a little bit bad. In terms of appearance, you are far worse than Brother Chen. You dare to give chocolates to your sister-in-law. It's like a bat with chicken feathers on it, what a bird. Wait, who told you to call her sister-in-law? Shen Chen interrupted him. Cai Bao? Isn't it? Shen Chen, she and I have a pure classmate relationship. There is no puppy love. Don't talk nonsense. He was already 30 years old before his rebirth, so how could he be so naive as to be jealous of those teenage boys? Besides, he had great confidence in Xiaoran, who was destined to be wishful thinking. But I have to control Cai Bao's big mouth and don't cause trouble. Cai Bao. Fuck, you two eat together every day, make love to each other in the library in the name of studying. Now tell me, you just have a pure relationship as classmates. Do you think I'm stupid or blind? Lunchtime. Shen Chen ordered a bowl of crucian kop tofu soup, a braised chicken wing, a vegetarian dish, plus rice, and then he found an empty table and sat down. And Xiaoran sat down opposite him. The two of them ate peacefully and had little communication as usual. But when he was about to finish eating, Shen Chen suddenly spoke with a serious face. Students should concentrate on studying. The little girl looked at him in confusion, ? He paused and continued, don't fall in love prematurely. Oh, I know. Didn't you say it last time? And Xiaoran tilted her head and looked at him curiously, why did you suddenly say it again? Shen Chen looked around and said to him, it's okay. I'll give you the crucian kop soup. With that said, he pushed the untouched bowl of crucian kop soup to her. He remembered that she liked to drink crucian kop soup, so he bought this specially. Aren't you going to drink? I remembered that crucian kop has spines. It's too troublesome. I'll give it to you. Oh, I'm not afraid of trouble, so thank you. The little girl's eyes lit up and she happily brought the soup over. In fact, she really likes crucian kop soup. More importantly, this bowl of soup was given to her by Shen Chen. It feels even more delicious. Shen Chen leaned back lazily and looked at her. She picked up the chopsticks, lowered her head, and carefully picked out the large and small fish bones from the tender white fish flesh one by one. Very serious and careful. When she had almost picked out a large piece of fish, she looked at it for a while and when she was satisfied, she picked it up and put it on his plate. She smiled softly at him, this piece has no thorns now, you can eat it. Shen Chen's heart melted, how could she be so kind to him? Didn't I let you eat it yourself? I can't finish this fish by myself. She looked at him, her beautiful eyes moist, I'll share it with you, otherwise it will be wasted. Try it, there should be no thorns. He urged in a low voice, eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold. Thank you. Shen Chen said, picked up the chopsticks and ate the piece of fish. No thorn, right? Seeing Shen Chen nodding, she happily destroyed the remaining half of the fish. After eating, the little girl went back to the classroom to get her books, and then walked leisurely to the library alone. This has been the case for the past few days. In order to avoid suspicion, the two of them would go to the library separately after dinner, and then study together. Their way to the library passes through the playground. There are some boys playing basketball above. When Xiaoran passed them not far away, a basketball suddenly flew in front of her, then landed on the ground and rolled far away. She was startled and almost dropped the book in her hand. Classmate, I'm sorry, are you okay? Said a voice behind him. She turned around and saw a boy, tall, with neat short hair. He took off his school uniform jacket, revealing his short-sleeved t-shirt and strong arms. He was wearing a pair of limited edition sneakers with Nike logos. He looked quite sunny and handsome. He walked over and said with a smile, sorry, I didn't scare you, did I? As he spoke, he looked at her, his eyes seemed to contain some indescribable meaning. Chapter 35 The little girl fought for him, so fierce. And Xiaoran hesitated, shook her head, and was about to leave when the boy smiled and said, don't leave so quickly. I have something to give you. And Xiaoran looked at him puzzledly, do you have something for me? The boy smiled, walked to the side, took something out of the pocket of his school uniform hanging on the basketball hoop, and handed it to her, take it. It's the box of chocolates that Lori brought this morning. And Xiaoran understood and shook his head politely, sorry, I don't want it. She turned to leave. The boy moved quickly and stopped her. He smiled handsomely and gently, don't worry too much. I have no other intention. I just want to get to know you. By the way, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yuan Song. I am in the 29th year of high school. He said, looking her over. A few days ago, he heard someone say that a school belle-level girl had arrived in the first year of high school. She was pure and sweet, had a first-class temperament, and was a top student. Out of curiosity, he went to check it out in person. Unexpectedly, I fell in love at the first sight. The other person is well behaved and pure, and his every smile is like any boy's dream of first love. It's hard not to fall in love with him. Naturally, he also heard that Xiaoran seemed to have a crush on a boy from the same school named Shen Chen who had a bad reputation. But judging from Shen Chen's behavior towards Xiaoran, they don't have a close relationship yet. Fair play. He is quite confident in his own conditions and does not think he will definitely lose. So, he asked Luori to give chocolates. Being rejected was also expected by him. The little girl is so well behaved, so of course she won't accept gifts from others casually. However, the more this happens, the more challenging it becomes. With a little bit of scheming, he should be able to win over such a simple little girl. And Xiaoran felt that the person in front of him was a bit annoying. He shook his head and said, "No, please get out of the way." Yuan Song had no intention of giving in. He smiled and said, "If you accept your things, I will get out of the way." And Xiaoran frowned. She had always had a good temper, but despite this, she couldn't help feeling a little unhappy in her heart. The polite smile on her face disappeared, and she stared at him steadily. "I said no, please move aside." But her voice was sweet and sticky, not very threatening. Instead, it aroused Yuan Song's desire to challenge. "I keep my word. As long as you accept the things, I will get out of the way immediately." Several boys who were playing basketball with Yuan Song also stopped and looked at the two of them, with teasing in their eyes, and spoke out to support them. "Classmate, just accept it. Look at how sincere our Lao Yuan is. Give him some face." And Xiaoran was really angry. She said coldly with a stern face, "I keep my word. If I say no, then I mean no. Please respect yourselves." The angry look makes people feel even more adorable. Yuan Song smiled, "Why not? To tell you the truth, I already have someone I like, so please don't waste your time." The little girl frowned and said in a voice that everyone around her could hear, "It doesn't matter." Yuan Song smiled, "It's fair competition." "No need," the little girl said angrily, "in my heart, he is the best, no one can compare to him. You are not worthy of being his competitor. If you don't get out of the way, I will tell the teacher." A few boys nearby started to make a fuss. "Old Yuan, you can't do that. Not attractive enough. Har har." The smile on Yuan Song's face faded. He couldn't hold back his face and couldn't help but sneer maliciously, "Really, the person you like is so good. But I heard that he is not very good at studying and not very good as a person. He is just a little bastard with a superficial appearance." Before he finished speaking, and Xiaoran in front of him suddenly widened his eyes and looked at him stubbornly and fiercely, "You are talking nonsense, Shen Chen is not like that. I don't allow you to talk about him like that. Har har, people like him are like a piece of mouse shit in our school." She suddenly stopped holding the book in her arms, stretched out her hands and pushed him hard, kicked him with her feet, and screamed, "You are the rat shit, you are the one." Yuan Song was startled and dodged. Even so, he was kicked. It hurts a little and is embarrassing. The little girl did not continue to do anything, and stood there, staring at him with her big red eyes, her teeth clenched, and her chest kept rising and falling, like an angry little leopard. He was actually a little scared. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Yuan Song turned his head subconsciously, and a basketball in front of him quickly grew in size and hit him in the face with a bang. Seeing stars, he sat down on the ground. Shen Chen stood beside him expressionlessly. When he saw him looking up, he smiled at him, but the smile was cold. "Sorry, my hand slipped." And Xiaoran's eyes suddenly lit up. "Shen Chen, you are here." Holding the book in his arms, he ran over and stood next to the boy, raising his head slightly, feeling very safe. Shen Chen glanced at her, stepped over, picked up the books she dropped on the ground one by one, then returned and handed them into her hands. "Let's go." She nodded and smiled. Someone stretched out his hand and pulled Yuan Song up. Yuan Song stood up in disgrace and looked at this scene. The girl looked at the boy and smiled very softly. There were stars in her eyes. The two stood together, beautiful and picturesque. I suddenly felt uncontrollable anger. Shouted, "Don't leave." Shen Chen's steps faltered. He stopped, turned around, glanced at the frustrated loser, sneered, and said casually, "What's the matter? You did it on purpose." Apologize. Apologize. Shen Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at him. When Yuan Song felt a little scared in his heart, he suddenly laughed, and there was a violent signal in his smile. You fucking say it again. Who should apologize? And Xiaoran gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, feeling a little nervous. Seeing that something was amiss in the atmosphere, several boys nearby began to worry. It was obvious that Yuan Song was at fault in this matter. Besides, they had also heard rumors about Shen Chen, a freshman in high school. They felt a little afraid and began to persuade Yuan Song. Forget it, don't make it a big deal. Go back to the classroom and read. There is a math test in the afternoon. Don't mess with him. Some people also apologized to Shen Chen. There was a misunderstanding, we were just joking. Several people dragged Yuan Song towards the teaching building. Yuan Song's face was ashen, but he said nothing and allowed them to pull him away. Shen Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Xiaoran, who was holding his clothes. His eyes softened a little and he asked deliberately, "Why are you holding me back? You don't allow me to hit him." And Xiaoran shook his head hurriedly and explained, "There are many of them." She was afraid that he would get hurt. Shen Chen couldn't help but laugh. What if he is alone? The little girl thought for a while, it still doesn't work. If you get hurt, I will feel bad. We can sue the teacher. You little fool, how old are you to sue your teacher? Then why did you hit someone just now? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? The little girl just now had fierce breasts. This was the first time he saw her like this. She has always been well behaved and gentle, but she was able to argue with several boys without hesitation just because others said bad things about him. Really? And Xiaoran whispered, I was so angry just now, I didn't think much about it. Shen Chen controlled the urge to rub her head. Let's go to the library. Chapter 36. What is your zodiac sign? The next 2 days were business as usual. Friday noon in the library. Shen Chen was studying a chemistry test paper. And Xiaoran, who had finished his homework long ago, was picking up books in front of the bookshelf. After a while, she came back with a few books in her hands, sat next to Shen Chen, turned sideways, and carefully turned the pages like a thief. Shen Chen raised his head, glanced at her, and asked casually, What are you reading? No, it's nothing. She immediately closed the book in a hurry and covered the cover with a chemistry textbook. But Shen Chen's sharp eyes had already clearly seen that it was a horoscope divination book. After a while, she turned her head to look at Shen Chen and asked in a low voice, Shen Chen, when is your birthday? Shen Chen asked back, Why do you ask this? Otherwise, just tell me what your zodiac sign is. Shen Chen replied calmly, Constellation? I don't believe in these. Why? Shen Chen stopped writing the test paper, turned the pen on his fingertips twice, and looked at her with a half smile. Idiot, the essence of believing in zodiac signs is that a person's character and destiny are determined by the date of birth, but just think about it, you will understand that a person's character and destiny are shaped by environment, family, experience, and genes. Are there only a dozen or so personalities among so many people in the world? But what this book says is very accurate, and Xiaoran took out the book with a puzzled look on his face. I just read several of them, and they all matched me. What's going on? Shen Chen said, when people are described with some universal, vague, and widely applicable words, they often easily identify themselves and feel that they are talking about themselves. Their first reaction is wow, what they said is very accurate. Actually, those words can make sense to almost anyone. In psychology, this is called the Barnum effect. She looked confused and admired, but also a little surprised. Shen Chen, you are so amazing, you know so much. Just read some miscellaneous books. Shen Chen smiled. However, I still want to know. She blinked and said softly, just tell me, okay. Shen Chen, you really want to know? She nodded, I want to know everything about you. Shen Chen's narrow black eyes stared at her for a while with a half smile but said nothing. And Xiaoran's heart skipped a beat when he saw him, and she said softly, how about we exchange? How to exchange? I tell you what zodiac sign I am, and you just tell me, okay. Shen Chen teased her, not good. And Xiaoran? Forget it, let me tell you first. My zodiac sign is. She blinked and saw that there was no one around, so she came closer and said in his ear with a cute little voice. Customize a seat for you. Where did this girl learn such earthy love words? Shen Chen was distracted by her. She had no idea, and looked at him with a sweet smile. You're just kidding, I'm an Aries, now it's your turn. Shen Chen lowered his head, casually mentioned a date, and continued to do the test paper, hiding the restlessness in his heart. And Xiaoran excitedly wrote it down, then quietly took out the book and started flipping through it. Are Har and Shen Chen's zodiac signs compatible? What kind of girls does Shen Chen like? How can I become Shen Chen's girlfriend? We'll find out soon, so looking forward to it. It didn't take long for the little girl to find the corresponding content and secretly read it. After a while, she pouted and threw the book aside angrily. Ha, it's exactly what Shen Chen said, it's not accurate at all. At this time, a light voice came over, I lied to you. She looked at him quizzically. Shen Chen, the birth date just now was just mentioned by me casually. She asked reluctantly, then when is your birthday? I won't tell you. Shen Chen smiled. TCH, bad guy. She pouted and gave a small snort. Tell me how to solve this question. He pointed at a question on the test paper, diverting her attention just right. She looked at it carefully for a while and said, the idea of this question is. After finishing one test paper, it's almost time for class. While packing, Shen Chen thought of something, glanced at Xiaoran, and said, I have something to do this weekend, so I won't come to the library to study. Upon hearing this, Xiaoran showed a little disappointment. As a result, she wouldn't be able to see Shen Chen this weekend. However, she didn't ask any more questions and just said softly, okay, we'll see you next Monday. Shen Chen nodded and turned towards the door. Xiaoran stood there, looking at his back. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and said casually, I'm going to Qianqing Internet Cafe after school. How about you? Xiaoran reacted after a second and said happily, then I'll go too, and we'll see you at the Internet Cafe later. Shen Chen said, yeah, and said nothing more. After school, when she heard that Shen Chen was going to the Internet Cafe, Cai Bao followed her. Shen Chen first reserved a private room at the front desk, then went to talk to Dalong and the others while waiting for Xiaoran. Seeing them coming, Luo Bo spoke seemingly casually. Chengzi, what you asked me to inquire about last time has come to an end. I'll tell you later. A few days ago, Shen Chen asked him to help him go to the medical school to inquire about Xie Yongwei, so he asked an acquaintance in the medical school. It didn't take long before he found out everything about Xie Yongwei. Apart from his inability to study and pick up girls, his mind is still very flexible. At this time, he did not say it directly in front of Cai Bao. Shen Chen knew what he was referring to and nodded. Other side. Xiaoran and Luo Li were also on their way to Qianqing Internet Cafe. Luo Li is very addicted to the Stone Age recently. She usually doesn't have time in class, and since she doesn't have self-study on Friday, she definitely wants to play. She chattered all the way while sharing things in the game with Xiaoran. Although Xiaoran was not very interested, he still played the role of a listener very seriously. When she walked to the alley behind the Internet Cafe, Luo Li accidentally looked into the depths of the alley, and then she was startled. Xiaoran didn't know what happened, so he followed her gaze and looked over. I saw a few people standing in the dark alley. Some of them had their hair dyed in various colors and were dressed in a shamat style. They were surrounding a short boy wearing the school uniform of experimental high school. One of them was grabbing the boy by the collar and shoving him hard against the wall. The boy was unable to move, his glasses were hanging on one of his ears, blood was constantly flowing down his forehead, and there was a big cut on his lip, looking quite scary. They were far away and couldn't hear what they were saying. They only saw one of them cursing and taking some money out of the boy's pocket. He counted it, showed an unsatisfied expression on his face, and then rummaged through the boy's backpack that had fallen on the ground. Isn't he the top student in class 3 and the top student in our grade? Lori opened her round eyes, covered her mouth, and exclaimed softly. Chapter 37, the top student was beaten by a technical school student. Class 3 of grade 1. Is that boy in the same class as Shen Chen? Or first in the grade? Xiaoran was stunned for a moment, and asked in a low voice, what are they doing? Are they fighting? Luo Li shook her head, her voice trembling, maybe he ran into a fat man. Xiaoran knew what Lei Fei meant. This is the Chu City dialect, which refers to gangsters or bad boys extorting money and property from primary and secondary school students. So, they were robbing the boy of his money. There's a technical school next to us. I heard that some technical school students are short of money, so they come to challenge our students. Luo Li grabbed her sleeve, her legs shaking and trembling. What should we do? How about we pretend we didn't see it and leave quickly? And Xiaoran bit her lip and decisively pulled Luo Li to the internet cafe. After entering the internet cafe, she turned her eyes and found Shen Chen's figure, and ran over quickly. Chen Chen. Shen Chen saw that she looked wrong and asked, "What's the matter?" And Xiaoran took a deep breath and quickly explained the matter. Cai Bao's eyes widened as she listened. What? The top student was made fat by a student from a technical school. Dammit, that nerd is always against me, so why now when I hear that he is being bullied, I feel angry and want to teach those bastards a lesson right away. Realizing this, Cai Bao suddenly felt complicated. Damn, am I a bit mean? But. He tilted his head and glanced at Shen Chen. It was better to wait for Brother Chen to make a decision. And Xiaoran asked uneasily, should we call the police? How can the police care about such a trivial matter? Shen Chen clicked his tongue and stood up. Okay, let me go and take a look. I'll go too. Cai Bao said hurriedly. And Xiaoran subconsciously grabbed Shen Chen's arm. Don't be impulsive, they look very fierce. She was so afraid that Shen Chen would get into trouble. Shen Chen looked back at her, his eyes and voice softened a little. It's okay, I'm just going to check on the situation, no fight. Then I'll go too. She whispered. Luo Li. Are you crazy? Deskmate, are you crazy? Okay, why are you joining in the fun, little girl? Dalong was the one who spoke. He dusted off his cigarette and stood up. Just leave such a small matter to us. Luo Bo also spoke. You two girls stay in the internet cafe and wait. Let's go check it out with Cheng Zi. Ji Kai said coldly, yeah. They all stood behind Shen Chen. Shen Chen said warmly to Xiaoran, okay, it will be fine for them to stay with me. You stay here. She nodded and let go of her hand. Shen Chen and Dalong quickly arrived at the alley. But there was no one inside. Only the top student Zhu Yuan was left squatting on the ground in embarrassment, groping for his missing glasses. He is highly myopic and would be half-blind without his glasses. Looking at the school bag thrown in the ditch, as well as the books and stationery scattered on the ground. Cai Bao couldn't help but scolded me. Zhu Yuan was startled when he heard the sound. He looked up and could only see a few blurry figures walking towards him. He thought those few gangsters were back again, and a look of panic suddenly appeared on his blood-stained face. He subconsciously took a few steps back, pressed against the wall of the alley, and said tremblingly, I really have no money, what are you doing here? At the same time, not far away, Yuan Song was passing by. A boy next to him suddenly asked him to pay attention to the alley. Lao Yuan, look quickly, is there Shen Chen, a freshman in high school, the kid who hit you with a basketball last time? Hearing the word Chen Chen, Yuan Song's first reaction was physical disgust for a moment, and then he looked towards the alley. After seeing it clearly, I was stunned for a moment. What are Shen Chen and those few gangsters doing? It seems like blocking a student from an experimental high school in an alley. The student was covered in bruises and had a look of fear on his face. It seems that they are still saying that they have no money. Could it be? Yuan Song's mind was spinning rapidly, and his face suddenly lit up with excitement. He got it. Shen Chen, how dare you beat a classmate? You're dead. He turned to the boy next to him and said hurriedly, take out your digital camera quickly. The latter is a photography enthusiast. His parents just bought him a small Sony digital camera. He brought it to school to show off today, and this happened to him. Yuan Song felt that this must be God's will. God has eyes, so he accidentally met Shen Chen, a fat student, and he happened to have a camera to leave evidence. God is deliberately lending his hand to take care of Shen Chen. The boy was confused. What are you doing? Yuan Song thought he was an idiot. Of course I took the photos. Then developed the photos and gave them to the school. TSK, colluding with people outside the school and bullying classmates. If you make a big mistake, you won't be able to escape, and you might even be expelled. Humph, I look how arrogant he is. At that time, and Xiaoran saw Shen Chen looking so fierce and bad. You will also recognize his true face. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The boy hesitated. Let's forget it. It's just what happened last time. You won't always have trouble with him, besides, it's too serious to have a major demerit or something. Damn, what's that thing? It's a revenge for love. Can you just forget it? Besides, we can also be considered as eliminating harm for the school. I still feel bad. Give it to me as you ask, no nonsense. What if he knows we did it and takes revenge on us? Yuan Song became impatient. Can't we just leave it anonymously to the school? Hurry up, we won't have a chance when they leave. Oh. After taking the photo, Yuan Song was elated, but he was afraid of being discovered by Shen Chen, so he quickly ran away without looking at it any longer. In the alley, Shen Chen looked at the terrified top student, frowned and said, "It's me, Shen Chen." The top student breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were not the same people just now. Cai Bao also handed over the glasses he picked up. "Hey, your glasses." The top student took the glasses and checked them carefully. The lenses were not broken, but the temples were a little deformed. It took him a long time to adjust them before they were finally usable. At this time, Shen Chen asked, "I want to ask you something." "What's up?" The top student put on his glasses and finally saw the cold and stern young man in front of him. Then he saw the ferocious Da Long and the others around him. He thought of something and immediately shook his head in panic. Classmate Shen Chen, what do you want?" "If you want money, I really don't have it. I'll bring it to you on Monday. Grass. Shen Chen felt that if it hadn't been for his good temper, if it had been Dalong and the others, this glasses boy would have been killed on the spot. What kind of image does he have of himself in his mind? Is it really true that all evil is committed by burning, killing, looting? Trying to make his expression look gentle, Shen Chen said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm asking you, do you know where the people who beat you just now are?" Chapter 38. You surrender. The top student was stunned for a moment. I thought I heard them talking about going to an internet cafe or something. Cyber cafe? Shen Chen narrowed his eyes. When they just walked out of the internet cafe, a few young people happened to go in. Unexpectedly, it was those guys. Shen Chen pondered for a moment, then bent down to pick up the things on the ground, stuffed them into his school bag one by one, and then said to the top student, "Let's go to the internet cafe with me." Shuabar, go to an internet cafe. Shen Chen recognized the person. The top student was startled. What do you want to do?" Shen Chen carried him to the internet cafe. "Help you stand up, I can't watch my classmates being bullied." The top student's face changed drastically. No need, I'm afraid they'll kill me again." "Shen Chen, if you don't go, I will kill you now." Straight a student. Shen Chen carried the top student into the internet cafe and asked, "Where were those people just now?" The top student looked around nervously and pointed. "Oh, some of the kids in our school are very good at it." Ji Kai and Luo Bo recognized them with disdainful tones. "Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, 5 minutes is enough. Pour me a glass of warm water first and drink it while it's hot when you get back later," Luo Bo said with a pretentious look. It's a pity that no one paid attention and pretended to be lonely. Dalong told Shen Chen, "First take your classmates and the 2 little girls to wait in the box. We will come over after we finish." Shen Chen said to the remaining people, Let's go to the box first." And Xiaoran nodded. Luo Li's legs felt weak at the thought of being in the same room as Shen Chen, but she didn't dare to object and was dragged away by Xiaoran. Shuaba and Cai Bao also entered the box. This private room is a 3-person room, so 5 people are a bit cramped. "Sit down," Shen Chen said to the top student. The top student looks like he wants to sit but doesn't dare. Shen Chen was annoyed. "I'll let you sit." The top student was so frightened that he sat down and felt aggrieved. And Xiaoran blinked, suddenly turned around, and ran out again. After a while, she opened the box door and came back, holding a small plastic bag in her hand, which contained iodine, gauze and other things. "I bought it at the drugstore nearby. Apply some medicine to him first, otherwise the wound will become inflamed and it will be bad," she said softly. The little girl is really attentive. Shen Chen took the bag and handed it to Cai Bao. "Go and apply medicine on him." "Cai Bao? Why me?" "Shen Chen, then who are you talking about?" "Cai Bao." The top student said weakly, "Well, I can do it myself." "Shut up." Cai Bao angrily took out something and scrawled on the battered face of the top student. Suddenly, Ji Kai's roar came from outside. "Fuck you, don't run away." Then there was a loud banging sound, like a fierce fight. There were screams from the crowd, a general chaos. What happened? Except for Shen Chen, everyone in the box was shocked. Not long after, the sound of smashing finally stopped. Dammit, are you dead? I heard Luo Bo shout again. The brain matter has come out, so he must be dead. Ji Yu Kai said. Son, you made me covered in blood. It's so fucking disgusting. This was Daylong's voice. Don't worry about the body. Let's go and look for oranges. Listening to these short but extremely rich conversations, the top student, Luo Li, and Cai Bao could not help but see a bloody scene comparable to a horror movie, and their legs were as weak as noodles. No way. Could it be that someone died? And Xiaoran also grabbed Shen Chen's arm nervously. Shen Chen was quite calm. At this time, the box door was pushed open, and Dalong and 3 people stood outside the door. Ji Yu Kai held the money in his hand and said to Shui Bie, "Hey, I got the money back for you." Luo Bo added, "Don't worry, I said hello, and they won't trouble you again in the future." Everyone is even more horrified. Of course the dead man will not cause trouble again. The top student didn't take the money, but turned his eyes around. When he saw Daylong's pants covered with specks of bright red blood, he felt like crying. He mustered up the courage to say, "You, surrender." Dalong, Ji Yu Kai, Luo Bo. The top student was heartbroken and said, "People outside must have called the police. Skynet is still there. You can't escape. If you surrender yourself in time, you can still seek leniency. I will also explain and intercede to the police for you." Luo Li and Cai Bao also nodded. Dalong rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Shen Chen pointed to the blood stains on his pants. "What's going on?" "Oh, just now when we got the money and were preparing to come over, a fat mouse jumped out of nowhere," Ji Yu Kai said. "Almost as big as a cat." Robbo gestured. "It's scary to death. These 2 idiots used chairs to hit the mouse, but they didn't kill it." Dalong cursed. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly and crushed its head with my foot. As a result, the blood got on my pants. It's really disgusting. Everyone." The top student lowered his head in shame. "Send off the top student and everything returns to normal." There were 2 computers left in the box, so Shen Chen let in Xiaoran and Luo Li use them. How could Luo Li dare to stay in the same room as Shen Chen? She made an excuse and said that she suddenly remembered something, and ran away in a hurry. Cai Bao didn't want to be a light bulb, so he went outside to play in their hall. As a result, Shen Chen and Xiaoran were the only 2 people left in the box. The little girl sat down, turned on the computer and started playing a small game. Shen Chen also entered his email. Soon, he saw the reply email from Noden Company. In the email, they confirmed that the vulnerability information provided by Shen Chen was valid and attached 2 attachments. The function of the 2 attachments was explained in the body of the email. One is a payment form, used to fill in Shen Chen's account information and some necessary information. There is also a contract template for payment of bonuses in installments and confidentiality of related information. Shen Chen needs to download these 2 attachments, print them out, then sign them at the designated location, and fax the signed documents to Nordon Company. After it is correct, Noden will credit the bonus to Shen Chen's account within 48 hours. The procedure was a bit cumbersome, but for the sake of $100,000, Shen Chen endured it. He downloaded the 2 attachments into the prepared USB flash drive, stood up and said to Xiaoran, "I'm going to print something, you can play first." The printing shop near the internet cafe has a fax service. After Shen Chen took care of it, he returned to the internet cafe. Later, he sent an email to Nordon Company to inform him that the documents had been faxed. Then I had nothing to do. I browsed the web for a while, then opened Lianzhong game and started playing for Kingdom's army chess. While playing chess, the little girl came over to watch and asked softly, "Shen Chen, what kind of game is this?" Chapter 39 Rejecting the Big Bosses. For Kingdom's military chess. Shen Chen briefly explained the rules to her. The little girl listened and silently came closer, so close that Shen Chen could feel the faint pleasant smell emanating from her body. Her breath caressed his cheek as she spoke. Fragrant and sweet. As a result, he suddenly used Sai Ling to hit the enemy's bright bomb. The little girl was still confused and surprised. "Hey, why is your Sai Ling gone? Why is your Army 22 flag lit?" Authorizing Big Brother and Big Sister, there is no need to delete these 2 sentences, it is just a military chess game. Shen Chen became angry from embarrassment. Do you always get so close to others when you talk to them? She shook her head. No, I only stay so close to you because I like you. Shen Chen said with a straight face, but I don't like being so close. Oh, then you can play, I won't affect you anymore. The little girl said in a considerate but a bit aggrieved tone, and stepped aside, no longer looking at him. Is the tone a bit too strong? Shen Chen glanced at her and wanted to find a way down the stairs, but didn't know what to do. After all, he has 0 experience in coaxing girls in his 2 lifetimes combined. Big head. I ended the game upset and had nothing to do, so I logged into Hacker Hub again. This time, he finally noticed the private message notification in the upper right corner, moved the mouse over and clicked lightly. So much. Looking at the long list of private messages on the screen, Shen Chen was a little surprised. Well, you have nothing to do when you have free time, just take a look. He turned the list to the end and started reading from the first item. The languages supported by Hacker Hub do not include Chinese, so the content of the private message consists of large sections in English. The first sentence is roughly, hello, let me introduce myself first. I am Pony Ma from China Tingshuan Company. Puff. Shen Chen almost popped his eyes out. He stared straight at the screen, filled with disbelief. Tingshuan Company, Pony Ma? Almost everyone who knows how to surf the internet in future generations has heard of these 2 names. The first one is the giant penguin. The latter one is Penguin's master, Xiaomar, the top boss of the Chinese internet. Of course, now in 2001, these 2 names are not so well known. Compared with Wang Yi, Sina and others, they can only be regarded as rising stars of the internet. Is this big guy also a Hacker Hub? Shen Chen muttered, and suddenly remembered that the other person was also a programmer. Okay, that's reasonable. But what is he looking for? Shen Chen looked back and quickly figured out the purpose of Brother Xiaomar's visit to poach people. Of course, Brother Xiaomar was quite reserved and didn't make his thirst for talents too obvious. He only said that Tingshuan Company was very interested in computer security talents and wanted to get to know Shen Chen. He asked about Shen Chen's profile in a private message. Contact information, and also sincerely left his own contact information QQ number with the number 10001. Shen Chen was a little speechless. He just wanted to get some startup funds, but he actually caught the attention of Xiaomar, and even offered him an olive branch. Reality is indeed more dramatic than fiction. Shen Chen didn't immediately accept the olive branch offered by Brother Mar. In an instant, Shen Chen had another idea. This private message is from Brother Mar, what about the others? 10 minutes later. After reading all the private messages, Shen Chen leaned back in his chair. After a while, he gradually calmed down the surprise in his heart. Some useless private messages were filtered out, and the remaining private messages came from names that were familiar to him. Xiaomar, Ding Sanxia, Zhang Chaoyang, Lei Jun. Almost all of them are top bosses who have become all-powerful in the internet field in later generations, and ordinary people only hear their names but never see their faces. Brother Mar, the helmsman of Tingshuan, the giant internet company of the future. Not long ago, the stock was listed on Nasdaq. Today, the richest man in China and the founder of the first portal website Wang Yi, Ding Sanxia. Even Lei Jun, who is less famous now, is also the general manager of Kingsoft. At the same time, Joyo.com, which he founded, is booming and he is regarded as the founder of domestic e-commerce. Not to mention the extraordinary achievements of these people in the future. It can be said that these people together will constitute almost half of the future internet. Now, because he uncovered the security loopholes of Nodin Company, many people are extending olive branches to him, either soliciting, showing favor, or befriending him. It's really interesting. Shen Chen was a little surprised. A sentence suddenly emerged from his mind. This sentence has become a cliché in later generations, but at this time, it is quite applicable. When he wasn't paying attention, perhaps, the butterfly called fate had quietly begun to flap its wings that could change the trajectory of the world. After thinking for a few seconds, Shen Chen finally typed on the keyboard and replied to all the bosses with a declined private message. Thank you for your private message, but I am not interested in the field of computer security. In addition, due to personal reasons, I have no plans to work in this area for the time being. Please understand. Of course, I am deeply honored for your appreciation and thank you very much. An ordinary person might not be able to understand his choice. With such a good opportunity, shouldn't you hurry up and take advantage of it? At least make some good friends and cultivate connections. But Shen Chen didn't think so. The so-called network can only exist when the interests of both parties are consistent. Once a fundamental conflict of interest occurs, there are many examples of people who used to be close friends with you, suddenly turn against you, or even turn against each other. Even couples who are brothers are not uncommon. For example, Fang Zhilong of Sina was kicked out by his former partners not long ago without knowing it, and was forced to leave Sina, the network he founded. Another example is the famous drama of infighting and power fighting between later generations of Dangdang.com CEO and the CEO's wife, which made many spectators during that time jump up and down while eating melons. If you want to win the favor of the big guys, you must make yourself valuable enough. Without value, who would be willing to be your network? To put it bluntly, it's just an exchange of interests. What can Shen Chen give in exchange now? You must know that these big guys are the chosen ones who will stand on the cusp of the storm for future generations, and each of them is enough to write a significant mark in the history of the internet. Regardless of their merits and demerits, or their reputation in later generations, at least they succeeded. Their success may be due to the luck of seizing this once-in-a-century opportunity, but it is undeniable that their vision, judgment, ability and other comprehensive qualities are much better and more outstanding than those of ordinary people. To put it simply, each of them is the best of the best. Ordinary people simply can't beat this.